Good morning, Brian.
This is typical Washington fans. Every time something come up, you got to be a complaint immediately.
I'm not complaining.
It's Northwest Field.
I like Northwest Field.
They are NW. And you look at Northwest Federal Credit, the NW stands out.
So they're just calling it Northwest Stadium, it looks like.
There we go.
All right.
You look at what's produced all the time. The NW is what was very prominent whenever you discuss them.
Here's where I'm at. I've made this my bed to lay in since the removal of Dan Snyder and since the new guys are there. Cool. Sell the rights. We'll call it the.
If you want to call it something
Stadium.
else, then that other person have stepped up. But Northwest Federal Credit Union stepped up with the cheddar.
I don't care. They you know what they did? They did what functional professional sports teams do.
Yes.
They had a naming rights change. You know where that happens? The Pittsburgh Steelers. Like that just happens. Good teams change the naming rights.
Yeah.
And it's great. Now, we'll get used to it. It'll take a little getting used to. Northwest Stadium sounds cool with me. But more than all, this is just what functional sports franchises do.
Yeah. They did that. And it was an 8-year deal. And people are the question is 8 years. Let's just bring something up, people. You won't be getting a new stadium till 2030 any damn way.
And that's best case, probably.
Yeah, so the whole thing about it is let's not make things out to be like it's so out there. That if you were to get a brand new stadium, it's going to take about 3, 4, 5 years to build it. And none of that stuff has even started yet. And they have a lease that ends in what?
27. But Josh Harris, Sunday afternoon at.
Yeah, he said
2030 seems realistic.
And
I had to guess, the big carrot to all this for Northwest Stadium is they probably maybe get right of first refusal at the new joint to carry over and get naming rights there. But to me, the timeline kind of adds up.
Yeah, it does.
I think they're probably paying a lot of money. They've already been a sponsor. Don't they sponsor your pre- and post-game show? So they clearly like the product they're getting.
They definitely do.
But
like I walked in.
This is just good, normal business news.
So I showed up to the game the other night, right around 8:15. I walk in, I get my little pad, my credential. I'm walking through, and I'm like, damn, it looks better. They have changed a lot of stuff inside that stadium. And I think the ultimate thing is they're trying to change. They had a whole, like a food tour where they had different foods and things in there. They are trying to make sure that the fan is going to be able to go there and enjoy themselves, unlike how it was prior.
I thought
we don't care.
A lot of that stuff looked good.
Yeah, we
I
don't
think
care if
just
you like it or not. We're not adding nothing. But now they are.
Concourses where you can walk through and grab a beer, a soda, and some peanuts, whatever you want to grab. And I think they just scan your phone on the way out. You know how much that should speed things up for folks that just want to grab something rather than having to wait in line?
When you walk from the field to the press box, you notice all the different stuff on the walls. And it just looks more like livable. It seems like it's something real. It was like a damn dungeon before.
Yeah. Well, and dude, you couldn't help but notice that all the signage, all the old FedEx signage was down. Incredibly noticeable.
They're not paying any more money. They can't get no free press.
Well, and that, I think, the color scheme. I know a previous person that came here to work on the business side and then left fairly quickly because I'm talking like 7-8 years ago because it was clearly pretty broken. And they described the color scheme at FedEx Field as the inside of a very cheap Mexican chain restaurant. You remember how many different colors there were? Like, it didn't make any sense. Like, why is there turquoise prominently involved at a stadium that houses the burgundy and gold? You know what I mean? And I think they're getting away with all that stuff. If you're a Commanders fan today, you know the good news? They're just doing what normal sports franchises do.
Yeah.
The Pittsburgh Steelers, I think you could argue seriously, they've had 3 coaches in 100 years.
Yeah.
A ton of Super Bowl wins. Sorry, I'm all steamed up about this stadium deal. They have Mike Tomlin's never had a losing record. The Steelers are like the perfect example of organizational stability and a well-run team.
Totally.
And you know what happened to Pittsburgh? Do you know where they play now?
Where?
Nobody knows or cares because it was Heinz Field forever, and now it is Acrisure Stadium.
But see, this is the thing about it. When you're and we say this, and I know people like to downplay it. When you say winning cures all, people like to, oh no, it doesn't. Yes, it does, because when the Steelers change their name, the fans can give a damn about that. Why? Because the product on the field has been good. And the thing about right now is you got people coming in doing what real owners do. But as soon as something happens, we go back to what the bad owner did. Instead of giving credit for it and move forward. Hey, the name, who really cares? The name don't get you no victories. So the team getting better is going to get you victories. But this is a normal thing, and it shouldn't be coming to the, oh, man, why did they go with that person? And, some people going to say that. And I think they'll think just like me. Give them a one-finger salute, keep moving.
Jeff, do you know where the Chiefs play?
Candlestick. No, that's what's called.
That's the
that's old San Francisco.
25 years ago.
Arrowhead.
As a matter of fact, it's Gee-Ha Field at Arrowhead Stadium.
And guess what? It's still Arrowhead.
Right. Like, if you're good, the business operations do not matter. So sell the naming rights. I don't know a ton about Northwest Federal Credit Union. I'm sure they're great people. I don't care. It's the best part. Sell it. And now everybody can call it Northwest Stadium, and this is what functional organizations do.
Yeah,
I care.
And what have we complained about for the last 20+ years?
The lack of a functional organization.
And now we got it. Let's praise it. Let's applaud it.
I've been tipped off to a possibly very good name for the stadium. Very good nickname.
What's that?
The Fed. I'm into that.
Hey man, whatever they call it. That's money going into their pockets. I care about the Commanders winning. That's what I care about. Well, and I think that'll solve a lot of things. Get people's mind on the right stuff instead of the wrong stuff.
I think that's fair. Listen, this is what functional organizations do. I don't know anything about this bank, and I hope they're great people.
I can tell you this. If they're buying naming rights of a stadium, it's a damn successful bank.
Sure.
So I can tell you that.
Here's a question that I don't know that any of the four of us know the answer here. What is the difference between a credit union and a bank?
Don't know. They both
Jeff,
have money.
Explain that to us.
They both have a lot of money.
Jeff, go ahead and give us a brief explanation on the difference between a credit union and a bank.
I'm going to Google it.
Yeah, that's what I was about to do. I was about to say, hold on.
I just wanted you to shoot from the hip, Jeff. I wanted you to let the world know.
Nope. I'm not
Landini, you got one?
Not really.
Okay. All right. Well, we've clearly
it is like with the word union. Is the credit union ran more by the people that are members?
I think
the
bank
bank
yes.
is ran
the
by
credit
a
union
private entity.
is owned by the people that have accounts there.
And maybe they're not filing, they're not publicly traded and trying to, because banks are determined by their quarterly profits or whatever.
Right.
Maybe we'll get an expert because I don't know that the four of us are. But
we're not.
Here's what we can tell you. The Commanders officially just tweeted this out.
There you go.
New stadium naming rights deal. I'll read from the press release. The Washington Commanders and Northwest Federal Credit Union today announced a new multi-year exclusive naming rights agreement for the football team stadium, bringing together two institutions with a storied history in the region and community. The agreement, which marks a new chapter for the Washington Commanders, will rebrand the team's home from Commanders Field to Northwest Stadium. On September 15th, the two organizations will officially kick off the extension and expansion of their existing partnership through a joint press conference at the stadium before the Commanders' home opener. I quote from Josh Harris, and then I'm going to stop reading this because it's kind of boring. Northwest Federal Credit Union has been an integral part of this community for generations, and we could not be prouder to partner with an organization as committed to the DMV as we are. As we continue to work toward our goal of building the Commanders into an elite franchise that consistently competes for championships, we are excited to welcome our team and fans to Northwest Stadium and look forward to creating incredible memories together on the field and in the communities we serve. Huzzah! Make it work, fellas.
Welcome.
Congratulations.
Northwest. All right, credit unions and banks are different in this. Credit unions are not for profit. Banks are.
There you have it. These guys aren't even for profit.
There you go. And like the banks, like Landfill, you stated it, the banks are ran by, the shareholders, credit unions, bam, by the members.
Well, I don't want to go too far down this road, but if you're not in it for profit, why do you need publicity and naming rights? But today is a day of celebration. So congratulations to all parties involved. They are
JP,
the official
the
credit
NFL
union.
was not for profit until a couple years ago.
They seem to be doing okay.
Were they not profiting? Let's be real, man.
They seem to be doing okay.
It is nothing different than anything that's been going on.
Yeah, I think it's great. I think it's great that, like, the operation, FedEx said, yo, we're out. All right, good luck. I appreciate you doing business. I understand that everything went sideways with the last guy. We're not the last guy, but we understand you're out, and that we understand. You have an option in your lease to be out. This is normal business.
And they gave him a deuces.
They don't even have to. They could have given him a very hearty pat on the back and a handshake.
Because they ultimately knew that somebody else going to take over.
And then we're like, we're going to sell this to somebody else, and we're good. I think it's business operations running like they should for a professional organization, and I think it's great news.
I think you have to be forward thinking, and I think that's what Northwest Federal Credit Union was. They were forward thinking. Last year when they came in, I met the CEO and all talking to him, and you can see what those people weren't worried about what happened. You know, I was riding my son when I was in California, and we were talking about some stuff, and I said, man, look at that. Look what you're looking at right here. He said, rearview mirror. I said, what's in front of it? He said, windshield. I said, which one is the biggest? That's what you care about. Care about the future. To hell with what happened. Let's worry about what's going to happen. And they were thinking about that. And I think FedEx was thinking about what had happened. So they lost. Somebody else's game.
I think maybe FedEx wants to get something in closer to them, too. Who knows, dude? Honestly, I don't care. The most refreshing part with all business news coming, the one thing I find the most interesting in this press release, and this is like the nerdy side of me, it's a joint dateline with 2 locations on it. One is no surprise. One is Landover, Maryland. That's the home of Northwest Stadium. I'm going to have to get used to saying that. Do you know the other location listed on this press release? And it's not the home of Northwest Stadium or the actual credit union, because I don't know where they're based.
Is it Ashburn?
No.
Maryland. What about University of Maryland?
Nope.
I don't know.
It may be Landfill's address. I can't remember Landfill's. Are you Ashburn, Landini? I can't remember if he's Sterling or somewhere else. It says Landover, Maryland, and Herndon, Virginia. They're definitively in Ashburn.
Yeah, but there may be something in Herndon.
I just find that kind of interesting.
Can Josh have something that's partnership or something that's in Herndon?
I have no idea, B.
P.O. box?
I don't think the organization operates with a P.O. box, Jeff, but I'm not ruling it out, bud.
I wouldn't be surprised if I guarantee they got a P.O. box somewhere.
Maybe
inside that damn organization.
Maybe that's where Northwest Federal Credit Union
is
based. Although it's pretty hard to get a base for, like, just an address for these folks. Now, the bank, they may be operating with a P.O. box, Jeff. But anyway, if you just got in your car and you missed the news, all right, I think they're located in Herndon, and that's why you got Herndon on here. If you missed the news, the artist formerly known as FedEx Field, she gone. FedEx pulled out in the spring, I want to say. And the Commanders, for a very brief period of time, operated the stadium as Commanders Field. And news just emerged this morning. The stadium will now be called Northwest Stadium, sponsored by Northwest Federal Credit Union. This is cool, man. I think it looks like it's just going to be called Northwest Stadium. We can get used to that. Good news on a day where there's going to be a lot of actual football news. This is a good little appetizer, good little a good little kickoff to cut day. Obviously, we're going to be looking at the cuts all day. We do have Mike Jones joining us from The Athletic in just a minute. There's something kind of remarkable happening specific to roster rules and quarterbacks that Mike has been all over that I want to let him talk about in depth. Barstool Nate's going to join us at 11. We'll have Nikki Jabvala at 1. And I think by 1 o'clock, things are really going to be heating up with these cuts. And we'll kind of we should know a lot. The crazy part about cut day is people get so amped up. And I want to start here, and we'll go around the room. For years and years and years, Commanders fans get amped up about what's going to happen on cut day. And because of the excitement of Northwest Stadium, I didn't formally say good morning to Landfill and Jeff. Good morning, gentlemen. We get so amped up. Washington today will release 37 players, right? To get from 90 to 53. Is the math right on that? Approximately a little more than a third of their roster, of their existing roster. Now, they're going to try to sign a bunch of those guys back, practice squad, right? And they're going to
That's up to 17.
I mean, these
So
rosters are
basically
huge.
70 damn people on the team.
Dan Quinn said, he's like, dude, we don't think of it as a 53 anymore. We think of it as 70 because you have so much flexibility to bring guys up and down. But above all else, they're going to cut a bunch of guys. Over under 1.5 players that are released by Washington, claimed by other teams in waivers. Not once waivers clears, once guys become free agents, but in waivers. This is something Commanders fans have always been so worried about. Oh, man, we're going to lose this guy. We're going to lose that guy. And the recent history, nobody actually gets signed.
I think now it'll be over. I think it'll be over on the 1.5 because I think they brought more talent into camp than they usually do.
I don't know, Jeffrey. 1.5 over under guys getting signed that they release, because that's when you start to know you have quite a good roster. It hasn't been since I think 2020 they've had a guy.
If we look at some of these positions and some of these battles, you have to believe that somebody is going to get picked up somewhere else. Just like they may let them go and pick up somebody from some other team.
I certainly think they're going to be looking at other teams, and I got my eye specifically on two guys that were released in Dallas. I'll tell you about that at 10:45. 1.5, Jeffrey.
I'm gonna go over. This ownership has been kind of aggressive in their moves, and I know they want to fill those positions as soon as possible before any other team, tries to get those players that they really want.
Hold on, I'm not even trying to do a bit here. I'm saying guys that Washington cuts that other teams will sign.
Okay.
Jeff really missed the assignment on this one.
Under.
Okay. Landini.
Yeah, I'm also going under. I don't think the roster's that good.
I think 2 years from now, if the drafts go the way Adam Peters wants them to, you'd like to be in a scenario where 3-4 guys are getting claimed that they have to release. I worry about the bottom of depth charts kind of across the roster. I do think one guy I'm fascinated with today, and I don't know that what happened Sunday night helps him, is Cole Turner. And I think if he gets released, I think that's a guy that could get claimed. I don't know at running back, the running back scenario across the league. There's so many decent to good backs that are just going to become available this afternoon. O-line is always going to be a major question. But there are guys like, we don't know what's going to happen with a player like Fedarian Mathis today, right? And
that's the thing about it. You have to look at these people where they were being rated by, not just this team, but teams around the league.
That's what I was going to say.
And you have 2 to 3. You have guys that are from this year all the way back 2 to 3 years that other teams still, when they rate them as second rounders and third rounders, they still see them like that. And they may be wanting to come and get these guys. So I still believe it'll be better because I think Adam and Dan were more selective in who they brought into camp compared to what Ron did. Ron brought in people they liked. People that did not have any inkling of trying to question.
And Ron insisted on kind of keeping his draft picks over time, right? And I think that has changed. I think people waiting for this big move coming today, I think it happened last week with the Jahan Dotson trade. But we'll see. This is going to be a fun day. We've already had breaking news. FedEx Field, now known as Northwest Stadium. More breaking news coming. Promise. Mike Jones next.
This sports update is brought to you by Floor & Decor. Unbeatable prices, unmatched in stock selection. So the big news of the day thus far is that the Commanders will now play their games at Northwest Stadium. The Commanders and Northwest Federal Credit Union have reached a naming rights agreement. There is some new information coming out about the deal, though. So this deal does not include any options on a potential new stadium. This deal is 8 years. And the agreement does not preclude Washington from opening a new stadium sooner than the expiration of this deal. So unless Washington decides to open up a new stadium for the next 8 years, the Commanders will be playing at Northwest Stadium. And today is cut down day in the NFL. That means that rosters must be at 53 by 4 p.m. So we are going to keep updating you as the news rolls in today. So expect a lot of breaking news from us. Floor & Decor has more styles of laminate, vinyl, tile, wood, and stone for anyone looking for the right look at the right price. Your next beautiful space is at Floor & Decor. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
But
All right. Obviously, there is breaking
I ain't having
news
sex. I ain't into making
for
love.
the Commanders. They've sold stadium naming rights to Northwest Federal Credit Union.
Doug.
That's cool. We'll get used to saying that as the football season progresses. But I'd argue the wilder sports business deal that just got done, that Amazon has signed the Kelsey brothers to $100 million deal for their podcast. Holy moly. I'm sure it's a great podcast.
You saw that coming, though.
I would think Taylor Swift has something to do with that, but what do I know?
Their thing is damn good.
It totally is,
And I
but
think
it's amplified.
But like Taylor's not sitting on the podcast with them.
No, but I think Travis has way more eyeballs on him now because of the Taylor Swift relationship.
But his brother is the brains behind the whole deal.
I agree with that. The brains behind our next conversation is going to be Mike Jones from The Athletic. Want to talk to Mike here. Jonesy, what's up, dude? How are you?
How you guys doing today?
You fired up to drive to Northwest Federal Credit Union Stadium?
Northwest Field, Northwest Stadium. JP like trying to be funny.
Yeah, I mean, it just seems weird, right? I mean, it's Northwest Stadium, but it's not in Northwest. It's in Maryland. I mean, I don't know.
I agree, I hear you, but Heinz Field is now called Acrisure. Arrowhead Stadium's technically Geehaw.
It's about whoever has the funds, Mike. Whoever has the funds
with the money, man.
Well,
couldn't get a B. Mitch Stadium, man. Come on, B. Mitch.
Hey, no.
Well, and Jonesy, I wonder
B. Mitch just want an island.
You might agree with this. After being out there for so long, you covered this team through so much. I just like that they're just normal people making normal business deals at this point. Like, this is just business as usual for a professional sports production.
Right. No, and that's the thing. I mean, for so long we've had, to watch, and fans have had to endure somebody who didn't really care about running this like a business. They knew that people were going to buy tickets, and it was basically like they were just like, well, we can be lazy with this, we can be cheap. But you can tell that the new ownership is really invested in making this a desirable location. They're hoping to make it a venue that is featuring successful and entertaining football. And, yes, Josh Harris grew up rooting for this team, but he's also a businessman and he likes to make money. And so he's doing all the things that you have to do if you want to be a successful franchise owner.
They bought this team at $6.05 billion. It appraised at $6.3 billion a few months later. And I think they understand if you want to get out of it what you expect, you got to put something into it.
Yep, exactly right. And that's what we're seeing, with the upgrades to the stadium. And, it was almost, you would have thought the way that Snyder let that stadium be. You would have thought that they were, getting ready to roll into a new stadium next year or the year after. But they're going to be stuck within the stadium for a little while now. And so Josh Harris is like, all right, let's fix stuff up. Let's make it nice. Take care of our house, our home, while it's still our home, rather than just letting it continue to fall apart.
You can cue Luther Vandross right now. A house is not a home. I put some love into that thing, man. That's what they're doing.
All right, Mike, I wanted to talk to you. So obviously we're going to have cut day today, and it's across the NFL. Everybody's got to get from 90 all the way down to 53. You had an interesting article, though, about kind of some of the changes that I believe it was the union pushed back on
stuff.
Specific to quarterbacks, right? Can you get us up to speed on a fairly important change that might not be top of mind for folks?
Yeah, and this was something that was they discussed back in the spring between the owners and the players union, and then the NFL sent out a memo like just before it started training camp to remind teams. But there was a proposal to have the third quarterback, the emergency quarterback, basically a 54th player, have them on your practice squad or whatever, rather than a part of your roster spot. So you could use a roster spot for somebody else rather than a third string guy that most likely was not going to play or dress. But the players union pushed back on that, saying no, because, what's to keep you from taking and stashing a guy there and basically keeping him there all year long without the potential to move up, basically also just to, save some money and also keep him from other teams. They didn't like that. So they pushed back on that. That was not something they agreed to. And so now your third quarterback has to be, on your roster, or you have to just decide to carry two quarterbacks and then hope that somebody doesn't pluck whatever quarterback you have on your practice squad away from you.
Well, you look at the difference. If they're on practice squad, they make $212,000. If they're on the roster, they make $700 and something thousand. And
right.
you can't tell me that these owners and the NFL wasn't thinking about trying to keep that down around the league.
Yep, exactly. And players know that. And the players.
And I think that the league is there to protect the players. And this is what they're doing. I mean, the union is there to protect the players, and that's what they're doing.
Yep, exactly. And that's what, because I sent text and checked in with a number of guys who are in leadership with the union, and they felt like this was something that was basically keeping a ceiling on some players and their earning opportunities, and that is not at all what they want. And so good for them for standing up for their players. Look, if you want to have three quarterbacks on your team, pay the man like he's a quarterback and on your roster, and stop trying to be cheap and skate by.
But, I look at this thing, okay, so 1990, they had a game plan. If we ever have to go down to the third quarterback, B. Mitch, you're going to be our quarterback. We practiced and did everything. Here it is now, 30-plus years later, and you still can't have – look, it's a lot of former quarterbacks on football teams. And they say, well, the product go way down. Well, hell, if you lose both of your quarterbacks in the game, the product going to be down if you got your third quarterback in there. You got people 30-something years later that still don't have somebody on their roster that could go out there and run offense.
And you could call somebody up Saturday night now. Like that rule change has made it. That rule change to me makes this request particularly egregious.
Well, I think, and that's what the players union was like, look, dude, you already have him on your practice squad, and all week long he's a practice squad guy. Then you bring him up, and then he does have to get a game check. But they're like, you already have a way to work around this. Why do you have to have another exception to suit your purposes there? And again, they felt like it was a way to just keep somebody or stash somebody rather than give somebody an opportunity to actually be a part of the 53-man roster and be compensated like he deserved. So there really was no reason for this.
The rule today, they can be called up 3 times, then you have to sign them to an actual roster spot. The rule that they wanted, you could call them up as often as you wanted, which means that they were screwing them, basically.
Right. Yep.
Talking with our friend Mike Jones from The Athletic, national NFL writer for The Athletic. You can follow him on X and Instagram @ByMikeJones. Cut day today, Jonesy. Any real surprises you're expecting? Not necessarily in Washington, but even league wide. We're already starting to see Allen Robinson getting released by the Giants. That's a guy that had a lot of success. Now It's been a few years, but it's going to continue rolling all day.
Yeah, there's going to be one. I'm really curious is down in Houston where they've got a lot of wide receivers, and Robert Woods is a guy that's been on their team. He was on the team last year. He's a veteran, and he's still got something left in the tank. I was told by a couple different talent evaluators on other teams that they would be kind of keeping an eye to see what happens there, whether it be the Texans calling around saying, hey, will you give us a really late round pick for him? Or if he gets cut, there will be teams that would pick him up, So there's going to be veterans that were at a position where they're maybe having a number of young guys or some cheaper guys or some draft picks that they like, that really it was just going to be hard for them to get onto the field. And so those are the guys that, some of these guys will be on the street by the end of the day and can catch on with a team and have an opportunity to help them.
Well, for selfish reasons, are any left tackles you think are worthwhile playing that we can it's gonna be released?
Sadly, people don't part with good left tackles. And so I don't think you're going to find one of those guys on the street.
I think that's correct. The good left tackles, the only team that has parted with a really good left tackle in the last, 5-6 years is Burgundy of Gold. And that was
the team more?
That was a complicated scenario, but yeah. Jonesy, before we let you go, dude, this is league wide, but it also happens to be here. What'd you think of that Jahan Dotson trade?
I was a little surprised by it because I thought that he had some talent. And when I asked around, people felt like, look, yes, a good player. They just didn't like they said there was no juice there. They didn't like his energy, the way that he approached the game. And so they were willing to trade him to a divisional rival. We'll see how he does catching on there in Philly. I think it's a good situation for him because, look, if you have two monsters, A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith on the outsides, and you can operate in the slot there and have Dallas Goedert as a really good tight end, there's going to be opportunities for you there. But maybe this is a wake-up call for him and an opportunity for him to learn, okay, look, I need to approach this more as a professional, bring more of a sense of urgency. And that is something that, is definitely the people, the decision makers in Washington were looking for, and they weren't seeing it with him.
Well, I talked to about 5 different Eagle fans yesterday. And like they said, come here and play. You're okay. If you don't, we'll let you know. So
exactly.
The approach better change. I can tell you that.
Yep, for sure. And look, maybe it's good for him. He played, college ball in Pennsylvania. He'll be back, kind of similar stomping grounds. But again, look, if you don't capitalize on this right here, again, because those guys outside of him are going to command so much attention. He has Saquon Barkley coming out of the backfield, Jalen Hurts, who's a dual threat. The opportunity is there. You got to make good on this opportunity, and you can be a really, successful player in this league if you do.
Mike Jones from The Athletic. Check him out at by Mike Jones. Jones, you think Jaden Daniels could deliver?
I think so. We'll see how they do protecting him, but he does have the skill set. I think he's got the accuracy, the mindset, and the right approach. It's just all about how they support him.
I cannot wait to find out, man.
Yeah.
Real football is coming. Mike, thank you for the time, brother.
Thanks. I'll see you guys.
All right, Mike, take care.
Mike Jones.
2-week build-up, baby.
Mike Jones does a hell of a job for The Athletic. Covered this Washington for years. Washington Post. Give him a follow at by Mike Jones. All-time good guy. A collection of good guys is not just at The Athletic and the Washington Post, those covering the Commanders. It's with Orsman Automotive Group of Virginia. They've been serving area car buyers in the DMV for over 100 years. If you're doing something for over 100 years, you're doing something right. They've got convenient locations all across Northern Virginia, 7 spots from Alexandria to Chantilly with all the makes and models you're looking for. Kia, Ford, Lincoln, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, those Ram trucks that are super dope, Chevy, Buick, GMC. In addition to the unmatched selection, they also have incredible deals and the best financing rates you're going to find. That's on top of a tremendous selection of quality, certified used vehicles to choose from. Biggest thing, though, be the people and the Lifetime Edge.
Yep, the Lifetime Edge. Every car that's sold at Orsman is backed by the Orsman Lifetime Edge. That comes with up to $1,500 in extras, including complimentary car washes with every scheduled maintenance and loaner cars with every major maintenance. And they also give you the lifetime engine guarantee. When you go to sell a car, you don't want to go anywhere else but Orsman because they will pay you up to 125% of the Kelley Blue Book value, where other people try to make you go below or right at 100, they pay you a lot more. It's very simple. They like to keep their customers happy, and they do it with me, JP, and everybody else that we've sent over there. So take it from us, 2 extremely satisfied Orsman customers, and let's ride together.
Hey, all right, cut day in the NFL. Everybody's got to get their rosters in by 4 o'clock this afternoon. I think over the next couple of days, we'll get to hear from the powers that be, the Commanders brass making the roster decisions. I think it's pretty cool that we got to hear from Josh Harris Sunday night, but like, we don't need to hear from Josh Harris about who the 6th tackle is. You know what I mean?
No.
As we're starting to hear about roster cuts around the league, the first one that kind of stands out to me, I think we're all aware of what the receiver room is or isn't. Allen Robinson has made a Pro Bowl. Allen Robinson played his college ball at Penn State. Now, Allen Robinson's 31, right?
Yeah.
He just turned 31 last week. He hasn't had a particularly good season in some time. There's been some injuries. I thought he was going to be really good for the Rams when they acquired him. It didn't go that way. Last year playing for the Steelers, he played in all 17 games and only had 280 receiving yards.
Mhm.
That quarterback situation was pretty bad, though. But still, I mean, that's a guy in 2020 went for 1,250 yards, 6 touchdowns. The year prior to that, he had 1,100 yards, 7 touchdowns. Robinson's the first guy that I'm like, these guys don't have experience at the receiver position. They don't have a lot of size at the receiver position.
Yep.
I don't know that that's at all a target, but of the names that are starting to emerge today,
But nothing wrong with going out there and taking a look.
right.
I think you started them. They took a look with Bryant, and then they gave him shots on Sunday. And I'm sure, Friday after the game on Friday, people are saying, I'm going all the way.
Sunday.
Sunday. I'm all over the damn place. I'm sure people are going, oh yeah, we need to see some more of that.
2 players that I'm watching. Dallas released yesterday, I believe. Eric Scott is a corner. They drafted in the 6th round last year, 23. You've got the defensive coordinator and the defensive passing game coordinator, the secondary coach from Dallas when this guy was drafted. He's now released. This team they're currently coaching, Dan Quinn and Joe Witt, I think you could argue there's a lack of clarity at the bottom of the cornerback room.
True.
That to me is a guy to watch. Eric Scott.
But you also have to understand, and I think a lot of people get upset at this sometimes, but coaches are going to, they know what they want, and they know if they're familiar with somebody, they're going to give that person a shot.
They might not either.
They
This
may.
is just
I'm just saying they may.
Right.
But and you can't get upset at that because I heard someone say, oh, well, people complain about Ron, and I don't think Joe is bringing over the hill people.
there's another guy, Junior Fehoko, was a 4th rounder last year out of San Jose State. These are guys that didn't play, and Fehoko had a injury in the Cowboys' last preseason game. So I don't know how that will impact that. All I'm saying is these are 2 players that last year Dan Quinn and Joe Witt must have liked. Like it was only a year ago. And
Yeah, I'm with that.
And I think there's some interesting information out there if you look at specifically Dan Quinn and Eric Scott, kind of the bond, kind of how he spoke about him. But this is what's going to happen on cut day, man. There's going to be a lot of kind of moving parts. Another thing we're going to see. Now, I'm curious what you think, B. I thought Cade York looked pretty damn good the other night. The kicker they just traded for.
Yeah.
All you can do is make your kicks.
If you make your kicks, you get, you know what? When you make your kicks, you get another look. And if you make enough of them, if you miss one, people remember that you were better, you were good more often than not.
He was.
But you can't miss more than you make.
He was 2 of 2 on field goals, 2 of 2 on extra points.
Hey, that's 100%, right?
Right.
So he deserves another shot.
He made a 34-yarder and he made a 33-yarder. He's got plenty of leg.
We can't complain about him not making a 40 or 50 because he didn't have to try to make one.
At this point, would you bring I don't think you're signing another kicker to your 53.
Mhm.
I think in 2 days after waivers clear, then you maybe see who's out there and you add a kicker to your practice squad, kind of keep the competition going.
Yeah, if there's somebody that has a history of being in this, because like sometimes the guys get a little older or they just Like when you go up to to become a kicker in Baltimore, you basically know you're not making the team. You're not beating out Tucker, but you go up there and you try to get all the experience you can. So somebody else will say, "Well, that guy was over there with John Harbaugh and his crew. Well, we'll give him a shot." But you know you're not making it. But the ultimate thing in this situation is if they could pull somebody out with experience that happens to get released because somebody else there was better and had been there longer, then you give that a shot. But if not, go along with the guy you got. He went out when he needed to do it, and he did it.
So I think the big headline move of this training camp preseason was last week's trade of Jahan Dotson.
Yeah.
Now, there could be another headline coming today, okay? Will any news from today, cut day, amount to a bigger news pop than the announcement of the stadium naming rights deal? I kind of say no.
Today, no. I would say no. I'm not expecting something to come out today that's going to be so big that we kind of just say, throw that on the side. Although everything that happens on the football field should be bigger than what the stadium right is.
Like, to that point.
In my book.
Right. But, like, Standing is the first person I'm seeing reporting this. The Commanders are releasing Davion Davis. Northwest Federal Credit Union Stadium.
Okay.
Matters more in the big picture of
this. In the big
thing.
picture, yeah.
All right, we're just getting warmed up. Barstool Nate joins us next.
This sports update is brought to you by Prince George's Community College. The big news of the day is that the Washington Commanders announced a new 8-year stadium rights agreement with Northwest Federal Credit Union. So the Commanders will now play all of their home games at Northwest Stadium. So this is an 8-year-long deal. It's going to run through the 31-32 season, but it's only for this current stadium. But the Commanders are allowed to move stadiums during these 8 years. So it'll only be Northwest Stadium so long as it is the stadium they are in right now. But nobody says that they can't move and try a new place. So the other news of the day today is cut down day in the NFL. Rosters have to get to 53 men by 4 p.m. The Commanders, some news starting to come out just a little bit here. Ben Standing reporting that the Commanders are releasing Deon Davis per source. Get a degree, certificates, or take an enrichment course. Live within 6 miles of MGM where you could go for free. The Local Impact Grant makes it possible. Visit pgcc.edu for more information and to explore the freedom to learn. From the Grot MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Vision, you are the one. Now,
B-Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. You hear that song? Time to talk to our guy, Mr. Eric Nathan, Barstool Nate, Little Nate X. Nate Dogg, you going to be there week 2, Jaden Daniels home opener at Northwest Stadium, baby.
JP, watching you have a panic attack over the stadium name on Twitter this morning has been very, very entertaining.
I don't know that panic attack's correct.
Something. What do we call the new stadium? That name is way too long. It's Northwest Stadium, JP. It's the same length as the old stadium.
Well, that was before they said what they wanted to call it. If you give it the whole name, it's way too long. But I like calling it the Fed. B-Mitch said the bank. Northwest Stadium's not bad. Jeff's trying to make up the West as a thing.
We can't call it a bank. It's not a bank.
That's true. The Union.
Yeah, I call it the Union, baby. Hey, everybody loved the Union in college, did you not?
That's true.
All right, there we go.
That's true. At Maryland, they got Chick-fil-A after I graduated, which is kind of an insult.
Yeah, we had Chick-fil-A. I think I'm just
going
to keep calling the stadium a dump because it's a complete dump, even though they've made great improvements, which I was thinking about this, guys. Did the Harris Group know the lengths they would have to go to make the stadium even like a little bit playable? Like Dan Snyder did not put a single penny into that stadium for 20 years and just left it just falling apart in every single way. It's crazy that they put $75 to $100 million into the old FedEx Field now, and it's still probably the worst stadium in football. It's
we were
remarkable.
there the other night and we walked around, and they've made some significant improvements to kind of the best example I could think of is, if you go to like an old row house like Capitol Hill or Hill East or something, and those joints were built 120 years ago, some of them. But if you try to gut the inside, you can make it just more modern and livable.
Yeah.
Like just walking, I made a point of walking the entire concourse of the lower level, and it seemed to have much more flow. You're still going to have, it's still an old stadium, but I find it like, did they know these dudes between Harris, Rails, Blitzer, like the top line of these guys, like these are multi-billionaires that have run businesses internationally for decades. Like, I bet they knew what they were biting off, honestly.
Yeah, it's seeing all the upgrades. It looks, and people are saying the sound system is better, the seats are better, the concourses, the VIP sections. And then we get the news that, or he says in the press conference that he's looking at 2030 for the new stadium, which
It's
feels
realistic.
forever from now, but I do think time will fly. And I think when the new doors open on the new stadium, the collective sigh of relief and just the excitement that we're all going to have, no matter if it's in DC, Maryland, or Virginia, just getting out of what are we saying? Northwest Field and getting into
Northwest
the new
Stadium.
one.
Northwest
Stadium. I'm that's going to take a while to get used to, but yeah, I'm so ready for the new stadium. I'm so ready to turn that corner. We turned a lot of great corners with the coaching staff, front office, and all of that. I think the stadium is the biggest one out of everything, bigger than the team name, bigger than anything. Just getting a stadium that people love and want to go to root the team on is bigger than anything.
But in the process, they've done a lot of work over here at this stadium, and I think that is going to also resonate with people. If they were doing nothing, I can understand, but they're doing stuff to make that more comfortable and feasible for fans as well. So that should help.
Yeah, definitely helps. I mean, it couldn't get much worse. So any dollar they put into it definitely helps.
I would anticipate them. The next stadium probably would be some level of a dome. You would think, Jay?
I think they want.
And if it's a dome, it's going to take a minute.
I don't think the actual construction. So I mean, the real holdup here, if they were content to stay in Maryland, they could probably start construction within a year. Westmore's gung ho. Yeah. There is money on the table to stay in Maryland. The holdup is beyond their control. It is the carpetbagging politicians that invade our city every 2, 4, or 6 years. And the song and
they
dance.
Here every day, dog. They don't leave.
Right. That's a good point. Well, they arrive perhaps every 2, 4, or 6 years. It's like, and Harris, I thought, was really diplomatically honest about this when he talked about the new stadium Sunday night, that, I'm not in the business of predicting politics in Washington, but we are hopeful that in November or December, the lame duck Congress, and now you just need it done with the Senate, will get this thing done. And then if that happens, think about the bureaucratic red tape involved with the Park Service and the Federal Land Bureau, whatever they're called. Like, there's just so many hurdles, but the hurdles are worth it if you get that site. If not, frankly, I think they just build a new joint right next to it in Landover.
Yeah, I 100% agree. And I mean, bless the lawyer who gets to work this out. I mean, he's billing his hours nonstop around the clock trying to get this
man or woman
done.
is rich.
Oh my goodness, I can't. I mean, I chose to be a blogger over a corporate lawyer, but man, I might be regretting that right now.
All right, so we are at cut day. We are a little less than 2 weeks out from the regular season opener. You've watched all 3 preseason games. The biggest move, I don't think the biggest move is coming today. I think it came last week in the Jahan Dotson trade. How do you feel about your Commanders, Nate Dogg?
I don't think I've talked to you guys since the trade. Because last week when I was on, that was when Beamich was stirring stuff up, saying bad attitude, this and that, and that's when I tweeted the text.
Wait, hold. How was I saying something? I didn't mention anybody's name, so it's y'all fault for thinking something.
Yeah, I mean, we must have just plucked that out of thin air. That's on me. I apologize.
I never said a name, so I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, I did. I said it's Jahan Dotson, and I sent a text to JP last October after I had a conversation with one of my inside sources that said that he had a bad attitude, and then it all came out during camp this season. I'm not meaning to, trash somebody who's in Philly now, but it makes sense if you're trasher in Philly. So it makes sense that they got rid of him. It seems like they asked the bare minimum of a first-round pick wide receiver, and he was not willing to comply with what the coaching staff wanted out of him. Shipped him, up 95 to Philly. Maybe it's some addition by subtraction with him. And it's also just another Ron Rivera screw-up, just another bad pick by Ron Rivera, a bad trade, to move down to get a third-round pick, took a running back, whatever, Brian Robinson. But yeah, it stinks. But again, it's one of those holdovers from the last regime that they don't feel they need with this regime. So I'm fine with it. I'm perfectly content with it. Maybe he has this great career, but it obviously was not going to work out in Washington one way or the other. So onwards and upward.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of meant big picture, but specific to the Jahan trade, I think that trade does not make them better week 1 in Tampa. And I think it's a good reminder to a lot of fans that have gotten so excited, particularly by, I think, Jaden Daniels looking pretty damn good on 3 drives in August, that like, oh man, I can't wait for this season. Like, so much could happen. There's, everything that happened with the Texans last year in the background. I think this is a very healthy reminder that what Adam Peters has told you all along and what Josh Harris said Sunday night is that we are focused on building a long-term elite competitor and not necessarily chasing the sugar high of what a rookie quarterback could do in 1 year. And I think that a lot of people don't, because I got a lot of people yelling at me about that on Friday on the show, but like, I think it's a healthy reminder to try to keep the big picture in mind here. And to your point, I mean, clearly, you have to send a 5th along with Dotson just to get a 3rd back. And you have to do it in the division. Clearly, this was a motivated decision by the organization to move a player.
Yeah.
And it's how low I mean, this is going to sound mean, whatever. I don't care. It's how low they thought about him. You like to be a first-round pick, 24-year-old wide receiver, and to have the coaching staff, front office, and everybody think so low of you that they ship you in division for pennies on the dollar. Like, that should be a bigger wake-up call to him than to us. Like, that's such a statement of everything.
But
it's a statement of what his market was around the league.
If his mindset is that in which I'm going to prove you wrong and he can live up to that, then you can make it look like a mistake, but they wouldn't let you go. They wouldn't let you go if that was your mindset.
His mindset should be humbled and to work harder than he's ever worked in his life to prove everybody wrong. Like, again, like, if he goes and has a great career, great. It was not going to be in Washington. It was clearly not going to be in Washington from everything that we saw during, the last couple of months and everything we heard and everything that people said and all B-Mitch stirring everything up on Twitter. It just was clear that he was not going to work in D.C.
So I think there is...
Nate, you going to stop that?
I think there is...
I'm going to stir you up on Twitter.
That I believe. Not on Twitter, real life. I know that it's easy to get caught up in what was the thing that stood out to me that you could call me stirring. People got mad at me about was the Jets game when Dotson was in that game late in the first half, catching passes from Jeff Driscoll, and he kind of bobbled it coming in, right? And didn't seem thrilled about it. And frankly, I watched throughout this offseason as he took punt return drills and didn't seem thrilled about that. But I also know, to a man talking without cameras, guys in the locker room, like he wasn't disliked. He wasn't like I think some of the slander has gone too far. I think far more important, because there's a lot of jerks in locker rooms that are good and people just deal with it. I think far more importantly, what you saw his rookie year in Scott Turner's offense, there was a lot of motion, and Scott ran those bunch formations, which allowed Jahan to get off the line of scrimmage without a lot of contact. He wasn't getting bumped. He wasn't getting jammed, wasn't facing a lot of press. As EB came in with a different style, you saw Jahan get pressed and bumped at the line of scrimmage, and he couldn't win. And when that was happening further down his route tree, he wasn't winning there either. And he started rounding stuff off and just not being the same player. I think that is far, far more indicative of what his NFL market was. Like, if people are concerned about your ability to get off the line of scrimmage,
that's the problem.
And that was a real question for him coming out of school. I think that is why we kind of saw what the NFL marketplace was far more than what we saw over the last 6 months.
Yeah, and when he was drafted, everybody, not everybody, but a lot of people said that he was overdrafted and that he shouldn't have gone there, but Ron liked him. I mean, I could, I almost said a word that I'm not allowed to say on radio. I could hate on Ron from now, until the day I die. Like, he put this team so far behind, and they have to play so much catch up now. And thankfully, knock on wood, hopefully, having a elite rookie quarterback can help, supercharge that rebuild. But we have a lot of holes on this roster. We have a lot of ground to make up. And as you said at the beginning, it's not going to be overnight. It's going to be a process. This is for the long-term build. There's a lot of work to be done. There's a lot of guys who will play meaningful minutes this year that wouldn't play meaningful minutes on a lot of other teams in the NFL. And that's something that we're going to have to deal with, and something we might see some ugly football at times. and we might see some great football at times. And it'll be a roller coaster of a season, and something that we have to just accept right now. And we can achieve as a team. Like I do think with this schedule and the special players on this roster, this team can go out and win 8, 9, 10 games. Like it is possible, but it's not expected. I don't have expectations that high. I just want to see guys who want to be here, who want to compete, who want to put, that jersey on every Sunday and go out and play for Washington. We're going to see bad interceptions. We're going to see drop passes. We're going to see missed blocks on the offensive line. It's all stuff we're going to see, and we have to be okay with it right now.
And I think that's the ultimate thing. People have to remember that this thing, like you said, doesn't happen overnight. And they may improve, but the record may not tell you that. But they may improve. And I think the ultimate thing is 5, 6 years down the road, you want to still be competing then instead of trying to do everything this year. And then next year, you're back down again.
Yeah, and honestly, just to hate on the coaching staff one more time, I think it's great that Jack Del Rio is gone. I think he really, really hurt the defense and the improvement, and you didn't see them. It's stuff like that. I'm just glad they washed away the old, like a wave came in and just washed away all of the old coaching staff, hopefully all the old habits that came with it. We just need to get that stink off this team and all the existing players from the last regime and just move on. And I'll try to stop talking about Ron and Jack Del Rio, but man, they really, really hurt this team.
Nate Dogg, I wanted to ask you something different. All of our baseball coverage on 106.7 The Fan is presented by T-Mobile. Switch to T-Mobile. You get tons of benefits and still save on every plan against AT&T and Verizon. Use the savings calculator to find out how at T-Mobile.com/switch. Dylan Cruz made his debut last night. You had Dylan Cruz, James Wood, Juan Soto, Aaron Judge. It was kind of a juicy night. I couldn't be there because I had first day of school today, but I was watching. I think it was it looked packed at Nats Park. Did you watch? Like, how much was that appointment viewing for you for Dylan Cruz to get called up?
I was unable to watch last night. Obviously, I was following along on Twitter. It's exciting. It's an exciting time to be a Nats fan. We've talked about this a few times. It's like, I don't think Soto will come home in the offseason. I do think it's possible, but having Wood and Cruz, both up at the major league level already, they're both very young. They're very exciting. Either of them could become, one of those faces of the league type guy. Wood obviously has already lived up to, expectations that we didn't even have for him. He's just such a beast. He's so awesome to watch play baseball. And then we'll see what Dylan Cruz can do. Sometimes it takes guys a little longer. Sometimes they come up to the major league level and they can just hit right away and be great right away. We don't know what he's going to be. What we do know is he's a 2-time All-American, Golden Spikes Award winner. Every tool in the shed this guy has. It's really, we're going to need some help with pitching, and that takes forever to develop, blah, blah, blah. But the outfield is young and exciting. And, the Nats, that Soto trade to the Padres is still just going to pay off. There's still, Mackenzie Gore, if he can get his stuff back together. That's 3 great players that came over in that trade. It's a great time to be a Nats fan.
But I think if you're thinking Soto coming back, don't hold your breath on that one.
Bro, there's this. I've noticed this with a lot of beat reporters, and maybe DA wrote about this. Like, people keep we've had a bunch of reporters on with us that cover the Nats, and it's like, all right, they're really starting to build. Now it's time for the owners to show they're ready to spend. And generally, when you have that, it's because somebody on background, deep background, off record, wherever it might be, is suggesting, hey, man, this offseason we're ready to rock. Or maybe,
are they ready to spend $500-600 million?
Or maybe somebody that works there wants to turn the pressure up to get ownership to spend again. I can't imagine who that would be. I can't imagine one single person that would want them to spend again because he's rebuilt it again. I just don't know that they're
name around Lizzo.
I don't know that they will, dude. I just don't know.
I'll say this though. We won a World Series off pitching. Got lucky that Soto at 20 years old was the best player of all time. But I've always been, always will be a spend on pitching, not hitting guy. Let Bryce walk to Philly, won a World Series the next year on the backs of Strasburg and Scherzer and Corbin, who's, still getting paid hundreds of millions off that. But yeah, if Soto, we can talk about it. I'm almost saying it almost jokingly because I don't think ownership's going to pay for him to come back. But if we want to look optimistically, use that money and just pay for pitching. If we're going to make a big signing, make it be a pitcher. That's how you win a World Series in this league.
I mean, if you think about for the Nats, now there were a ton of factors, right? But most of their elite players were homegrown. I mean, Rendon was so good, Turner, and then they spent Zim. Obviously, they spent for Scherzer, and they had Strauss, but they had re-signed him.
Yeah, it's going to take 2 times that.
Nate Dogg, thank you, buddy. This time next week, I mean, football's here, dude. Feels great.
It feels incredible. We made it through the summer, man. I'm so excited.
Damn right. That's our friend Barstool Nate. He once hurt his foot getting out of a car. If you buy a car from Oarsman Automotive of Virginia, you'll never hurt your foot. Now, that is not legally guaranteed. But what I can tell you is they have 7 locations all over Northern Virginia, and the service and the level of personal care you will get buying a car from those folks is different. You could buy a car anywhere, man. It's not a secret. You could drive around. There's a million car dealerships. There's a reason I've gotten 4 cars from there, and B-Mitch has gotten
double digits.
It's because they take care of us. I just text my guys, and they'll be like, all right, man, let me know what you want. Here are the rates. Here's how we can make it work. They could do the same for you. They call it the Oarsman Lifetime Edge.
And I know people like to say, well, they do that for y'all because y'all talk about him on the radio. Well, no, I sent Santana over there. They took care of him. I sent my buddy Kenny over there. He bought a car and they took care of him. And I sent I sent my goddaughter, Big Ray Brown's daughter. And she said, Uncle Brian, every time I go there, they give me this loaner car. They give me all these extras and things like that. Why is that? I said, because that's what they do for everybody. And if you're getting ready to sell a car, you take it to Oarsman. Like I said earlier, they will pay you up to 125% of the Kelley Blue Book value, regardless of its make, model, or year. It's very simple. They like to keep their customers happy, whether we're talking about them on the radio or we just pop in there and buy a car. They want to keep you happy. So take it from JP and I, 2 extremely satisfied Oarsman customers, and let's ride together.
This sports update is brought to you by PVI Office Furniture. Fast, excellent, affordable. Business grows with PVI. So it is cut down day in the NFL. Rosters have to get to 53 men by 4 p.m. So some news is starting to trickle in. The Commanders have released Nick Whiteside II. The Commanders are trying to trade defensive tackle Jonathan Ridgeway. They're also trying to get some trades going here for tight end Cole Turner. Earlier today, the Commanders have released wide receiver and kick returner Davon Davis. But the big news of the day for the Commanders, that would be they have a new naming rights partner. So they're partnering with Northwest Federal Credit Union. The new home of the Commanders will now be called the Northwest Stadium. That is an 8-year-long deal, but that only applies to the stadium where it is right now. If the Commanders get a new stadium, all bets are off and they can look for a new name. Are you looking for the best seat in your house or office? Look no further than PVI Office Furniture. Visit their showroom in Frederick, Maryland for their Saturday special. Mention this ad and receive 15% off your in-store purchase. Browse their selection at pvi.com. Fast, excellent, affordable. Business grows with PVI. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Mm, 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 mm. B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. In about 15 minutes, we're going to talk about something really stupid that Jeff just said. But right now, I want to keep things focused on cut day around the NFL and obviously in Washington. Rap Sheet just reported the Lions have released Nate Sudfeld. Anybody remember the Sudfeld era here in
I
Washington?
remember that.
Team Suds, man. He had one preseason game and
people lost their minds.
Suds has been in the NFL since 2017, dude. Pretty remarkable. He won a Super Bowl.
I believe that's Super Bowl champion Nate Studfeld. Studfeld, as he was briefly known.
If I recall, Washington may not have won. Ron Rivera's first year when they won the NFC East at 7-9, they started Jalen Hurts, and he was kind of cooking them, and they pulled him and put Suds in the second half because perhaps Philly cared more about a draft pick than a 7-9 division title. Kind of an interesting little subplot in all this. Suds getting released in Detroit, so we'll see where he ends up next. I thought a really smart line, as people are going to spend entirely too much focus on today, even though the head coach of this team, Dan Quinn, said we consider it a 70-man roster now, and that 70 won't be settled until Thursday. And the real week one roster is who takes the field next Wednesday.
Yeah. Could be.
This is from Kyle Shanahan. I thought this was pretty smart. He said, I always try to make a point of it. One of the things I say a lot is they talk about this being the final 53, but never in the history of football has the final 53 been the final 53. That's just the final 53 at Tuesday at 1 o'clock. That's West Coast time. Here on the East Coast, it's 4 o'clock.
That's the ultimate thing.
It's always changing. You've got 53 guys who you decide on, then you've got 16 on the practice squad.
Go back. West Coast time is 2 o'clock, and what time is it over here? Not 4.
No, he said Tuesday at 1.
Oh, you thought you said 2.
No, so it's 1 o'clock there. It's 4 o'clock here.
I say.
That was not me making a math mistake. There's plenty of them. But I think you'll agree with this from Kyle. He said, the point is sticking around in this league and finding a way to do it. I always like to tell that to people that when they get in binds, you need to get people in the middle of the year. We'd always rather get a person we know rather than someone we don't. That's why this is a big
What I always say about it, it's easy to get drafted. It's hard to stay there.
Hell yeah.
And everybody just want to, they get drafted and then they lose. They stop working. Or people make the team and then they stop working. And you're not going to be around that long if you do that.
Nikki Jabvala from the Washington Post has tweeted some of this out. There's all sorts of information out there. They're starting to see some more cuts. Standing says Commanders have released AJ Woods and Nick Whiteside. Again, for folks driving around, if you're in your car and you're on Route 50 in Arlington, don't get too worked up about all this because they got to release 37 dudes. There's going to be a number of releases.
37, and then they can bring back 17.
They can bring back 16, and then there's the International Pathway Program.
Basically 17.
Right. There's going to end up with 70 dudes. What is very interesting, though, is Nikki has reported, and I understand why. Apparently, Washington is making calls to see the level of interest for a trade for players like Cole Turner, John Ridgway, Jeff Sky, and now Ricky Stromberg. The Ridgway one surprises me. I guess they want to maybe roll with Fedarian Mathis instead of Ridgway. Cole Turner.
Or maybe they can get more.
Maybe.
You never know.
The only person of that group that I think has much of a market could be Ridgway. Now, Ridgway, remember, was on the Dallas practice squad. They were able to scoop him up, sign him off waivers a couple of years back. Cole Turner, I argue that they need to keep 4 tight ends because I believe from everything I've seen, Zach Ertz is going to have a major role in this offense. And I think because he's had injury trouble and his goal is to stay healthy and the amount of football he's played, I don't think you can count on Ertz for special teams. And I think tight end is a position where you need to count on players playing that position for special teams. So I think you got to go 4 deep there. But I'm talking 4 deep by week 1 next week. That doesn't mean Cole Turner. I think, frankly, Sunday night was an opportunity for him to show you got to keep me on this roster. And I don't think it went that way.
Well, the thing about it, like you got Sennett, you have Bates, you have Ertz.
Yep.
Don't Yankoff play both tight end and like a fullback type position?
Yeah, but he's not ready for a roster spot.
I mean, you never know. I mean, is Cole ready for a roster spot?
I think Turner's closer. I don't.
The
think,
only thing I've heard about
Yankoff's-
Turner every year is like, oh, if he's healthy or if he could get on the route, he'd be good. If he hadn't been getting on it, he may not be ready for it.
I think today we're gonna get to the finish line with Bates, Ertz, Sennett. I think by next week that could look different. Brian, one thing that I find fascinating, I think to me, Robinson and Eckler have separated themselves at the running back spot by a wide margin, right? I don't know that anybody has separated themselves to be the third running back. If there was somebody, to me, it's Mike Wiley, and it's fairly healthy distance. I wouldn't be averse if they only keep B-Rob and Eckler on this final roster and then see what shakes out over the next 48 hours. And ideally you get Wiley back. If you can't, there's probably a lot of backs out there they like. And it gives you another roster spot to get through to your first official 53 with. If there's somebody you want to keep, try to stash, put on IR, whatever it is.
The thing about right now, the 2 guys that they really have to keep, that they want to keep, are the 2 guys we know going to make it, Brian and also Austin. But then the guys behind them, it may be somebody on another team that they feel is cool. But I think Wiley has done a good job for himself based off of the guys that are here.
I totally agree. I don't know. Landfill, what do you think the trade market is for Ricky Stromberg?
Nope.
But think about it. Like I think we all look at stuff like there's somebody out there that look at Ricky Stromberg and feel like I'd rather just get him now, give up a nothing or whatever we're going to do for him.
Conditional 7.
Instead of going out there and trying to battle with somebody to try to get him in the free agency.
It's just like what happened with Cade York.
It's
Cade York, the kicker, was going to get released. They just paid Dustin
It's like a
Hopkins.
business type thing.
Right.
I mean, it's not necessarily how we think somebody look. It's somebody out there looking at him saying, "Oh, dog, we got to get him in our roster."
There is zero problem with making some calls.
Yeah.
I don't know that it's going to result
I
in
think
anything.
they have to. You have to do everything you can because if it comes to it and you never tried anything and somebody else get him and he ends up being good, what are you gonna say?
There is no. I wouldn't have high expectations for that, but certainly calling around. I almost wonder if Ridgway should have a market. Like Ridgway has shown, I'd argue, some real ability.
Yeah.
Yes.
I listen, this team is smart as hell in the fact that we're gonna reach out to people and see if somebody want to move on this. Or if you release them, you get nothing for them, right? shouldn't you try to get something every time? Whether you get it or not, you're at least trying.
You're talking about the guys they're at least trying with. Cole Turner, say what you will, has played in NFL games and has shown a real ability as a pass catcher, right? So you might as well kick some tires. Anybody out there need a tight end. Ridgeway has made real plays in the NFL. Has shown some ability to play. Frankly, I'm kind of surprised by the Ridgeway thing, but to your point, B, maybe it's who would you want to keep, Ridgeway or Mathis?
Well, Ridgeway has proven it to me. I've seen him do it. But the thing about it is, they're there every day. And do they see an upside in Mathis? Because I don't think he was drafted that high. We could say Ron picked him, whatever. There were other people out there wanting him too. And if he's healthy, could he be better than Ridgeway? Because Ridgeway is at a point now where you've seen what you're going to get.
I agree with that.
Sometimes you got to roll the dice, brother. Are you going to go snake eyes or are you going to roll your 7-11?
The Stromberg thing, I think that is based purely on kind of draft status. He was a third rounder last year, and they know if he was a third rounder last year, when you get really outside of like the top 30, estimated draft status becomes a serious crapshoot. But Ricky Stromberg is a guy that played a lot of SEC football, and maybe there's an organization out there that thinks he can help them right away. When you have a significant coaching overhaul, players they want and their systems are going to look different also.
Yeah. Because, like, there's a coach out there right now looking at some of the players that we look at and we think that, oh, they can't play. They're saying, you know what, if he was in my system, he could play. Coaches are like, we talk about Jeff having Asperger's syndrome. You know the most confident people in the world is a coach who think they can make somebody into what they want him to be.
Well, and it's funny when you think about like my system versus their system and how you maximize abilities. If you're talking real estate, the way to maximize abilities is to go with John Leahy and his group. John Leahy knows how to sell houses in the best and worst of markets.
Just like Joanna, they were looking to retirement and begin a new chapter in their life, which means they needed to sell their Frederick County home. And you know what they did? They reached out to John Leahy and the Fine Living Group. Good call for Joanna. Not only did the property get sold in 6 weeks, John and his team also managed to sell it for $5,000 over the asking price. There are many ways and situations in which John can also help you. Start by finding out what your home is worth in mere seconds at johnsellsdmv.com. We're talking about our friend John Leahy and the Fine Living Group at eXp Realty. It only takes a few seconds to request an instant cash offer on your home at johnsellsdmv.com. And John offers you flexible fees customized to your needs, and he knows that life happens. So if needed, he will let you out of your contract at any time.
That's just one of the reasons you should work with John. Here's another, and hear me out on this because it's important. Say you're thinking about selling your house, right? You got a job offer in Miami and you're really thinking about it, but you know your house isn't quite ready. Your doors are a little rickety. You probably need some new doors on all 3 of the bedrooms in your house. And maybe you got to paint the kitchen, but you don't want to come up with the 13 grand that's going to cost you. Talk to John Leahy. He can help you get your house ready for market by getting you up to $50,000 to make repairs and upgrades you need that will drive the price up on your house when you go to market. That's the kind of stuff that makes your home irresistible to buyers. You can settle up with John on the back end at closing. It's things like that that separate John Leahy from the competition. Call him today, 301-900-3052. Go online to johnsellsdmv.com, or what's even easier, just Google John Leahy Group and start packing. Breaking news on the Fan. Per a source, Commanders have released Martavis Bryant, big wide receiver that there was some excitement might be able to really make this comeback. Now, he was on Dallas's practice squad last year. I've been told you certainly could expect him to be back on the practice squad. Bryant caught the touchdown the other night, also drew that big pass interference. I don't think we should be shocked by this. This is a guy they signed a week prior. I do think Bryant offered them something different in the receiver room than the other players they have. Be your reaction.
Also, could he be a guy that they feel that can clear waivers? Because you look at the fact, just like the things we discussed when he was signed here. Older guy, hadn't played since 2018-19, had issues. You feel that that's somebody that other teams, he was sitting on Dallas practice right, nobody else had picked him and signed him.
Picked him up. He was a free agent till the middle of August.
And then on top of that, he knows Dan Quinn. Could they have an understanding? Listen, when I say these things, people might think I'm crazy, but people disappear and don't talk to anybody else until they get ready to talk to the person they want to talk to. It could be, you never know.
Certainly. I think if they want him, which the fact that they signed him leads you to believe on some level they want him around. They clearly, anybody they cut, they're not too worried about losing. That's the reality. It's like whenever you want to restructure a player's contract, when a organization is basically going to a player and saying, we're going to pay you less money. You have to be prepared to cut that player because they might tell you to. They might give you the one finger salute.
Yeah.
If you're cutting a player, if you're cutting a player, you're prepared to lose him. That's the reality.
Yeah.
But I think they'd like to get him back from what I hear. I also can't help but notice this. Houston Texans, they all of a sudden have a really deep wide receiver room. Noah Brown last year in Houston had 33 catches for 567 yards and 2 touchdowns. Okay. The yardage would have made him the yardage last year from Noah Brown in Houston would have been the second highest yardage in Washington for anybody not named Terry McLaurin. Over the past 2 seasons, Noah Brown has gone for combined 75 catches, over 1,100 yards, and 5 touchdowns. Those numbers for any receiver not named Terry McLaurin would be the best in Washington. I think there's got to be some real consideration for a guy that is 6'2", 230. So it's a little more size than you had. Noah Brown is 28, played his college ball at Ohio State, was in Dallas with Dan Quinn. There's going to be a lot of familiarity between Quinn and Joe Witt and a lot of these folks with Dallas ties and Noah Brown. I don't know. I'll be curious if he gives you anything in the kick return game. I don't see any of that. I don't know. Maybe at 6'2", he's perhaps too big. I wouldn't think so. That's a guy I would kind of keep your eye on. He has produced recently at a higher level than what you've had, and the staff knows him.
Guys that are familiar with him, makes a difference.
This is going to continue to roll out all day, but obviously the big news, if you missed it, Martavis Bryant released from Washington. Jeff, quickly, your reaction to Martavis Bryant cut.
Okay. I didn't think he was going to make the team. Like you said, it was something different, a different look for the team, but it's not weighing on me. Still not bigger than Northwest Stadium.
Really? I think this one is the first one that's bigger.
I don't know.
Nah.
I mean, if you'd have talked yourself into just because of his size and all, dude hadn't played in 6-7 years, man. How is that bigger than the stadium?
Because it's just naming rights, and naming rights don't have anything to do with winning a game.
And that's like just talking about a guy that hadn't played in 6 years.
So do you think when something happens with Ridgeway, that's bigger than stadium rights? That's the dude that played for you.
He played for you, but Ridgeway is not the one that makes or break the defense.
Earlier, you said anything that the football is more important than the naming rights.
At this point now, you would hope, but in this town, we can't make every damn move that's made by the team into an issue when then the players that haven't.
I'm not saying issue. I think it's more relevant to the football operation.
If it was a guy that was somebody that we know about to really make the team and have been performing, then I understand. But I'm just looking at this stuff right now. I know it was a lot of hope of what could be, of possibilities. But when you come to it, he hadn't played in 6 years.
Landfill, Martavis Bryant cut bigger or smaller than Northwest Stadium?
I would say Northwest Stadium is bigger deal.
Okay, there you have it. We're going to run out of time because there's going to be more news throughout this. Brian, Jeff Walker claims if he was a running back in the middle of the field, okay, and he got, we'll even give him a toss. So you're at full speed right away, Jeff. He claims he can get out of bounds before Bobby Wagner could tackle him.
Now, first, let's clear the entire situation because, one, I would never say if I was a running back. JP's just said if you were in the middle of the field and Bobby Wagner was trying to tackle you, would you get out of bounds? Yes, I would because fear. Dude, you ever been scared or something?
I love that you the thing you want to quarrel with is that I called you a running back in this scenario.
No.
Whatever you want to be.
It wasn't
Jeff.
no scenario. The scenario was if we in the middle of the field and Bobby Wagner is coming to take my head off, would I make it? I said I will run out of bounds. Yes, I will make it to the side. I'm not trying to get, demolished. Look, I was
So
out.
Jeff going to run it back towards.
I don't care where I'm
he
running.
might get a touchback.
He not hitting me.
He's catching you.
Nah.
Brian?
Fight or flight, fear, adrenaline. Dude, I ran from dogs when I was in least shape when I was younger. You think I'm not going to get from a man that's flying, trying to take my head off? I will make it there, JP. It may be one time and I'll be done.
He's going to be scared straight.
Yep. And I don't care.
All right, you're in the middle of the field, right? A football field is 160 feet wide. Is that about right? It's about 40,
like 50, right? At
50 yards wide. Yeah. So you have to get 25 yards. Bobby Wagner, now granted, this was his 40 time many years ago when he was drafted, ran a 4.46.
And Jeff ran a 6.4 that day, right? I think he'll catch it, Jeff.
This is a different Jeff. This is Jeff trying to avoid injury here, man.
This is not Jeff too funny. This is Jeff very scared.
Yes.
Landville, you think Wagner's catching him inbounds?
Yeah, of course.
1,000%.
So far inbounds.
I think you have I don't think you have any chance of ever making contact off JoJo Gray. I think you have a better chance at that than you do with Wags.
Let's make it even better. I bet you $1,000 he will not hit me.
This is, the most hypothetical bet of all time, which is why you're willing to make it, because this is never going to happen.
Yeah, no, but even if it did happen, I guarantee you I would slide before he even makes some contact.
But you didn't make it out of bounds.
It's cut.
And you would have lost the bet.
And in the NFL, you can't slide because you're not a quarterback. It's cut day. News will break throughout the show. We're just getting warmed up.
This sports update is brought to you by Oarsman Alexandria Kia. Let's ride together. So the Commanders are making some news today on cut down day in the NFL, where they have to get their roster down to 53 by 4 p.m. So they still have 4 hours to make their corresponding moves. But the biggest one so far is the Commanders have released veteran wide receiver Martavius Bryant. So he will not make the roster. The Commanders have also released Nick Whiteside II. Now, the big other piece of news from the Commanders' cutdown day is that they are trying to trade and are open to trading Jonathan Ridgeway and tight end Cole Turner. So it's yet to be seen if deals will be made there. But a deal has definitely been made, and that's between the Commanders and Northwest Federal Credit Union for the name of the new stadium. The Commanders will now play all home games at Northwest Stadium. The deal runs through the 2031 season, and while the financial terms were not announced, one source told ESPN that the average exceeds the approximately $7.5 million per year that FedEx was paying for this deal. So the Commanders are now making money, and they'll now be playing at Northwest Stadium. Oarsman Alexandria Kia keeps their customers happy by offering great deals on the area's best selection of new Kias, each backed by the Oarsman Lifetime Edge, featuring up to $1,500 in extras. As they say at Oarsman Alexandria Kia, let's ride together. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
B. Mitchell Finley, 1067 The Fan. High noon in the District of Columbia. You never know, man. You never know. We're watching, the NFL league-wide. There's a lot going on. I find this one kind of funny. Bobby McCain just got released by the Vikings. Bobby McCain was here a couple of years ago. A really smart guy, a leader. But his tenure in Washington wasn't all that good. And it's just funny when some fans have heard of a player, they're just like, get him back. So they released him after the 22 season, or maybe they just let his contract expire, whatever you want to call it.
Mm-hmm.
And now there are fans saying, bring him back, which I find kind of interesting.
I'm so happy that Adam Peters knows what he's doing and not listening to those fans.
Sure. Now, we will continue to give you kind of the breaking news as it's happening here. Maybe we'll open these phone lines up here in a little bit. But there was something that I thought was really relevant and will be important to folks in our audience, frankly. It was Grant, I think. Josh Harris spoke before the preseason finale Sunday at FedEx Field, and he got asked about the team name. And I thought his answer was as kind of honest as it could be and as real as it could be, considering what are a lot of different factors. Commanders managing partner Josh Harris.
It does matter. I just think that, and certainly, like we've been very clear, we can't, for obvious reasons, the old name can't come back. But right now, we're focused on things that unify the team around our football team, right? And unify the city around our football team. And so the first objective is we got to start winning football games. And we need everyone supporting the team and not things that might, drive people apart. Secondly, obviously, we're trying to find a new home. And again, unifying the city around that is important. And so, the name is one of those things that like a lot of opinions. But I can't say I've certainly not forgotten. Like I said, I grew up here. Okay, so I understand it. And, we brought back, we're going to start to do things that bring us back to our heritage, honoring our past. The gold, you saw the gold pants. Those are easy things to do. So we are doing research and we're thinking about it. But like right now, we're prioritizing the things that we've talked about, and that's kind of the rationale for it.
Great.
I think the most important part there is for all of the incorrect.
Go back to the old name.
Yes.
Yeah, he I think he had already nipped that in the bud earlier.
I don't know that he had officially on the record, but now it's officially on the record, right? Like a team spokesperson had said it, all those things. They're like, yeah, but we hadn't heard it from Harris.
But
Now you have.
I would think if the team spokesperson said it, the owner knows it.
I agree, but the lunatics, the fringes, wouldn't listen. Now I like to think, Jeff, give us a
that won't stop him.
Jeff, give us an update from the fringes. Now that Harris has definitively said the name ain't going back, what are the fringes saying?
Why not?
They will forever be Redskins to me.
That's fine. They can say whatever they want. But there's no more people that still think it's going back, correct?
I think there's some people that still think it's possible.
Yeah, I was about to say,
we are trying to rationalize stupidity here, and you can't do that.
You might be right. Ideally, everybody now understands it ain't going back. We've been saying that for some time. Jason Wright has said it. Teams officials have said it. Now that Harris has said it, done. Now, going out from that, I think he was really smart and honest. He's like, listen, we're trying to get a new stadium deal done. We're trying to get people to rally around this team. The last thing we need to do is have another fan name battle.
Yeah.
But
separating the team.
He also allowed, though, that he understands that maybe the name hasn't taken off like they hoped, and that it's something that they will consider, right? Like there are a number of considerations to be made, but I think I was there for Josh Harris's press conference the other night. He wants to win. I loved his answer on, we're here to build something for the long term and be better. He did slip one in. Our record last year was god-awful. We got to at least be better than that. I thought that was just kind of funny and honest. I imagine, now getting the stadium rights naming deal done, one, that had to happen because you got games coming up. Two, that's money in their pocket, and I imagine relatively low-hanging fruit.
But let's be real. The season is about to start.
Right.
And if someone has been negotiating with you, you want to make sure that they're there for the first game, right?
Totally.
But
outside of that, I don't think we get any real news on stadium, practice facility, locations, maybe name conversation. They're bringing the yellow pants back. I keep going back to watching Jaden Daniels in the Meadowlands come out in the Doug Williams throwback jersey, and then looking at the jerseys now, I will not be stunned. What teams change their jerseys all the time.
Yeah.
The Broncos, I feel like for a long time had fairly iconic look. Now they've got a new look. Teams change their uniforms all the time. I would not be stunned at all if the white goes back to what it used to look like. And that's a change you could do in one off season, and it sells more merchandise.
I'll go here. I got here in 1990. We very seldomly wore the gold pants. We wore the gold pants at the throwback game.
Right.
But other than that, we were wearing white pants or the burgundy pants. And we won it. We won Super Bowl then. When you say go back to the past, they're going back beyond when I first got here. Bruce tried to bring it back.
Yeah.
But in the years when Joe was still around, it wasn't wearing no gold pants a lot.
I think it goes back to the 70s, but even more so, I think, dude, you know how easy it would be for the white jerseys to go back to what they looked like? What the uniforms you wore, the uniforms Joe Jacoby wore, there was no Redskins logo. There was nothing on it. It was simple. It was stripes. It was iconic. I think you can make changes like that where you don't need a ton of NFL approval.
Jeff just found that out.
What's that, Jeffrey?
The jerseys, huh, Jeff? He's not listening. Didn't have the name across the front like they do now.
Right. And later versions, even the football team, I think it just said Washington. Like you can make that move fairly
Back then,
easily.
the only thing you had standing there was the NFL that little
crest.
the shield.
Yeah,
right there. That was it.
I think you could. I think they are going to make a very significant effort to start honoring the past, right?
Yeah.
And I think you're going to see that. And I think looking at those uniforms the other night, and I like the blacks, but damn if it doesn't look like you're watching a different football team. Like
one of my buddies called me and said straight up, and he's a Steelers fan. He said, "Man, I don't like those uniforms. Made me think I'm watching my own team." You know what I mean?
Right, totally. And I think the blacks, I like the look of it, but it completely doesn't look like Washington. The burgundy uniforms they have now are their best ones. The white it's not burgundy and gold, man. It's like Arizona Cardinals, Louisville Cardinals, whatever you're into.
It looks more Louisville to me.
Sure. I think that is an easy switch that I can't imagine costs you a lot. You go back to Nike, you're like, yo, we want this again. And then I think people would buy it like crazy.
But still, Jay, I still go back to the same thing I've been saying the whole time. If this team was winning, we wouldn't be discussing that.
Agreed.
And I think that's the ultimate thing. And I think Josh hit the nail on the head. He said we got to have winning football. That winning football, a lot of things are solved. All the things, the outline type stuff, that becomes important when the main thing isn't very good.
Dude, I think Cleveland, the Guardians, baseball and football are different. Like I understand a lot of things, but the Guardians are really, really good right now. And I imagine people in Cleveland are pretty fired up about it.
They are.
And if Jaden Daniels hits and this team within 2-3 years is playing really meaningful January football, I think that could change how people feel about Commanders.
Yeah, it could. But I just think that it's a huge topic because the team has not been good in a long time.
Totally.
If the team had been good, this would not be a huge topic.
You
have those people who are going to complain no matter what the hell goes on, but it wouldn't be as big a topic as it is.
Leadville, what do you make of Harris openly talking about just and he kind of gave himself some qualifiers, but perhaps some discord around the current team name?
I think that if you're the people that want a rebrand, I think you should probably take that as a positive. It's like that they're aware that it's maybe not universally accepted by the fan base, and they're not just doing the previous ownership thing where they pretend it's great despite all of the evidence.
Yeah,
agreed. I think this may dovetail, and I want to talk about the Sean Taylor stuff. They removed
that made me feel real good. Just want to throw that out there.
Me too, man. I made a point of walking over there just to see it gone, and that whole, I guess that's the north end zone, right? The north
right
end
by the Legends Plaza.
Yeah. That whole area looks better, different. The bars are on the one side. Like it looks way better. And that installation, as I remember a former team official about an hour before the unveiling of that thing reminded me, they're like, JP, just so it's clear, we never said this was a statue. And that was my first little warning flag of oh man, what the hell is this thing going to look like? And I've heard
it was called the installation.
Yeah. I've heard a lot of things about who was in charge of the design and that stuff. And at some point we're just heaping dirt on a dead body. But I think that the fact that they continuously had to have Sean Taylor ceremonies is because they continuously messed them up.
Yeah.
They did the installation because the year before the jersey retirement was kind of a mess. And I hate
the picture in front of the porta potties.
Yeah, the porta potties. Remember you had they were playing the Chiefs. What's his name's brother was dancing on the 21 on the sideline.
Mm-hmm.
And then when they brought him out at halftime, they just held up a sign.
But that was a place where they told people to stand.
Bro, all of it was a disaster.
That was a problem.
So you're happy that whatever they need or want to do for Sean, I get the feeling, B, if they're going to build real statues, which I think there are people in this organization that you could build real statues for, I'm not sure I'd be building them until I'm at the new stadium. Because a real statue,
But you
15,000 pounds in the ground.
Nah, you don't have to even do 15,000 pounds. You saw the Denver Broncos what they did, and how they're where they basically show honor to all their former players and things of that nature.
Dude, it is so dope.
You can do that, and those things can be moved.
I don't know that you can. What Denver has, that whole like plaza and everything.
You got the plaza, and you got those plaques that are sitting on things. You can move those headstones. They look like headstones. You can move those to another place if you had to.
Regardless, I think eventually when you build statues, because I want this, I don't want to, I'm not at all putting words in your mouth, and if you disagree, you tell me. But I know a lot of people that played for the organization love, respect, appreciate everything that Sean Taylor gave to Washington.
Mhm.
And then ultimately to lose his life at such a young age is so terrible.
Yeah.
But he played 4 seasons for the organization. And there are folks that are like, man, they're going to all of this for him. But what about guys that played for 15 years, that won multiple Super Bowls, that did all these other things? And I don't think it needs to be a binary choice. I think you can honor a bunch of people in a much better way.
I think you can,
And I think that will happen.
I think that though is a very, very unique circumstance of what's going on with
Obviously.
that.
Agreed.
And I think when you look at a lot of young fans, that is what brought them to Washington. But I know that there are people that understand, looking at Rigo and Darryl and those type of guys,
Sonny,
Bobby,
Yeah.
Sonny, But the ultimate thing is that is what Dan was pushed by. But ultimately, there are people, young and old, who really admired what Sean did. And I think,
100%.
you can, but
And you
could
don't
be-
have to diminish
it doesn't-
one
yeah,
to
it doesn't have-
celebrate
yeah,
the
it
other.
doesn't have to just be, oh, that's the only one. It's a
Here-
lot more people out there.
Here's an example.
And if
of
you
it.
see what they're doing already, they're already doing stuff like that.
The Dan era really only wanted to celebrate what happened under Dan, to the point where when you take the elevator or the stairs down from the press box, and this is where a lot of really high-level, sweet people are coming out of the ownership level. Also, you walk through this little tunnel to get down towards the locker room. You know the area I'm talking about?
Yeah.
And for years and years and years and years and years and years, there was a giant photograph for a whole wall. Imagine like a 9-foot long photograph of RG3's long run against the Minnesota Vikings,
Yeah.
which was very cool play, but in the grand scheme of things amounted to very little.
Yeah.
The other night when we were there, I couldn't help but notice they had the whole thing turned into a mural with true legends and Super Bowl trophies, and they had Art Monk and Rigo and Sonny and Joe Gibbs, like honoring the past of the great organization, not just the petulant past of when I owned it. We're just getting warmed up. More cuts are coming in. A player that made this team last year is gone. I'll tell you who it is next.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. You've heard us talk a lot about FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Well, we have something a little different for you. Now through September 22nd, all FanDuel customers can get $5 and get a 3-week free trial of NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV. Then with a YouTube TV base plan, you'll be able to watch every regular season Sunday afternoon out-of-market game. All you need is a Google account and a current form of payment, and you can cancel anytime. Just visit FanDuel.com/Brian to download America's #1 sportsbook. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. Full price of NFL Sunday Ticket will be automatically charged seasonally after free trial. No refunds. Terms, restrictions, and embargoes apply. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Earl Forsey. We're sponsored by Floor & Decor. Unbeatable prices, unmatched in-stock selection. Some stadium news today concerning the Commanders, who have a new naming rights deal for the home field in Landover. It's an 8-year agreement with Northwest Federal Credit Union for what will now be known as Northwest Stadium. John Keim, ESPN, saying it exceeds the $7.5 million per year that was being paid previously by FedEx. New naming rights deal now runs through 2031 for Northwest Stadium. Cut down day in the NFL, rosters down to 53 by 4 p.m. Moves made by the Commanders, the big one, wide receiver Martavis Bryant, among those already released today. Baseball Nationals with another one against the Bronx Bombers tonight. Pinstripes in town. New York Yankees, another one with Garrett Cole facing Patrick Corbin for the Nats tonight. Nats and Yanks, 6:35 first pitch here on the Fan. Floor & Decor has more styles of laminate, vinyl, tile, wood, and stone for anyone looking for the right look at the right price. Your next beautiful space is at Floor & Decor. From the Krav Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
And the lights are blinking. I'm thinking it's all over when I go out drinking. Oh, why I don't with the big B. Mitch and Finley, 12:30 in the district. Shout out to all the folks on the stream. I've been pretty busy. Haven't been able to holler at you. Hope you're doing well. Jeff left, so I hope everything's going well.
What up, peeps?
Hogs Haven does a great job of keeping track of everything. Shout out to Rich Tandler because he used to do this, and I loved this piece he would put together where he just tracked all the cuts. But Hogs Haven's tracking everything. So far, reportedly 6 cuts. The first one was Davion Davis. The Commanders are trying to apparently trade Stromberg, Turner, Ridgeway. I don't know how successful any of those efforts will be. Standing says they cut A.J. Woods and Nick Whiteside. Keim says they released Martavis Bryant. I was told the same thing. Mitch Tinsley's on his way out. Another center on the roster, Cameron Tom. Landfill, how are you going to sleep tonight knowing that Cameron Tom has been released? Landfill's on the phone doing something. It's going to be fascinating watching this. As we get to this wide receiver, Terry, Diami, OZ, Luke firmly on the roster. Byron Pringle is a guy they brought back that might be able to return kicks.
Mm-hmm.
Jamison Crowder, they didn't even dress the other night, which generally it means
you're good.
And he's your punt returner unless they think OZ could do it. If Tinsley, Bryant, and Davis are gone, it gets interesting. Bryson Tremaine is a big-bodied fella that has been good for you. He was on your practice squad last year.
Mm-hmm.
But I've been wanting to talk to you about one player specifically because I remember how excited you were last year about him. And then I think that excitement waned as we got to watch him. But then these guys seem to be excited about him again. What do you make of Kaz Allen?
Kaz, to me, is a person who has to capitalize on opportunities and just be more consistent. Because that is the position where if you're inconsistent catching the football, you have a problem. And everyone I've talked with that I know around that I believe in what they say, they're like, he knows what to do once he catches the ball, but he got to catch the ball. Isn't that very vitally important to being a punt returner and a running back or kick returner?
I totally agree. I don't understand the Kaz Allen excitement, perhaps because I've watched him so much. I have real questions about his hands. And now they kind of consider Kaz Allen a running back. I wonder if that's an attempt at kind of a initial 53 roster cheat code because maybe there's no clear running back you have to keep. So if you keep Kaz at running back, third running back, I'm saying.
I don't know if you keep him as a third running back.
You go McLaurin, Brown, OZ, Luke, Pringle, Crowder, and then you go Robinson, Eckler, Kaz. I think Wiley has distanced himself at a pretty healthy rate there. But Kaz has been working with the running backs now.
Mm-hmm.
Does that to you mean that he's a running back?
No. I mean, he's trying to get some. I'm trying to see him. Just like they did with Jamin. They wanted to see that you could work in another position as well. Because this is not the first time I've seen Kaz working with running backs. I saw him earlier in OTAs. He and both Luke McCaffrey working with Lynn after the practices and things like that. I've seen stuff where you can see that they were working on different handoffs and all. So I expected them to do it eventually. And I think he finally got to that point to see how we're going to make this thing move. Because I think they are very intrigued with his possibilities when the ball is in his hand.
He's an intriguing piece for sure.
But I've seen a lot of guys in this league with unbelievable ability that could not consistently catch the ball on punts and things like that, and they let it go a lot of times that did not stay in the league. So he's going to have to make that big jump because look, you can take a chance, but it's not that's not going to be every time. You got to make that step to show that you can trust him and you can count on me, especially at that position.
I tend to agree there. The fact that Tinsley last year was this exciting undrafted rookie receiver story that folks really got excited about. And this year kind of was never really an option. Like Tinsley, I don't want to say seemed forgotten, but was not like Bryson Tremaine made more plays at camp. You know what I mean? Like Tinsley never really seemed to force his way back. And when you have a change in leadership and coaches, like ideally you force your way back. Let's go around the room. Landini, I'll start with you. If your receiving group on your initial 53, McLaurin, Diami, OZ, Luke McCaffrey, Pringle, Crowder, that's 6. How are we feeling about that group?
Not great.
Jeffrey?
The way I would have to see this, JP, is if the coaches are fine with it, I'm fine with it because we don't know what's in the bigger plan or the bigger grand scheme of things. So if they're fine with, rolling out with this receiver group, I am too until the results, render different.
Jeffrey channeling his inner Brian Mitchell right there.
Yeah, but the ultimate
I feel like he's lying, but he's trying.
But I mean,
no, I'm serious.
But how do you really feel about it? The only person different, what you just named, you got Luke on it now. You don't have Jahan.
So we're clear. I wasn't wild about the group with Jahan.
Okay,
so,
but my whole thing is, I know we always talk about we're not wild about a group. The group should not end up being what it is right now. It should be better. If any of these, if Dehani keeps growing, if this kid Zacchaeus, if he keeps growing and keeps doing things, if Luke happens to do something, Terry continues being who he is, this group could be good. But right now, we look at the names of the people all the time. Everybody that started this thing was once a puppy.
I also think quarterback play can change everything. I've made the Nico Collins reference plenty, but that's a guy that was a 30 catch a year, 400 yards a year. Like you had 2 years of examples of that. Then CJ Stroud shows up and it kind of changes everything. I know, I have seen it. De'Ami Brown has proven to be a really good player in August. I've seen it at training camp for 4 years now. Can he keep it going in the season? The new staff has showed up, and all they can do is look at what's out there.
Yeah.
And I don't know that two things to me can be true. This receiving group looks humble on paper. Maybe Luke is able to really develop over the course of the year. I think that's entirely possible, right?
Mm-hmm.
I really like Luke's kind of intangibles, his length, his size. He's learning to play receiver in the NFL. Might take a little time, but he could end up being pretty good. I think this receiving group doesn't crack like a top 20 in the NFL, but that doesn't necessarily mean that the offense is doomed. I think people get so caught up in like weapons for young quarterbacks. I think Ertz, Sennett, Eckler, B-Rob are going to be huge weapons for Jaden Daniels. And I think this group could outperform expectations with a higher performing offense. Yeah, like I think the offensive line can impact all these things. And frankly, I don't know if this group now, we don't even know what the final roster is going to be, because what if they add Noah Brown? How much does that change our calculus, right? But let's say whatever grade you want to give McLaurin, Brown, OZ, Luke, Pringle, Crowder, say that's a C group, say it's a B group, right? Whatever grade you want to assign that, I don't know that grade was significantly different with Jahan Dotson on the group.
But my question is, Houston, you talk a lot about Houston. What was their grade before the season started last year?
Exactly.
And I went through this before where people question me, my rookie season, based off of, oh, he's a rookie, he hadn't done this before. By the end of the year, they wasn't asking those questions. By the end of my career, they didn't ask those questions. So we look at a person right now who hadn't had the opportunity, or some of these guys hadn't been on the field.
The problem is Brown and OZ have had opportunities
and they played
OZ
better.
has been okay, and Brown has never shown it.
But they may get bigger. They may get bigger opportunities now and get more involved with it where they can do it. I mean, so right now, yes, it looks like that based off of just judging them based off of the names and what they've done thus far. People sometimes kick down the curtain, kick down the door too, and make something happen.
That's certainly what the hope is. When we return, breaking news from Washington at the quarterback position.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. With the record heat this summer, I know your air conditioner took a beating and your current brand is not cutting through this humidity at all. So now's the time to switch to Rude. Take advantage of Rude's $2,000 tax credits. Maryland residents can even score exclusive rebates from Rude. I personally switched my house over to Rude, and the difference is day and night. Trust me, visit rude.com to find your savings. That's RUUD.com to see why they're the MVP of cooling. And remember, if it ain't Rude, it ain't right.
With breaking sports news on the Fan, I'm Earl Forsey. Breaking sports news presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Get 3 free days of BetQL access by downloading the BetQL app or by visiting BetQL.com today. Latest release by the Commanders, Tom Pelissero, NFL Network, just a moment ago, reporting that Commanders have released rookie QB Sam Hartman, the former Notre Dame quarterback, signed as an undrafted free agent back in the spring. Hartman was banged up in the preseason opener, did not play the final 2 preseason games. Good chance, though, according to Pelissero, that he'll be brought back to the practice squad once cutdown day is done and all the dust settles in the next couple of days. 4 p.m. is the roster deadline. We'll keep you updated on any late-breaking news. The latest, though, is rookie Sam Hartman released by the Commanders. With breaking sports news presented by BetQL, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
All righty. Undrafted player gets cut. World goes crazy. When he's a quarterback with great hair, we can't. He was at Wake Forest, and I like Sam. He's a nice young man. I think there's reasons to be excited. But I said it the first practice I watched. I don't know that he has the arm for the pros, and there is somebody on the Commanders beat that we would always disagree on this. I never thought he had the arm for it, and I think there were times you could see that.
Mhm.
This to me isn't a surprise. I think they've always wanted to get him back to practice squad. I've thought since before the draft when they signed not only Mariota but then Driscoll that the plan was Jaden, Mariota, Driscoll. I think it's pretty clear.
Well, Driscoll showed a lot in the previous preseason game and this one too. The dude he can move. He has a good arm. Seems to understand the concept of what they're doing, very much so. And I think he if you're just looking at the talent, I think his talent is bigger than Hartman. I mean, all the women out there can say what they want about his hair, but hair don't win football games.
Like there are exceptions, but on some level, you kind of got to trust the league and like the collective mind power of 32 teams. And Driscoll was drafted and has started a handful of games across a multi, 6-7 year career.
Mhm.
Hartman wasn't drafted, and then, dude, on top of that, you had an injury. You had a shoulder injury.
Yeah,
Like,
shoulder injury, and then they brought in what's his name?
McSorley.
Stonebridge, and I think you look at what he was doing a little bit, he may have stepped above Hartman.
Well, if he has or hasn't, I don't think he's making the roster either.
I'm not worried about him making them. Just saying he's showing he was better.
Maybe. I mean, Hartman played a little less than 2 quarters and got hurt.
Yeah, 2 quarters got hurt.
Hartman had the really good drive against the Jets.
And you just say his arm is not, he doesn't have a hot arm. And in the NFL, a hot arm is not going to be good.
Yeah, I don't think if anybody thinks this is a surprise, I kind of think you're nuts. Or you were talking yourself into some sort of reality that perhaps
Doesn't exist.
Yeah, I think that's fair. More roster moves are coming in. They've got to make a bunch, so it's going to keep happening. At 1:00, Nikki Jabvala will join us to bring us all of the latest. I part of me wonders if Nikki's not going to be able to come on with us because of all the news that she's. I'm gonna pull back the curtain on cut day. There are folks that will grind out trying to break the news of every cut player, and Nikki is certainly one of those. To me, it's a fool's errand. Like they're going to release everything. I don't feel like texting 100 agents all afternoon. So we'll see if Nikki. I'm curious about that. At 1:30, Landfill, we're giving away Leonard Skinner tickets. That will be dope. Is that Jiffy Lube? Where's Skinner playing? I'm guessing it's Jiffy Lube Live. I don't know, but I think it'll be fun. Here's the other thing. A lot of these players that get released, you're going to hear that they're a strong candidate for the practice squad. And that's true for a lot of these guys. But, like, you're also going to kind of say that to most players. Like, hey, man, we got to let you go now. But if it works, we're going to see what we can do about bringing you back. Right?
Yeah.
Like, it's kind of it's not you, it's me of dating. Like,
Yeah.
they might bring you back, but if they find somebody they like better.
They might bring you back, but what if somebody call you and you go? You know, hey, it didn't work.
Right.
We have interest, but, other people have interest too.
I think today sucks. And I think now that the rosters stay big and bloated for so much longer, today is even like less newsworthy because there's really, I mean, the players that were, I think, the biggest decisions they had to make, Turner, Ridgeway, or Mathis, what they're going to do at running back, kind of what they're going to do at the bottom of the O-line depth chart.
Mm-hmm.
By these reports of them considering trading, like I kind of think we're getting told, you know what I mean? Like how this is going to shake out.
I mean, it's a rough day, but it is a part of the profession that they chose. But let's be real. The fact that they can bring 17 players back to practice squad, and of that 17, let's say the rookies can make up to $207,000, and the guys that have some experience under their belt, they can make up to $400,000. I would say that for 4 months, that's a nice ass salary, rather than being going home. So it's not what it used to be. Like when back in the day, you were cut.
Right.
And they all of a sudden they had 4 or 5 people on practice squad. It wasn't 17. So a lot more people still can generate some level of income. And I think if you talk to the average person out there, you're making $212,000, they're saying, dude, you're winning.
Right.
And you're getting that for what, 4 months?
When I say that I don't know that Hartman has a pro arm, I have been proven right by 2 guys that have been released today. One was Peterman, who I watched in Mobile, and he was bad. The other, I was early on Desmond Ridder being bad.
You were.
Arizona waived him within the last hour, I guess. That's a dude that goes from Atlanta trying to bank on him being the franchise quarterback to now being released as the backup for the Arizona Cardinals. Here is the plan, okay? Cut day in the NFL. We got news from all over the league. We're going to try to go around the league. Plus, CeeDee Lamb got paid.
Yes, he did.
Montez Sweat had some comments about his time in D.C. I think we can kind of look at that in a vacuum. I'm curious if you agree with me, B. I went to a Washington Spirit game. There is a lot going on. Nikki Jabvala to join us next. Nobody go anywhere.
This sports update is driven by Oarsman Chantilly Kia. Let's ride together. So the latest on cutdown day for the Commanders so far, according to Tom Pelissero, we gave you the news a short time ago. Commanders have released rookie QB Sam Hartman, former Notre Dame quarterback, signed as an undrafted free agent this spring. Also today, according to John Keim, Tariq Castro-Fields has been released now. Mitchell Tinsley, another receiver, released today by the Commanders. And veteran Martavis Bryant had a touchdown catch in the preseason finale. He was also among the cuts today, reportedly by the Commanders. Rosters have to be down to 53 players by 4 p.m. Some of those players, Sam Hartman, Martavis Bryant, they could be back to the practice squad at some point. Team is also reportedly exploring possible trades of a couple of other players, defensive tackle John Ridgway and tight end Cole Turner. Veteran receiver Allen Robinson released by the New York Giants today. Bailey Zappi, QB, released by the Patriots. Programming note, new Commanders running back Austin Eckler will be a guest of Grant and Danny today here at 3 p.m. Stadium news, Commanders have a new naming rights deal for the field in Landover. Northwest Federal Credit Union signs an 8-year deal. It'll be known as Northwest Stadium beginning this season. Oarsman Chantilly Kia keeps their customers happy by offering great deals on the area's best selection of new Kias, each backed by the Oarsman Lifetime Edge, featuring up to $1,500 in extras. As they say at Oarsman Chantilly Kia, let's ride together. From the Crop Metcalf 5-star sports desk, Scott Merrill forcing on the Fan.
Us.
All right, we
Put
always
the shirt
appreciate
on.
having Nikki Jobvala join the
Like a
program.
helicopter.
Why she gets her own song, but especially on cut day when I know she's grinding and texting a million agents across the country. Hello, Nikki. How do you do?
I'm good. How are you guys?
We are good. The last waiver that we've heard about releasing KJ Henry, the end draft pick just last year, looked pretty good the other night in the preseason finale, had that big sack on Jacoby Brissett. I'm guessing you have this one. If you haven't, forgive me. But obviously we're seeing a whole lot of removal of players that have been here. What do you make of cut day so far?
Yeah, so I haven't confirmed KJ Henry yet. I did see that one. That one's a bit of a surprise to me.
Agreed.
Yeah.
He's been their first defensive end out there behind Cleveland Farrell and Dorrance Armstrong. So that one's a little bit of a surprise. But yes, so far outside of the earlier Jahan Dotson trade, there haven't been too many surprises really. And I don't expect the movement to change at 4 p.m. today. That's the deadline for the initial 53 to be done. I would expect there to be quite a bit of movement thereafter, maybe up until the opener even.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I mean, what I've been saying all along is whoever makes today's initial 53, it's going to be dramatically different than what that roster looks like Friday morning, and then even by week 1 of next week. Like by Wednesday of next week, when they really truly begin getting ready for Tampa, I think, Nikki, you could see as many as 6, 7, 8 different players than making this initial 53.
That'd be back from
agree.
other teams, you're saying? Yeah, I see that.
Yeah. I mean, and that's the beauty of having the number 2 spot in that claiming order. I think if they didn't have that, there probably wouldn't be as much movement. But now they have really good odds on trying to get the guys they want in pool of guys that have been waived. So, yeah, I mean, it's unfortunate they're in that spot because of how they got there, because it's the same order, the reverse order of how they finished last season. But it's super beneficial when you're trying to rebuild.
I think I think when we look at some of these players that have been released, we start liking people. I think the people that are putting this team together, they look at the record last year.
Yeah.
And when you look at that, you go, okay, then we got to change a lot of stuff. And you just have to respect that.
No, totally. And I think anytime a new regime comes in, they're going to want to get their guys.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't mean that they're, against the other guys, but they're going to get ones that they feel good about, that they can handpick, that they know will kind of fit what they envision. So, this isn't the first place this has happened. It won't be the last in NFL,
Mm-hmm.
Well, I also think KJ Henry being gone is really good news for Jamin Davis and perhaps even Javonte Jean-Baptiste, the draft pick out of Notre Dame, previously of Ohio State. I think we got our healthiest dose of this with the Jahan Dotson trade, but I feel like organizationally they are continue to send these signs like, yo, we're building long haul here. This is year one of a multi-year thing. Whereas fans have gotten really jazzed up about Jaden Daniels and are like, all right, how are we going to win the division this year?
That's totally it.
And I think there's competing wavelengths.
Right. But I think that's always the case too. I think the fans will always, and not to say that ownership and the coaching staff don't have urgency. It's more, I guess I would say calculated, because they have a better understanding of how long it may take with the personnel they have. And then they know what the bigger vision is down the road, and fans obviously aren't always privy to the details. So I like that the expectation is to always, we should win it all now. I think that's, if the expectation is, if we can just, finish 500, then we'll all be satisfied. I think something's drastically wrong with your fan base.
Mm-hmm.
That's just my personal opinion. So I think it's kind of healthy for the fans to have lofty expectations for this group. But realistically, it's going to take some time. I mean, the way that they build this team is so it will take a little bit of time, because the framework is built by these veterans on 1-2 year deals.
Totally.
Well, they're going to be gone in a year, 2 years. So, they're trying to build it up.
I think the whole time, every move they made has been calculated, and they basically came in saying what they were going to do. And that's how football goes. You get some veterans on 1-2 year deals, and then those guys you draft that year are ready to go. And then when they start leaving, then you got some more guys, and then you just keep it going. All of a sudden, you can be good for a long period of time instead of just being good 1 year and searching the next 2 or 3.
Right. No, I agree with you totally. Because I don't think any team wants just the flash. If you have a team that's built to win and you go all out like the Rams did to win the Super Bowl and you do it, that's awesome. But I mean, there are ways from that. They might have a really good quarterback, but there's still a number of holes on this roster that they got to fill.
Talking with Nikki Jhabvala from the Washington Post. Give her a follow at Nikki, Nicki, Jhabvala, Jhabvala. And if you'd like to see pictures of the new boss of the Jhabvala household, follow her on Instagram as well. I
That's really all I post.
It used to be an occasional picture of an eagle, and now it's just all Julian content.
I used to post my dogs more. I totally neglected them. I'm awful.
I hope I didn't tell you this, but when the babies show up, the dog just falls in the pecking order, and it's a tough fact of life. We still love the doggos, but I experienced it, and you're going to be all right. I promise.
I know.
Looking around the league as we see these releases, the couple things I've been paying a lot of attention to, a pair of defensive players that got released by Dallas last night, and one of them, frankly, with the release of KJ Henry, makes me pay a little more attention to it. And some of the Tarek Castro Fields, there's a corner and a DN from Dallas that I know sources have told me Dan Quinn really liked, and now they're available. And then Noah Brown getting cut in Houston, being available, I find pretty interesting. Any other names, or what do those names mean for you? Any guys you think they're watching?
Yeah, I mean, anybody that has direct connections to Adam Peters, Dan Quinn, or Cliff Kingsbury, I think are all fair game. Any of the guys that they got an up-close look at, from the Jets, the Dolphins, the Patriots, I mean, there's some recency bias, I think, in a lot of NFL signings. So I would keep a close eye on the guys that get waived there. One name that did say, I don't know that he's been waived yet. It was reported that they're trying to move him, and if not, they'll waive him. But Tim Patrick with Denver now, a bigger receiver. He's dealt with a number of some serious injuries, but when healthy, he's very good. And this team could use not only receiving help, but a bigger body over there. So he's one that I'm kind of looking at. I think Adam Peters claimed him off waivers in San Fran at 17 too. He didn't last long, but he did claim he liked him initially. So we'll see what they think there.
Are you surprised at all? You've reported it, so I'll let you tell us what you know. But the attempt to maybe trade Stromberg, Turner, and John Ridgeway, level of surprise with those three, and what, if any, market is there?
Yeah, so I reported Ridgeway and Turner. I don't know about Stromberg just yet,
okay,
but yeah, and I mean, not surprising. No, I mean, I think that these are guys that were on the bubble. They're young guys. Maybe other teams view them as, having, you look at their size too. Like, I think that's intriguing. I think Ridgeway's a good player, and in the right system, he could be good. Turner's a little bit more raw, but he's a bigger guy that could be appealing to a team. So yeah, I'm not surprised by them trying to make these types of deals, or at least attempting to. And then moving on. I think it's smart, try to get some value for them, just kind of see what the market, brings back. But, we'll see if they actually get anything for those guys.
I won't be surprised if they don't, honestly.
Yeah, me neither.
And I don't mean that rudely.
Does it seem like, with the fact of them being able to bring back 17 guys, does it take away the sting a little bit, you think, in this point compared to what it used to be, Nikki?
A little bit, I think. I just think that the notion of the 53-man roster is just, I don't know. I think people still view it as like the roster, and it's not. I mean, they only make one cut now, but that one cut is really sort of like a draft. It's like not like an NFL draft, like a first draft of something, right? Like they're just getting started. They're going to make tweaks to it. They're going to make changes. So I feel like the expectations of, an initial 53-man roster, it's not the final one by any means. And then of, the practice squad, yes, with it being bigger now, 17 guys, like you said, I mean, yeah, I mean, it gives them some flexibility in being able to add guys back. But at the same time, those guys got to clear waivers. And even if you do add them to their practice squad, they're still viewed as free agents to other teams. So another team could instantly pluck them off your practice squad and add them to their active roster.
As much as coaches love telling their guys, and then eventually that news gets out, hey, we'd love to get this person back on our practice squad. That's cool. That's all well and good, but you're cutting them. And that means somebody else can get them. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Like, there's ways to try to phrase things and make it nicer than it is, but you're still releasing a player.
Right.
But to that point, we make all this conversation around the initial 53. Dude, by the time we get to the first 4 games, you're on the road 3 times.
Mm-hmm.
By the time they get to that home game, I believe it's against the Panthers in early October. Maybe it's the Ravens. This roster is going to look dramatically different. Like, the roster, an NFL roster, is like a living, breathing organism that changes significantly over the course of multiple months.
Oh, totally. I mean, it just looks like the Commanders' offensive line the last 3 seasons. I mean, like, I feel like the starting offensive line, if they come out with all 5 of their expected starters in week 1 even, changes so many times during the season because of injuries, performance, whatever other reason. I mean, it's bound to change countless times. So that's what I mean. I think like this initial 53, this notion that, yay, you've made the team, you're going to go for 17 games. That's not really how it is.
Yeah, agreed.
Martavis Bryant, that release, and is it more that he hadn't played in so long, or is it something else with that?
With who?
Martavis Bryant.
I think that's partially it. The fact that he's 32, he hasn't played an active game in 6 years, like you said. The problem for him is he came in fairly late in training camp, so he got 2 preseason games, but the first one was rushed because he signed like 24 hours after he got there. So yeah, I mean, I think he will clear waivers just because he wasn't signed in the 6 months between his first visit with Washington. So, if he can add him to the practice squad and have him as somebody you can call up as a standard elevation or activate down the road, I think that could be helpful. But, at 32, I don't know that any person is the same level they were at 32 when they were, in their mid-20s. God, that would be nice, wouldn't it?
Talking with, I mean, I am not. We're talking with our friend Nikki Jabala. This is more of a existential question, I suppose. Brian and I were talking about this, and as you look ahead to this season, I think there are a lot of real question marks, right? Like I'm really curious about the evolution of Cliff Kingsbury as a play caller and a play designer. Like he said he feels night and day different from his time with Arizona, 5 years ago when he was dreaming up the first offense for Kyler Murray. And I don't know about the secondary. I think there's real questions there. But of this receiver group, you're looking at a group that, as it looks right now, is going to be McLaurin, Zacchaeus, Brown. We don't know, but Pringle, Crowder, McCaffrey, right? And whatever you think that group is, if that's a C+, a B+, maybe you think it's an A+. Whatever you think that group is that's going to be announced today by 4:00. How much different did that group look to you with Jahan Dotson? Because our argument is that it's kind of marginal. Like, I don't know that it was a significant difference.
It's marginal if you're just basing it off what he's shown so far. To me, it looked a little bit different because I felt there was more potential with Jahan.
I agree.
Just based on what he did in year one. So I kind of viewed it 2 ways. Like if he can play more like that guy with that we saw, then I think it's a stronger receiving core, no doubt. But if he plays more like he did last.
Maybe the Eagle got Nikki. All right, we'll see if we get Nikki back. She also might be getting calls, so maybe just text her. Thank you. We appreciate the time because that's a busy lady right there. You and I talked about that receiver question, but I do want to ask the boys. Landfill, if the receiving group now is let's wake up and choose generosity, a B-. What were they with Jahan Dotson?
B-.
Okay. I think the league would suggest when you have to send a player and a 5th rounder to get a 3rd back, that you're not talking about a dynamic difference maker. Jeffrey, if you're at B-, which frankly I'd be at just flat C, but if you're at B-, what would the group have been when Dotson was still here?
Well, to be honest, after talking to like some of my friends and stuff, JP, I came to the conclusion that it will still be a B-. And the only reason why it's a B- is because Terry is so good.
And that's what it's been.
Yeah. Other than that,
I think like we selectively look at stuff. Okay, first year, outstanding. Last year, we saw some costly little drops, and we saw kind of a step back. Injuries started to pop up. This year,
I think the biggest difference was the repeated. Once NFL defenses learn that there's a problem, and there's a problem getting off the line and getting played really physical.
But still, it was a step back. And then this year, you saw, the words he said to people. I lost my confidence. I got to get it back.
Yeah.
I talked to from former players. You know what they said? You don't tell that to no damn body. You just go out there and get that back. Once you tell somebody you lost your confidence, then it really is bothering you.
Panthers have released wide receiver Terrace Marshall. I believe he was a 2nd-round pick a couple years back. He's also an LSU Tiger.
Guy. Yeah.
Now, he did not play with Jaden, but I'm guessing they know each other. You have receivers all over the league getting open. I do want to go around the league. There's plenty to discuss. But folks, I think, are somewhere between curious and pissed about this KJ Henry release. Landini, if you're all right with it, let's let folks sound off on cut day thus far. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. KJ Henry is gone. Martavis Bryant is gone. There are some players out there. Sam Hartman is gone. What do you make of the moves so far?
I'm Earl Forsey. We're brought to you by the Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. Lots going on. Cut down day for the NFL. Everyone, including the Commanders. Team has released wide receiver Martavis Bryant, the 32-year-old veteran attempting a comeback. Also, Commanders QB rookie Sam Hartman among those released today. We'll keep you posted on all the moves that are being made throughout the afternoon here on The Fan. The other Commanders news is new naming rights for the stadium in Landover, an 8-year agreement for the Commanders with Northwest Federal Credit Union for what now will be Northwest Stadium. Baseball today. Got another one tonight against the Bronx Bombers, Nats and Yanks. Prize prospect Dylan Cruz made his DC debut last night, went 0 for 3 with a walk. Those two go at it again tonight. Nats and Yankees, 6:35 first pitch for Nats baseball here in The Fan. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to the Empower Home team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call. Just text your address to 800-763-3000, 800-763-3000. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
B-Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. It's cut day, baby. For a lot of guys, end of the road. For a lot of guys, end of one road, perhaps the beginning of another. One dude that ain't getting cut is Austin Eckler. He'll be on with Grant and Danny at 3. Check that out. But right now, we're taking your calls on all the news that has transpired. The biggest headline might be Martavis Bryant released, but that's a dude that hadn't played in 6 years, hasn't been really a dominant player in 10 years. I don't think that should be that big of a surprise. Arguably, the most, head-scratching is cutting KJ Henry, a guy that's produced at a decent level. Not the most explosive athlete for an edge rusher, but just had a sack in the preseason finale. I think it makes a lot more sense why they played him so much in the preseason finale now. Had that really good sack last year in New England that he got flagged for, which was kind of a joke.
That was a joke.
What do the folks think? 800-636-1067. Do you like the cuts? Are you mad about it? Let's start with Jake in Woodbridge. What up, Jake?
Hey, how you going, guys?
What up, man?
Hey, man, I just really want to know what we're doing at receiver now. I mean, letting go of Dotson, and then now we get rid of Martavis Bryant. Are we going after somebody? We have to, right? Like, we have to be looking at signing a big number one receiver outside of Terry.
I don't think so.
I would listen. I said it when it happened with Dotson that I think something else is coming. But the ultimate thing for me is this: you let Dotson go, but when you say that about Martavis Bryant, he hadn't played in 6 years, man. Nobody has signed him in 6 years.
But when you say they're going to bring somebody else
he's
in,
still a weapon.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, if you're
we
a
don't
weapon,
know that he's a weapon.
if you hadn't played in 6 years, I don't think many people in the league consider you a weapon.
No, I agree.
Dude, if he was such a weapon, he wouldn't have been available in mid-August. But hang on,
well,
Jake.
yeah, we have to be going after somebody, right?
What does that mean? Because I get this a lot, and I think they might sign somebody at wideout. But do you think trading Jahan Dotson and getting a third rounder and then cutting Martavis Bryant means they're going after Brandon Ayuk? Because to me,
well, no, I
those
don't think
two
it's
things
Ayuk.
don't add up.
It might not be Ayuk, but it's got to be somebody. I mean, now we have cleared 2 roster spots theoretically, right? So
Bryant was hardly
if you
a
go
roster
down the list. Well, if you go down the list, I mean, are we really that deep at receiver for this young rookie to come in here and sling it?
No, but I don't think they were with those two guys. I think there's a fundamental misunderstanding. Let me be crystal clear. The players that will line up on the field week 1 in Tampa are going to risk life and limb to win that game. the coaching staff that will travel and stand on that sideline against the Tampa Bay Bucks in week 1, all they want, the most important thing in their life that day will be to win that ball game.
Mm-hmm.
The folks that are putting this team together for the first time in a long time are trying to operate with a very big, broad picture. And winning week 1 is not the end-all, be-all, as it is
Not for
to
them.
building
Yeah.
a long-term roster that they think can be competitive and eventually win titles. And I think that's where the disconnect is. Yo, what are they don't have enough at wideout. They've got to be doing something, right? I don't know that they're doing something.
It could be a setup for next year. You never know. But I just think the fact that we all question what they have right now, I just think that there's still another move to come.
Yeah, I do agree with you. I think there's a move coming.
But what does that
seems
mean?
like there is.
Like they're going to sign. I think they're going to sign a wideout.
It means that they're going to try and do something else. Just like a lot of people aren't satisfied with what they have. I'm sure they're not 100% satisfied. Yeah, they're building for the long haul, but they damn sure going to try to compete in the time being. So when I saw Jahan leave, I said it then. I said, it got to be something else coming.
Kadarius Toney
it
just
has
got released by
nothing
Kansas
to do
City.
with Martavius Bryant, because I'm like, dude, hadn't played 6 years. Nobody was signing him. I'm not even worried about that.
But I think people make a jump too far that is like, okay, they traded Jahan. Now the Ayuk thing's going to happen.
But see,
I
never said anything about Ayuk. I said I think there's another plan, another move coming, and I don't know if it's Ayuk or anybody else. But even if they go out and get a guy that's not even established, that has a little bit more experience, it's another move. I don't listen. I'm not stuck on the Ayuk thing. I have not wanted to talk about Ayuk the whole time. Everybody's want to talk about it.
Chiefs have released Kadarius Toney. I mean, I don't know. I don't know that I share the excitement that some do. Toney, when he is locked in.
When you're complaining with Pat Mahomes as your quarterback, then you got a problem.
Yeah. I think there were some real questions about what Toney was off the field. Let's go to Charlie in Annapolis. Charles, how do you do, buddy?
I'm good. Thanks for taking my call. This team has been a perennial loser for so long. I know that Adam Peters is in a difficult situation, and he's got to make some decisions to get it down to what he thinks is the best 53 players. I don't care what moves he's making as long as he's doing what's in the long-term interest of the team. So, I support any decision that, he does in terms of the players that he cuts. I mean, obviously, as a member of the fan base, some of us get attached to players that have been with the team for a few years, but it's led to nothing but losing. So you got to do what you got to do to get better,
All right.
Thanks for the call, dude. 800-636.
Kind of lean with it, brother.
800-636-1067. We're reacting as cut day continues to unfold. I'm going to channel my inner Doc Walker here. They were 4-13. Nobody is.
That's the ultimate
truly
thing.
Untouchable.
Like that guy is so right where he said we get so attached to people, and I'm like, yeah, you can get attached, but like I've said every year, I want to win. When you go places, you don't like people always talking about how bad your team was. You want to win, and sometimes you got to make some drastic changes to get there.
How much of the KJ Henry decision, Brian, do you think is we're getting rid of Ron's guys?
I don't think they even think like that. I think they're going with guys that fit what they want to do. And like, because there's other Ron guys that they, if they come in, if you can play, you can play. That's the main thing. And if you don't fit our bill, you don't fit our mindset, then hey, we let you go. But I think KJ Henry, does he do more than just play that pass rush? Can he be a special teams player?
I mean, he has been, but I don't know. He's gone, whatever it is.
I'm just saying. So it's like, I mean, I think like we get to a point where we say, yeah, I remember when Adam Peters was hired, we all said this is the number one guy. Boom, boom, boom. Now every time he makes a move, we all complain it. I know I'm not a guy who can put the team together, but the ultimate thing is if that was the guy and they don't fit what he and Dan thinks, you gotta make a move and go forward. And then you go back to what Doc said. We're 4-13 last year.
Another Ron Rivera draft pick cut. Standing says they're releasing Chris Rodriguez, running back. if you watched at all the preseason, and frankly, if you were at practice, and I know a lot of fans got to watch a lot of practice, they clearly were out on Chris Rodriguez, damn near immediately. I wonder if he gets claimed, but he's gone.
He may not, but like for me, I like when you say the team is out, sometimes the player makes the team get out.
Sure.
The effort and all that, you got to have that with you. You know, it's like this thing is not given. And if you're not out there giving everything you got, you get what you get.
Sure. I think it'd be just remarkable if guys were confident in what they had. If you are in hell, I mean, even the first round picks, like when there is a complete changeover from the top down, nobody should be confident, comfortable, any of those things.
But when there's a complete turnover, you come into camp the next year, and they're like, "Who the hell is this guy?" You know what I'm saying? You don't come like with taking a step back.
It's going to be fascinating to watch this unfold. Chris Rodriguez was one of the most stark, wow, they're done with this guy things I think we've seen. I mean, even in the third preseason game, let me see if I still have that box score open. Rodriguez in the third preseason game, this is all you need to know. Wiley got 7 carries. McNichols got 5 carries. Austin Jones got 8 carries. Kaz Allen got 2 carries. C-Rod got 1. And it wasn't because they liked him so much. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I would also point this out for anybody telling me that Kaz Allen should be on this roster as a running back. He had 2 carries for 2 yards in that preseason game. I don't understand keeping Allen over Wiley. Maybe there's a different determination, or they're only clearly.
I think Kaz's size affects him at the running back position.
Yeah, dude. I mean,
when a linebacker comes through there, a linebacker maybe 6'2", 250. He's getting in front of him and stopping him.
He put one on the ground like 2 weeks ago.
Listen, and the thing about it, I know that they could probably come up with ways to utilize what he's capable of, but the player also has an obligation to make sure that they know that they can trust.
Here we go. You've been waiting for him. Caller number 10 right now. You win 2 tickets to Leonard Skinner and ZZ Top, the Sharp Dressed Man Tour. Sunday, September 8th at Jiffy Lube Live. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event information, visit 947thedrive.com/events. Caller number 10, 800-636-1067. You can win tickets for that. That could be a pretty damn cool day. If you're a Commanders fan, you watch Washington play Tampa at 4, then you go see Skinner and ZZ Top that night. You're going to drink some beers. That's a long day. Pace yourself. Nobody go anywhere. We got to make some bets. I see what you're doing here, Landfill. I also, one of my favorite motion picture scoring scenes, Days Confused, when all the kegs are empty at the party at the Moon Tower and they play this. It's really, really good. It's really, really well done. I believe it's Linklater is the director there. Really well done. Something that's not really well done, B. Ready for this?
What's that?
I'm going to take you through the 2023 Commanders draft class. Emmanuel Forbes was the first pick, number 16. I think it's fair to say there's some questions there. We'll see. Maybe the young man, Landville's hitting him with the sound effects. Quan Martin, by a wide stretch, looks like the best pick in this draft. Second rounder out of Illinois. Third round pick, Ricky Stromberg. Barely got on the field for you last year. They are exploring trade options now per somebody. If you're exploring trade options at 148 on cut day, ain't great. If you're exploring trade options at 148 on cut day, is about the same as like not having a date for the Valentine's Day party at midnight on February 13th. Like, odds are you ain't getting a date.
Midnight is already the 14th.
11:59. Like, it's not looking good.
Midnight on the 13th is like way ahead, Jay.
Like, if the girl you like hasn't told you what she wants for Christmas by Christmas Eve, she probably just doesn't want to talk to you. That's Ricky Stromberg.
Or she expect you to know.
Yeah, that's true. Braden Daniels, your fourth rounder, who got put on the IR last year with a fake injury just to redshirt him. They just released KJ Henry, and they've released Chris Rodriguez, the sixth rounder, and they've released Andre Jones, the seventh. So of 7 picks, the bottom 3 are already gone. The first one, there are real questions about, and I think it's entirely
They could be bringing some of those guys back. You never know.
Sure. I don't know, but sure. It's entirely possible that 1 year after they were drafted, there will be 2 out of 7 players from the 23 draft class on this roster on the initial 53 for the following season.
But that's something that normally happens when you got a new staff come in too, though.
Yes, but that is extreme turnover 1 year in.
Yeah, but it's 1 year in, and you're talking about they kept damn near every one of their draft picks, which is not always something that's saying that it was that the guys were that great. It's that you wanted to look great.
B. There is always turnover.
Yeah.
New staff comes in, there's always significant turnover. But 1 year later, to have 2 of 7 draft picks on your roster.
That's what I'm saying,
That's
Jay.
pretty
It's
rough.
1 year later, and you had a person who wanted to keep all his draft picks just to make himself look good.
Sure.
That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. All right, let's make some bets.
We're heard here first.
All righty, boys. New week, new us. What do you got?
Yankees minus 1.5 against
Did you
the
guys make
Nationals
bets
today.
yesterday without us?
No.
Okay.
I went 1-0. All you guys went 0-1.
Nah, you didn't go 1-0.
I don't think that's accurate.
Oh no. I just saw the Nats starting pitcher for tonight.
Corbin? You see the Yankees starting.
It's gonna be a bloodbath.
Give me Yankees. I don't want to take them. I never pick anybody that Jeff picks.
Minus 1.5 Yankees. Garrett Cole on the mound. Take it.
Something incredibly weird is happening. My phone is like recording me right now, but I can't figure out how or why.
Did you have on a screen grab?
No, dude. I think someone's leaving me a voicemail right now.
Let me see.
Is it like a voicemail and like a little
taping?
It's
not
a little
recording
tape
you, dude.
thing.
Oh yeah,
It's letting you know
leaving
somebody
a
leaving a
voicemail.
voice. That's not recording you.
You can watch it.
Now you can watch it or you can turn it off.
Oh, all right.
I tell you, boy, dudes just don't know how to use technology anymore.
Yeah.
I'm going Aaron Judge to hit a home run.
Everybody's making bets on this Nats Yanks showdown tonight, huh?
All right, well, I'm gonna take the Dodgers.
So you zagging?
I'm taking the Dodgers.
B. Mitch is taking the Dodgers. Wait about 30 seconds and he'll throw his parlay in.
I'm just sticking to the Dodgers.
I know what I'm doing.
It's a lie, B.
I'm just taking the Dodgers today. That's all.
I know what
I
I'm
see
doing.
nothing else that excites me.
Well, now I got to be honest with you. I'm going to make a confession. I do not know.
So normally you lied to us since
Sometimes.
you gotta say you're gonna be honest.
I don't know that the system applies to the WNBA. I am not going to make a system pick tonight, even though there is a system pick available. The Dallas Wings are at home getting 10 with the Las Vegas Aces coming to town. But I believe that Vegas Aces are really good, and the Dallas Wings look pretty bad. So I'm going to lay the 9.5, Landfill. Give me the Aces, minus 9.5. I wanted to say this. I quickly, Sunday at noon, before we went to the Commanders game, I went to the Washington Spirit game. I had a blast, man. Audi Field is cool. That team is really
Field's
good.
always been cool, man.
Yeah, Audi Field's cool. That the Spirit are really good. I feel like they could have put up 10 on Kansas City if they wanted to. They scored 4 goals. They have really good activities for kids if you want to take your kids there. I enjoyed it. So if you're looking for something to do, they have a good crowd there. They're not like begging for people to come. I know that because I had to pay regular prices for tickets, but it was fun.
Man, next time call me.
I needed 8.
I got a guy.
But I needed 8, and that's a big ask. If I need a pair, then I'll
Well,
call.
I could have. If you could have got half of it taken care of, you that's about half.
Yeah,
of
but
it.
I needed them all together. Blah blah
Yeah,
blah.
but you
I
can say,
appreciate. I didn't want to.
I want half, and then we'll pay for the other 4 next to it.
Okay, next time. I didn't want to lean on people for my daughter's birthday party. All right, Grant and Danny coming your way next. It's roster cutdown day. It's gonna be news all day. I got a peanut stuck in my throat. Thank you to Mike Jones. Thank you to Barstool Nate. Thank you to Nikki Jobvala. If you made it this far, Beeman chose you a beer.
I'm Roll Forsey. We're presented by PVI Office Furniture. Fast, excellent, affordable. Business grows with PVI. Lots to get to. Cut down day in the NFL, 4 p.m. deadline. Commanders thus far have reportedly released rookie quarterback Sam Hartman, wide receiver Martavis Bryant, defensive end KJ Henry, wide receiver Mitchell Tinsley, running back Chris Rodriguez, and defensive back Tariq Castro Fields. Team also reportedly exploring possible trade options for a couple of other players, defensive tackle John Ridgeway.
Austin Eckler, as Earl just told you, will be on the show today at 3. We're excited to talk to one of the 53 Commanders who's going to be making the team officially this afternoon. And we are giving away great tickets to go see Kevin Hart when he performs live at DAR Constitution Hall at 4 o'clock ahead of the Blitz. That's 2 hours from right now. Ladies and gentlemen, Danny Rouillet.
My God, that's Danny's music. Miserable today. It's back. We had our fall teaser trailer last week, and now we're back to hot and schwitzy. It's going to be worse tomorrow, but whatever. We're doing football stuff.
Don't you just like a nice reminder of what it could be like around here if it were nice all the time?
Mm-hmm.
It's just nice to know what it could be like if you lived in a place where the weather was awesome.
Uh-huh.
And then you get slapped in the face with
just smacked. I mean, as soon as I came outside this morning, I go, oh no, it's bad. It's gross. But matters of football to attend to, my friend. The waving, the roster cuts, whatever you want to call it. It's fast and furious around the league.
Certainly is. We will give you all of the proceedings on the Commanders front and around the NFL as the day goes on. We'll get to that in 1 minute. I do want to say thanks to all the listeners who came up and spent some time with us yesterday at the ballpark.
Yeah, it's very cool.
We got to chat with a bunch of you, and it was just cool to be out and about and watching baseball on a pretty exciting night at Nationals Park. Dylan Cruz in his debut went 0 for 3 to draw a walk. Was clocked at 94 miles an hour with a throw from the outfield, so showed off the tools a little bit in right field. He will play in his second game at Nats Park against the Yankees tonight. But thank you to those of the listeners who came up and spent part of their day at the ballpark with us over in the left field concourse in the red box.
The tiniest bit of tooting our own horn here, if I may. It's stuff like this is really cool. I know we try to never to take it for granted how cool it is, what we get to do with and the like. Multiple people yesterday, unprompted, and this is so nice and flattering and awesome, and it means a lot, told us that they are Nationals fans because of us. I think the Nationals probably had something to do with it, like them winning some games.
I'll give Juan Soto, Anthony Rendon, Trey Turner, and Max Scherzer some credit too.
But if you want to also put us in that group and like give us credit, like, do you know what I mean? Like in a way, no, I'm kidding. But they
Who
said
has
that.
more World Series rings as a National?
Same number.
Juan Soto or Danny Rouillet?
Equal.
Okay.
Equals.
You get what I'm getting.
I smell what you're cooking. But stuff like that is just so cool. We're just a couple of baseball dorks that love it too. And I'd never taken for granted that there's a team in my hometown when that seemed impossible for still the majority of my life. So it's awesome, and that means a lot. So we appreciate it.
As news trickles out on Commanders being released on cutdown day, they're going to form their roster over the next 90 minutes or so. Dan Quinn's going to speak in a couple hours. We're going to have his Zoom press conference for you on the show today as we get closer to 5 o'clock, right when it concludes. We will play it for you in its entirety, clean it up, make sure it sounds good. But we're going to, as news keeps trickling out cut by cut, we'll pass it along, and we'll discuss in more detail the guys that are more relevant to you, our listening audience. And I want to start the conversation there. KJ Henry got cut today. 5th round pick out of Clemson. Was drafted by the Rivera era Marty Party, but had a strong camp. When I was out there, I was always impressed. And in the preseason, he was pretty constantly being called. His name was being mentioned a lot. He had a sack. Now, there was nothing impressive about it in that he came free. It was a blown assignment by New England. He was unblocked, but he was the one that hit Jacoby Brissett when he got up grabbing at his shoulder and left the game with an injury in the preseason finale against the Patriots the other night. A little bit surprised by this. Probably really good news for Javonte Jean-Baptiste out of Notre Dame, who was a 7th round pick by this group. Obviously, good news for Jamin Davis in terms of the holdovers from the Rivera era as well. But I think you're going to see this in a lot of the bubble decisions. Who brought you here?
Yeah, when in doubt, that's where you lean.
Were you the last group's guy or you are guy? And that's how it probably should be. They're building something in their image. I do think Henry will stick around if he doesn't get claimed. Look, how often do we talk about this, Danny? Every single year, I feel like we do the same exercise. You can't afford to cut that guy. He's going to end up on somebody's roster, and then almost nobody ever gets signed to anybody's roster. I would say he's right at the top of the list of players with a chance to be, but I always just kind of assume you'll be able to sneak whoever you want onto the practice squad. For a team like this that isn't that good, where there's plenty of roster battles, frankly, where like whether the guy ends up on the Peace squad or the active roster doesn't really make a lot of sense. They're interchangeable.
Yeah, this is not one of those positions. Now, defensive tackle is one where I go, whomever they move on from. And by the way, I saw a report that John Ridgeway might be available via trade, that maybe they've let some teams know that. But because if you move on from Ridgeway, you move on from Fedarian Mathis, who I know hasn't shown a ton, has been injured a bunch, but still, a 2nd-round pick who's got some talent. A lot of those guys would be signed, would make an active roster. That defensive end spot, respectfully, is not that. They make a lot of KJ Henry. There's 7 or 8 of that guy right now that's on the waiver wire somewhere. And I don't mean to be disrespectful. It's an NFL player. But
I just think he plays with a lot of effort.
I like him.
He's got a motor and he's got some traits like athletic tools. You're not a 4-star. I think he might have even been a 5-star at one point.
Yeah, he was a super highly touted guy, I think.
That doesn't happen out of high school into college if you don't have some legitimate tools in the belt, so to speak. I just think when he gets a chance, he plays well. I thought in the second half of last year he was pretty good, actually. Didn't you?
I did. Yeah, I mean, it certainly looks the part. But I guess my point is that it's not like they just let some double-digit sack guy walk. It's not like they let somebody that was going to step up and play huge here. How much worse are you with Dante Fowler getting reps or Cleveland Farrell or Davis on a position conversion? It's probably 6 1/2 dozen of the other.
What is a double-digit sack guy? I'm not familiar with that.
So this is a great question because you haven't seen it in a long time. What happens is, let's say that NFL season occurs.
Okay.
So how many games? You know this.
17 games.
A guy will oftentimes do what's called rush the passer. So the guy drops back.
He's the guy that runs after the quarterback.
Yeah, so someone, instead of handing it off, which is the running back, the quarterback will drop back. He wants to throw the ball.
Yeah.
One of your guys, now this is the team that you like, will tackle him behind the line of scrimmage.
Oh, like Ryan Kerrigan used to do.
He used to do that. And if you get...
So like a Dexter Manley, Charles Mann.
In that vein, yeah. And you get a guy that does that semi-frequently.
Okay.
Maybe every 1.1 games on average. You can get like 9, even 10 double digits sacks.
Whoa, one guy?
One guy can.
I just don't know if I believe that.
Yeah, dude, I'm telling you, I've seen it.
Do players do that in 1 year in the league?
Pretty routinely, I would say. Yeah, and especially in this passing era. Guys are doing that all the time.
That is pretty amazing.
Not here, though. You know what I mean?
No, not here. Martavis Bryant, wide receiver. Some thought that maybe he was going to be the 6th guy in. He has been released today. It was reported, and this is a tell generally that it came from the agent, that if he gets through waivers, he will be on the practice squad, which makes a ton of sense. And you can tell they like him.
Yes.
He caught a touchdown late with a couple of minutes left against the Patriots, and Adam Peters is running over to hug him, and a bunch of his teammates are greeting him out on the field, hopping around, going crazy. that's how you know a guy's popular in the dressing room and that players are rooting for him, that the staff is rooting for him. It's been 10 years since he was really good. It's been almost 7 years since he caught a pass in the league. So it'd be an amazing story if he could get back on the field. I actually thought he might make the team.
I did too, actually.
Just because of the lack of size in the room. But I will say, Danny, that if you look around the NFL, there are wide receivers all over the place getting cut today who have performed adequately at the National Football League level way more recently than Martavis Bryant, who have size, who are also getting cut. Guys like Noah Brown in Houston with the Texans, former Cowboy, was there when Dan Quinn was there, who's made over 70 catches the last couple of years, had 500 yards last year. He's big. He's 6'2", 215 pounds. He'd look good as far as I'm concerned in burgundy and gold. I saw that Terrace Marshall, former second-round pick, is only 24 years old, has been a huge disappointment, but maybe a change of scenery could help him. He's a guy at 6'2" that the Panthers cut today that hit the wire. So it's easy to say Martavis Bryant comes back on the practice squad, but there are probably not 6 wideouts on this team that are better than some of the guys being cut by good teams. Mitchell Tinsley is an example of a guy. He didn't dress most of last year, was on the team, but never caught a ball or was targeted. He got cut today. You could bring him back on your P squad, or you could probably just try to grab somebody with second in the waiver wire. Remember, only the Panthers. That's the only team gets to pick and choose between the players getting cut before Washington does. So my guess is they bring in a wide receiver from outside the building.
You would think so. And I think a lot of people around the league are probably watching what Houston does. They got a pretty deep receiver room over there, right? Where they added Stephon Diggs to Nico Collins and Tank Dell. Drafted a couple guys over the last couple of years too that could probably help them. So like a Robert Woods, for example, who, is a veteran who they might say, hey, let's do right by him. Or maybe let's float something up the flagpole. Maybe you can give us a conditional late round pick for him or something like that. A guy with some pelts on the wall who's probably isn't as explosive as he was a couple of years ago. That's an intriguing name to sort of monitor and watch. Denzel Mims, a former high draft pick with size, just got cut by the Jaguars. The point is, as you said, there are going to be opportunities probably to slightly improve that room. I don't think the major move is coming. You and I both theorize that. Don't want to speak for you, but I don't think that big trade, that home run, that T. Higgins, that Brandon Ayuk is coming. But that marginal improvement, that 5th guy out of 6 that's cut by someone else with a better room, that might be happening.
Today is a no news is good news day. There are players that'll just sit by the phone. They'll try to stay busy and put something on their schedule, go see a movie or go to lunch with a loved one or something. But you're just waiting for your phone to ring. You don't get a call generally to tell you made the team. Very, very rare, but occasionally does that happen when it's a cool enough story that maybe the team wants to record it or do something fun with it. Most of the time, you just keep hoping no one calls you and you get to show up at the building for practice this afternoon, which they're going to have much later than they normally do. I say that to say, at least publicly from what we know, Jamison Crowder's phone has not rung. Doesn't sound like we have any news yet on Bryson Tremaine, the former undrafted free agent out of Stanford. Kaz Allen's name has not been publicized as having been released. Byron Pringle, all those back of the roster wide receivers. So we're still waiting to figure out exactly what the Commanders decide. Any other surprises before we move on to the other news of the day for Washington? As far as cuts so far that have been publicized.
I wouldn't say surprise, but interesting to me. A couple notes. One, another couple names from the 2023 draft, which didn't go particularly well. The guys at the top, Forbes and Quan Martin, are going to be here. Martin looks like he might be able to stick, but there are a couple other candidates there. Be they Braden Daniels, maybe Ricky Stromberg, who might also be candidates. KJ Henry now gone.
There was a report today they're trying to trade Stromberg, which then I would say good luck. And they're also apparently dangling Cole Turner in trade conversations. And they should. Like, if you're a good front office, if you're an executive who knows what you're doing, and Adam Peters qualifies, before you release a player, you should make 25 phone calls. Why not? Hey, what are you looking for? Where are you at on the waiver wire? You're 19th? You need a guard? I got a guy. I got Ricky Stromberg. So they'll see if they can get any of these guys traded. I often hear people say, Danny, well, why would I trade for someone if I know you're cutting them? And it's because if you're low down the waiver order, you don't have a chance.
You might not get them.
Potentially. So if you really want someone or you like someone, you've probably put out a feeler to Adam Peters already saying, hey, if that guy's not going to make your team, give me a call. And that's kind of how that starts. But I don't know that they have a whole lot of talent in the way of players that other clubs are lining up for to acquire via trade.
Yeah, just again, to that end, via the 2023 draft, Chris Rodriguez, they let go.
What didn't they like about him? I mean, my goodness. he was practicing as like the last running back through drills. It was Robinson, Eckler, McNichols. Wiley supplanted him pretty quickly. They started using Kaz Allen in these preseason games, a wide receiver who hasn't been able to make it at that position before they were giving Chris Rodriguez touches.
Yeah.
He was just not their guy.
They did not seem to be a fan for whatever reason. And to me, like, he's not the style that I would go after, but he's got a little bit of the things that I like, but I want a lot of the things that I like.
Here's what I know about Chris Rodriguez on the field. When he played, he had some success.
He was pretty decent.
He led the team in yards per attempt last year. And in the preseason, last year, he was excellent. Now, it wasn't quite as good this season. A couple of his best runs, I think, were called back for penalties, as a matter of fact.
Caught a couple passes in the third preseason game.
He did.
Look decent.
Yeah. Wasn't their guy, and that's going to be a reoccurring theme. McNichols, they brought in, may make the team. I think Wiley, who they did release today, the undrafted free agent from Arizona, is someone to monitor on the P squad.
Agreed.
He's got game. I like him.
There's a
better
burst
fit
there
for them than Rodriguez.
I wonder for Rodriguez about pass pro, just in lining up in shotgun pretty much every time, which it seems like that's what they're going to be doing.
He's huge. I mean, if he can't do that,
he's a Maurice Jones-Drew kind of low to the ground bowling ball kind of guy.
He needs to get better at that. If that is a problem, and I don't know that it is.
I speculate. I have no idea.
Yeah, I'm just saying though, he's way too big for that not to be a strength. Like, you're already going to have some issues with some of the teams that want the shifty guy who has wiggle. When you're that frame of a running back, you should be able to pick up linebackers. But regardless, he's out. Defensively, I don't think there have been any real surprises outside of KJ Henry. The one story that caught my attention today was you and I were discussing the D tackle position, where Allen and Payne are their starters. They drafted Johnny Newton in the second round, and they've got some other down the depth chart veterans who have played really well, like Benning Podoaye. The question was who's going to make the team between Fidarian Mathis and John Ridgway. And I'm sure you saw that several of the beat reporters today were saying that John Ridgway's on the trade block. I don't know that that means that he's the guy getting cut, but it stands to reason that if they're not saying Fidarian Mathis is on the trade block and they're keeping one of those guys, maybe it would be Mathis.
So if you go for I'm making this up, sake of argument. You go one guy is 6, the other guy's half a dozen. There might be more interest for Ridgway than for Mathis, who hasn't been healthy and hasn't really played. But if they go, you know what, we'll get the same production, we might get something for Ridgway, then we'll pull that trigger. I bet you if they don't get a Ridgway offer that is acceptable to them, then maybe they, try to put Mathis on the P squad or something to that effect and roll with Ridgway. But if you've got them graded pretty evenly, think they'll help you the same amount, then it becomes, sort of a luxury, an extra thing, and you could spin that into an asset.
Couple of names I'm interested in finding out the fate of are Derek Forrest, who 2 years ago, the safety from Cincinnati, was a starter.
Yes.
And in fact, was making plays, generating takeaways, huge thumping hits in the secondary.
Like flew around the field a little bit.
Yeah. I got to a point with him where I thought, as a mid-round pick, this is a guy who's going to be around here for a while.
It's a win, yeah.
He is now squarely on the bubble and I think has a real chance not to make it, depending on how many safeties they keep. Jeremy Reeves, who was an All-Pro a couple seasons ago, is another guy who's been fighting for a roster spot. It seems like that's his whole career as a special teams ace, but I would think you would keep him before Forrest. But those are two guys to keep track of today. At corner, one veteran who is out, reportedly, is James Pierre, who they signed, who played for the Steelers last year in the secondary and on special teams. They also cut Tariq Castro Fields, who they got on waivers season before last from San Francisco, who's been in and out of the building over the last couple of years. So a couple of the veterans have already found out their fate. And I like that they do that earlier in the process with some of those older guys with some pelts on the wall, because maybe you can get your agent to start making some phone calls and seeing what's what.
So the way that I done, I mean, again, who am I? But if I'd done when I did my 53, I thought Castro Fields would make it. So that I thought he would be in. So that kind of is probably good news for maybe one extra safety or, somebody they might, that might not have been a headliner right there. I thought Fields would make the 53. So I don't want to say that was a surprise, but that was one of my last guys in.
Dan Quinn will be speaking after the roster is submitted. 4:00's the deadline. So we'll have all the answers on the 53 man over the next 2 hours. Then Quinn's going to talk. You'll hear a big chunk of that conversation coming up today right here on Grant and Danny at 5:00. Remember, Austin Eckler is on the show with us in about 40 minutes at 3. Next, let's talk about the artist formerly known as FedEx Field. There's a brand new name for the same old stadium. in Landover, Maryland. You're listening to G&D. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. We are live all over the DMV on 106.7. You can watch the show. We are streaming live via high definition video on the 106.7 The Fan YouTube page as well. Austin Eckler stops by at 3, a half hour from right now. And at 4 o'clock, we're giving away those tickets to see Kevin Hart when he comes to the nation's capital in September. He'll be at DAR Constitution Hall. Danny, you were talking about some of the Rivera draft picks who have already been released today. Just going through the recent drafts of the Rivera era. So Forbes and Martin rounds 1 and 2 are going to make this team. The rest of the 23 picks, though, last year, Stromberg, Braden Daniels, KJ Henry, Chris Rodriguez, and Andre Jones almost certainly will not make it. Jones, I guess we have not heard definitively, so I don't want to say that he's not going to be in, but there's a much better chance than not that their 5 picks from rounds 3 through 7 will not make this team 1 year after the draft. That is staggering.
Yeah. Nobody from 2020 is left.
Well, 2020 is 3 years down the road. Let's keep going.
Oh, yeah, we'll go that way.
2022. Jahan Dotson's in Philadelphia. But Arian Mathis squarely on the bubble. I guess he might make it after a big third game, but was on the outside looking in coming into the week. Brian Robinson is their starting running back, and Percy Butler's a guy who's been battling to make the roster. I think he'll make it with his speed and special teams ability. Sam Howell is in Seattle. Cole Turner expected to be released today. Chris Paul unlikely to make the team. Christian Holmes no longer here. So what's the grand total there? If Mathis makes it,
That's 2 from the 22
Robinson,
draft.
and Percy Butler?
Yeah, it would be Mathis and Robinson. Yeah,
and
there you go.
Percy
Yeah,
Butler.
yeah. And Percy. There you go. 3.
2021. Jamin Davis. Good news for him is KJ Henry's out. Sam Cosmi, new position, was drafted as a tackle. Now he's excellent as a guard. Benjamin St. Justin. This is a whale of a draft.
This is the win. Look at this.
The Marty Party flexing their muscles here. They took Jamin Davis in round 1, and he's still here as a defensive end. Davis, Cosmi, St. Just, De'Ami Brown.
That's your number 2 receiver. Put some respect on his name.
John Bates.
That's Bates.
Danny, the first 5 picks they made are still here. What if Derek Forrest makes the team?
Then send Rivera his ring, as he asked.
That's 6 players in 5 rounds that will be on this roster.
Wow.
Now it gets a little tougher. Cam Cheeseman's the long snapper they traded up for, who struggled immensely. And, Tress Way was like a shortstop fielding ground balls, so they eventually cut him. William Bradley King, Shaka Toney, and Dax Mill no longer with the program. Those are late round picks, though. But the 2021 draft, hard to call it a huge win because your first round pick at number 19 overall was Jamin Davis. But in terms of quantity,
some football players there.
That's a chunk of the roster. And then you wanted to go to 2020. Chase Young, New Orleans. Antonio Gibson, New England.
I'll stop you when you name a current commander. Go.
Sadiq Charles just retired. Antonio Gandy Golden. I don't know what he's doing at this point, but I don't think he's in the league. Keith Ismail, Khalid Hudson, Cam Curl, James Smith-Williams. Zippy.
None from that class.
What an unbelievable 4-year run for Rivera and the Marty Parties.
But go back to 21, okay? It was really a good year. Really was. Send me my ring.
Don't forget that quote either.
Yeah.
I think there'd be less people poking at Rivera's drafts and how bad a spot he left the roster in if he didn't ever make that comment that you're referencing.
Well,
who was that to last year?
I don't remember exactly, but I was looking for it. But
was that in the John Keim sit down after he was fired? Or am I making that
That
up?
sounds right to me. That's what it was.
If they make the playoffs with my 40 players that I brought in here, they might have 11 by the time it's all said.
When
and done.
they win the Super Bowl, send me my ring. That regime again was so bad for so many reasons. Some of it not Rivera's fault, by the way. Some of it not of his own making. The structure was broken from the beginning. That's a Snyder whatever type of construction. But the point of the dude's story here is what they always thought is they saw something that no one else did. And when you don't have any pelts on the wall, you're not that smart, you've never really done this at a high level before. They reached for their guy multiple times over. And every time they did that, it blew up right in their face. I mean, right in their face. Not down the line, not in a different office, in their faces. And it was always bad, and it was always glaring, and it was always obvious.
Would you like to play a game, Danny? Looks like you're in a mood where you need a game.
Okay. All right, here we go.
Are you ready?
Yeah, all right, let's do it.
Darius Dameron, if you don't mind, it is time to play the game. I just thought of this game, actually.
Oh.
Today. We've never played this game before. The name of this game is this the name of a sports venue a DC sports team calls home?
Oh.
Or Kanye West's children? Again, the name of the game is this a sports venue a DC sports team calls home? Or Kanye West's children?
Okay.
Northwest. Is that a DC sports stadium? Or is that Kanye West's children?
Would it? I think. Is that what the stadium's called? Is that what they're calling it now? They're going to call it that? Just called Northwest? That's it?
Northwest Stadium. Were you not awake all day long? Did
No,
you
I
not
saw
see the
that.
news?
I saw that, but it
Okay.
feels like are his kids really named that?
Wait, which one are you asking about? Is that what they're calling the stadium, or is that what his name's?
They're just calling it Northwest Stadium. I thought it was like Northwest Federal Credit Union LLC field at FedEx Nubs or whatever.
Well, no, they're calling it Northwest Stadium.
East of the city?
Correct.
Okay.
To get back to the game at hand.
Okay.
That Danny struggled with a little bit, if I could say that.
I struggle a little too much with that.
That's both the name of Kanye West's children and also the name of the stadium.
Is that true, by the way?
I think he has a kid named North and a kid named West. But maybe his name is West.
I was going to ask if you had a kid named West.
West, or am I making that up?
I have no idea.
Or maybe it's South. Does he have a North and a South?
I don't know.
Darius, what can you tell me?
You now have me questioning. I don't know. I know there's a North. There's a North. Her last name's West. That's all I know.
Wait, is that? I'm sorry. I know no one cares that you're doing a stadium thing.
No, you're about.
Is that
to
a
do
real
the-
thing?
Guy? You can't do this thing. You know that's the name of his kids.
I don't know what his kids' names are.
Yes, you do.
I don't know what his children's name are.
They're brought up every hour on every.
By who?
Every dumb show ever.
The ones that I don't watch or see or pay attention to.
You just bump into it. I don't either.
I don't know who anyone is. I know Kanye West is. I don't know who anyone is or what anyone's talking about. That is a real thing. Is it like a newborn child is named North?
No, she's several years old at this point. It's him and Kim Kardashian's baby from like 6 years ago.
Oh, that's like forever ago.
Yes. I mean, this is something that's very commonly known. You're just the old guy going, say one of your words, son. Don't you say skibbity. Like that's what you're doing. You're like, hey, son, get over here. Tell these guys that something's lit.
Maybe I heard that somewhere. And maybe it rattled around in here. That felt like that was brand new to me. That felt like that was the first I've ever heard that. And I feel like we should be spending time on that.
We shouldn't be. Trust me.
So
North?
The oldest kid is Northwest.
Okay.
Then there's Saint West.
Saint, so not South.
Not South. Right.
Okay.
So close.
And no West.
No West.
Not yet.
The other kid is Chicago West.
What?
Yeah.
Chicago West.
And then I don't know how to pronounce this one. I'm going to say Palm West. I could be wrong, though.
How do you spell it?
Psalm.
Psalm.
Psalm West.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, that's Psalm.
There we go.
All right.
I knew that.
It didn't sound like you knew it.
I think I did.
Palm.
I knew it.
I think he called it a palm.
Palm.
It's a part of a hand. Tell you where Darius isn't on Sunday morning.
It's like, tell me you go to church without telling me.
Exactly.
Snitched on myself a little bit.
When's the last time you sat in a pew there, buddy? Palm.
We'd love to see you back in the flock on Sundays.
All right. Thank you, D Daddy. Father.
Thanks, Dad.
Thank you, Dad.
Love you, Dad.
Oh, the best, Dad. Northwest Stadium. How do we feel?
These are the kinds of things where I don't begrudge it. I'm not bothered by it. I'm happy for the people involved because what ultimately it is the organization, the team, getting some cash. I can't do it. I can't keep up with it. I don't care about like what branding associated with the brand, and we're branding our equity and our marketplace and our market share. This will increase our synergy. I don't care about that sort of stuff. It's a terrible stadium. Call it what you want. It's Nubs Field.
Well, but along those lines, I am really surprised, and I would even use the word impressed, that they got a deal done this quickly.
Yeah.
And not only that, they are going to make more money on this deal than on their previous deal with FedEx.
Which is wild.
The average reportedly is going to exceed what was approximately $7.5 million per year from FedEx. So you're approaching nearly $8 million per. And what a coup this is for the Hogs, the Harris Ownership Group and Company. Listen to this deal. The terms of this deal is reported today. It's an 8-year deal. Okay. So if they are playing at the stadium through 2032, it'll be Northwest Stadium for all 8 of those football seasons. However, if, and I'm going to say when, but if they get a new stadium, Josh Harris had a press conference that I sat in on at the stadium on Sunday afternoon, and he projected 2030 as a legitimate, reasonable target for a new stadium. If they open a new stadium at any point during this deal, essentially the contract's null and void, and they can get a new stadium deal with a different company willing to pay them more money, which would almost certainly
You would
happen.
think that would happen, yeah.
And with all due respect to Northwest Federal Credit Union, whatever that is, I see banks all over the place every day. That's not one that I see very often. Nothing wrong with it. Take what you can get. I guess Grant and Danny Field, we didn't offer enough money. That's fine. I don't think we had to reach the $8 million per year number.
We couldn't get up that high.
We got close. And Odyssey put up a really good fight.
Yeah.
What I was told, I don't know what your people told you.
Because the longer thing was, it's one half an Odyssey that you're on, and it's one half Audacious, and that was too long for the stadium.
Correct. And also, it was an audacious ask.
It was an audacious ask
for $8 million from us,
yeah,
which we weren't able to give them.
Stadium comes with the rewind function.
But $7.5 million per year was the old deal. They passed that. Awesome job.
Pretty amazing.
I mean, that's money. That helps. That's all important in this process.
It really is amazing that whoever's in charge of that, of getting that sale done, again, good for them. This doesn't move me emotionally one way or the other, but where you go, you've already had the big boss, Josh Harris, stand up and say, we're looking elsewhere. We're talking about 2030 for the new stadium. Nobody likes it. No one wants to be associated with it. And yet here we are selling for a pretty good chunk of change in cash, someone wanting to be associated with it. Good for them.
Fascinated by a company saying it ranks dead last in every ranking among every NFL stadium. And in fact, there was a ranking recently done that I saw of every stadium in every sport. So it was the indoor arenas for the NBA and the NHL with NFL stadiums. And they ranked like 1 to 90 something in the 4 major pro sports in America. And Northwest Stadium was dead last of all of them. That's not necessarily what you're looking for when you attach your name to something, obviously. But I guess the belief is, number one, you're getting it on the ground floor. You think that the value is X right now, and it's going to be X plus in a year or two. You believe in Harris, you believe in Peters, you believe in Dan Quinn, and they're not finding their north anymore. They're finding their northwest.
There it is. And you're not being associated. Obviously your name's on the stadium, but it's less about a stadium association than it is about a brand association with something that's on the rise, aka the local Washington 53.
Yeah.
Right. Like as you said it very well. The belief in the ownership group, the belief in the business and the driving. So all of a sudden, fans, if tens of thousands actually do go to the stupid stadium, then they see it. Television cameras, when they're there for everything, whether it be the regional Fox, the couple national games, nighttime games, whatever, all of a sudden your name is right there. Less so about like, we endorse this stadium, more so we're associated with
just a visibility.
The football thing. It's a
and
visibility.
You probably don't have a chance if you're again, I don't want to make it out like there's some tiny company. They might be huge. I just don't have much of a file. But getting the naming rights of a stadium in the NFL is a big deal. You're probably not going to be able to do that in a lot of cities where the organization's relationship to the community is healthier. So you're kind of opting in you're buying in on something on the ground floor in a sense. And it's a decent time to do that. We've seen other companies get in bed with the Commanders here over the last year or so when the going is not as good, but probably at a discount as well. Now, I would imagine that the Patriots or the Steelers or the Cowboys or something that AT&T for Jerry's World's paying a hell of a lot more than $7.5 million per year to be on that stadium.
Right.
Which is a factor. I also found myself thinking about the Nats still not having a naming rights deal for the ballpark today.
Yeah, hard to ignore that.
And the story on that has always been that the Lerners, the owners of the Nationals, have decided, and I'm just going to use the simplest amount of money possible, that it's worth $1, and they've gotten offers for 85 and 90 cents or 95 cents, and they're just not willing to accept that because they think it's worth $1. The problem with that logic, if that's really why there hasn't been a name, is you're now 16 years into not having a name. So if you do the math on 90 cents, hypothetically, times 16, you've missed out on a hell of a lot of money.
You sure have.
And if you could get, maybe it's not $7.5 million for a ballpark in baseball, although the difference between 10 football games at max and 81 baseball games, I'd imagine the money is actually pretty comparable, but I don't know what I don't know. But the idea that because you can't get what you think it's worth, you accept nothing for a year or two, maybe over almost 20 years, you've left a lot of money on the table. And it's just hilarious to me that the Commanders at a point where a lot of people don't want anything to do with them
Uh-huh.
over the last few years. They went 2 hours without a name. They were FedEx last year. They didn't even start the season without a sponsor this year. It took them a couple minutes to find one.
And they recognize the importance of it.
And the Nationals in a brand new ballpark starting in 08, who have won a World Series, who were a mainstay in the NL for years, at no point have been able to strike a deal for naming rights.
And
Just
there's
pretty amazing.
There's just this little thing, that just little voice in my head that says, if you think it's worth that, no one's giving you that, then it might not be worth that. That's just a funny little thing that I think.
Let's go around the NFL with some of the big news of the day. Cut downs happening for every single roster. We'll get you the latest from the Commanders out of Ashburn over the last few minutes, and some of the most prominent players now looking for work in the National Football League. That is next on G&D here on The Fan. A busy Tuesday on Grant and Danny on The Fan. We are live on 106.7 and on 106.7 The Fan's YouTube page. I'm rocking my brand new giveaway. Welcome to the show, Dylan Cruz tee with a Caps hat today. We're going all red.
That's a sharp look if I can add that. I like that Capitals hat. What do you call that when the hat has a string on top of the brim?
It's like a white rope.
Yeah.
Where the brim meets the top.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Hat part, tall part. I don't know. I don't know what that style is.
I'm not a fashion guy.
Yeah, I clearly am.
I had a phone call today with someone who's helping me with my fashion.
What?
Yeah. Is that funny?
What? Wait, what?
So for Monumental Sports, you
Yeah.
know that I moonlight on television.
Yes, of course. You're television.
I'll be doing some alt casts again for the Capitals this hockey season. And she reached out to me to just talk about my look.
Is that
and
right?
What I wanted to present. And what kind of things I was hoping to possibly wear. She's like a fashion expert who works in television, who they have on staff.
Dude.
Yeah. So she was asking me questions. I didn't know what she meant.
Well,
by them.
I mean, your guy's right here. I can help you.
This is true. But there were lots of questions of which I had little answers. She's like, "What's your style?" I said, "My style would be like black polo, khaki shorts." She's
What's your style? I was like, whatever my wife picks out.
Exactly. She's like, "So when you go shopping, where do you go?" I said, "I got to be very honest with you. I haven't bought anything for myself on the fashion front in many years."
Did you tell her the Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday shirt idea?
Yeah, exactly. We didn't get to that. But that's if you know me well enough. If I could just have T-shirts that said each day of the week, and I just wore 7 of them and then washed them and wore them again, that would be my happy place.
Got my comfortable blue, speaking of khaki, shorts on. I got my DTL down the line Fairfax T-shirt on. Shout out to DTL and Fairfax.
That has to be a pickleball.
It is a pickleball thing, yes.
I was worried, Danny, that you didn't have some type of pickleball garb on today.
I do. I do. Believe me, I do.
You didn't let me down. We've also got a little bit of an announcement to make.
Oh.
It involves the Show Fantasy Football League. If you want to be in the Grant and Danny Fantasy Football League this year, you may want to listen to the double play coming up at 3:45 for some deets on Grant and Danny today. Big news on the Commanders front as far as who is no longer with the ball club. I would say notably Martavis Bryant at wide receiver, KJ Henry at defensive end, and then most recently we just found out that roster hopeful Bryson Tremaine, who had an outstanding training camp, did some good things in the first 2 preseason games. I thought he needed a big night and just didn't have it against the Patriots. Wasn't able to corral passes, make plays, got called for a penalty. Then he got banged up and was taken into the locker room with an injury in the final minutes of the game. Just didn't go the way he needed, Cole Turner needed, and those guys, because of that, could be on the outside looking in today.
Yeah, so this is a guy that started off like gangbusters, as you said, in training camp, and as the preseason wore on, maybe, I don't want to say fell out of favor, but that momentum cooled a little bit. I don't think he was fast enough for everything that they wanted to do. You want a guy with size, which he has, but I don't know that he has some of the quicks and explosiveness that they kind of need for that spot, which is interesting because there are no big receivers. There just aren't any, right? Their biggest guy that's still left, as far as we know, is Byron Pringle.
The Giants, speaking of receivers, cut Allen Robinson. Now, you only have to go back a few years to find Allen Robinson being excellent. That is not the case anymore.
No, it hasn't been.
He's bounced all over the place and just doesn't seem to be able to help anybody. But he's available in terms of receivers with some pedigree who have some size. Also, Isaiah Hodgins got cut by the Giants. Isaiah Hodgins has the same thing that Daniel Jones has. He's tested positive for, which is he plays amazing football against Washington and not very well against anybody else. But he's had some huge games over the years against the Commanders. Hodgins last year, 20 catches for 230 yards. But are you big? Do you play receiver? Are you 25 or under? If the answer to all 3 of those things are yes, I'm at least picking up the phone up from Adam Peters. Hodgins is 6'3", 200, been in the division, 25-year-old who turns 26 this football season. Was drafted back in 2020.
Yeah, 7 touchdowns over the last couple of seasons as a part-timer is not crazy. Right? Or that's not nothing to sneeze at.
You know who else got cut today? The Kansas City Chiefs cut Kadarius Toney.
Yeah, a couple of people have already tweeted us at Grant H. Paulson at Funny Danny. Is that a name you guys are interested in? I'm not, because to me it's very redundant to what they've got. If you need small slot receiver gadget guy,
yeah,
we got those. I need something different, but
Actually, I got a surprising take on this. Darius drumroll on this, please. Would I be interested in bringing in Kadarius Toney? Now, you said no.
right.
And I think I have a surprising take because I'm normally one of the guys that shuts this kind of thing down.
Now, I think I know where this is going, but I'm not going to spoil it. I think I know what's happening here.
Absolutely not even a little
That's
bit.
what I thought. It was a rug pull.
Do you catch the football when it's thrown to you?
He doesn't, but listen.
Okay.
But wait.
Are you small?
Yeah.
I got enough of those guys.
Oh.
I'm doing the Kaz Allen thing where you play some running back and receiver. The idea of Kadarius Toney, greater than Kadarius Toney.
Coaches love this idea of someone like this. They can't stop drooling at the concept, but the actual Kadarius Toney shows up, and then it's like, oh.
The Patriots released kicker Chad Ryland. He a Terp. Why does anyone draft kickers? Stop drafting kickers. And especially in the middle of the draft. I don't care if you're Bill Belichick, so everyone tells you you're smart. Kyle Shanahan in San Francisco with John Lynch did it last year. Stop drafting kickers. It's such a bad idea. They all stink when they get drafted. Why does anyone do that?
Remember when the Bucks drafted, what was that guy's name? Aguayo in the second round?
Aguayo.
Not as bad as the Raiders drafting a kicker in the first round years before.
Sebastian Janikowski.
Old Sebastian Janikowski, but Roberto Aguayo in round 2 was tough.
Roberto Aguayo from
Florida State?
Attaboy, Danny.
Here we go.
Look
Ring
at
that
you.
bell. Ring the Florida State bell.
That's the Seminoles bell.
Yep.
They're still the Seminoles?
Well, now they're 0-1. The 0-1 Seminoles.
They don't do the tomahawk chant anymore, right?
No, they do very much.
Oh, interesting.
Mhm.
That's real interesting.
That's real interesting.
We're Grant and Danny on the Fan. Austin Eckler joins the show next, live on G&D. The exclusive sponsor of our shows, the law firm Condori and Murad. They're going to guide you and your family in the right direction by helping you to draft a will, set up a trust, or create a healthcare power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys at kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them Grant and Danny sent you so that you can get a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. In 1 hour, we're giving away tickets to see Kevin Hart when he comes to D.C. In September, he's going to be at DAR Constitution Hall at 5. You'll hear from Dan Quinn as he addresses the media on Cutdown Day. Washington forming its 53-man roster like the rest of the teams in the NFL are ahead of their 4 p.m. deadline. But right now, let's go to the BetQL guest hotline. Bet smarter to beat the books. Download the BetQL app and visit BetQL.com. We are joined by Austin Eckler, running back with the Commanders, who is lucky enough at this point in his career to not have to worry about staring at his phone all day long. But Austin, I am curious, as a veteran with pelts on the wall, what today is like for you and just your perspective on so many of your teammates who have been working their butts off, who are having their dreams set to the side here, potentially on speed bumps, but it's a tough day around the league.
Yeah, it's a big day for multiple reasons. And I remember, what was it now? 8 years ago around this time, I actually got a call, but it was from our player director telling me that I need to go find an apartment. And that was a really special moment. I immediately called my mom right after. I remember she was crying, I was crying, because, some of the work that we've been putting in had finally come to fruition, and we're looking forward to finally getting on the NFL team. But obviously there's the flip side of that as well, where a lot of guys have been putting in, that work as well. And then it doesn't come yet. Their time isn't now. And it doesn't mean their time's never going to come, but it just might not be in that certain team or that certain moment. And so it's a time where, look, there's a lot of great stuff happening, but also a lot of movement, obviously, in the other direction as well.
Austin, can you go into what maybe you said to a teammate or two? Because I think that's very sage advice, right? It's easy to think about the here and now and get bad news and be very focused on that. But that big picture thing is probably really hard after the work you've just now kind of put in. Did you talk to any of the young guys who might be facing this today and maybe share some of that?
Yeah, actually yesterday or 2 days ago before our game, we're just telling these young guys, just, make sure that whatever you do after this game, you feel like there's nothing else you could have done. You feel like you've exhausted every ounce of energy that you could absolutely exhaust. And no matter what, if you do that, guess what? You'll be able to live with yourself and know that you put everything on the line, and it wasn't something that you didn't do that caused you to fail. It was you did everything. And I told them, look, I'm proud of you guys for the work you've been putting in. And I didn't tell them this, but in my mind, there's no telling how it's going to turn out, So I just try to keep it as positive as I can and pushing those guys to make sure that they understand that this is an important moment, and then also that leave it all out there on the line.
Austin Eckler on Grant and Danny here on the Fan in year one in D.C. Joined the Commanders in part because you'd worked with Anthony Lynn in the past. So you kind of knew what to expect, I'd imagine, in the meeting room and on the practice field from this staff. But what are your early returns and thoughts on this group after now navigating a training camp and your first preseason with them?
Yeah, I definitely knew what to expect from Anthony Lynn, and he has been living up to that as well. Funny story, actually, my rookie year, he was my head coach, and he's a big running back guy. That's where a lot of his knowledge is. He came sprinting across the field because my track on a trap play was off by about a half yard. And so that is how detailed this man is when it comes to the running back position. So for me as a competitor, I couldn't wait to get in that room because I love to be coached. I want to make sure my details are on point. I want to be held accountable. So that has been, our room's dynamic, but then also getting to know Dan Quinn. And I've been saying this, but if I were ever to be a head coach, I would want to be like Dan Quinn. He understands that coaching processes, coaching brotherhood, coaching, how to hold the standard. What the standard is the way that you get the results that you want. If you coach results, hey, we got to go win a Super Bowl, we got to win games, there's no substance to that. That doesn't mean anything. But if we're talking about how we should interact with each other, how we should practice together, what's an example of, hey, this was a bad rep by you, pull it up. This is a good rep by you, pull it up. Those are the things that create processes and a brotherhood within our culture that allows us to play and keep ourselves held to a standard where we can play at a high level. And then, the results will hopefully come from what we want. So I really appreciate Dan Quinn and what he's about.
Austin Eckler with us here on Grant and Danny. And Austin, you mentioned you've been around for a minute, played for a few different head coaches now. How did this kind of camp preseason sort of compare and contrast to ones you've gone through previously?
Wow. I mean, this going to sound like it's a big Dan Quinn hype session, but this man really understands the power of keeping the body healthy and making sure that recovery is integrated into not just what we have going on, but integrated into the schedule. We have mandatory hour recovery sessions within the schedule. I know in the past it's really been like, hey, get your recovery during lunch and stuff like that. And you have like a longer lunch, but we bring in specific people. You have people doing massages, dry needling every day during training camp. And so that was something that was really new to me and kind of showed me where Dan's mind is at when it comes to taking care of his team and understanding that a healthy team is a very effective and dangerous team on game day. So it has been an amazing camp, and I have been so blessed to be out here and looking forward to getting into regular season.
Austin Eckler, one of the veterans with the Commanders, one of their leaders who's been setting the tone this summer out in Ashburn, of course, led the NFL in touchdowns over a couple of years span in 21 and 22 with the Chargers, and we're thrilled to have him now in the nation's capital here on Grant and Danny with us on the Fan today. Specific to the Jaden Daniels hype going into training camp and really not knowing what to expect. I mean, you've been around some young QBs. You kind of went through this with Justin Herbert. Like, do you go about that now differently, having lived that experience once where you go up, you introduce yourself and you know, try to answer as many questions as possible, or do you let a young kid come to you? And what has that been like in kind of feeling Daniels out in that way?
Yeah, I think as the veteran and being around a lot of younger guys, you realize that coming into the NFL is actually really intimidating for a lot of people for different reasons. One of them being like, hey, you've been watching these guys or playing with them on Madden or looking up to some of these guys, and now you're in the same room with them. So as an older person in the locker room, not saying they all looked up to me, but just that's kind of the sense, like, man, these guys have been in the league for a long time. They've earned their respect. So you kind of feel like, okay, like I still have to get my stripes and I have to earn my respect out there. And so as an older player, I definitely have been the one that, I'm going to approach you. I'm going to introduce myself to you. I'm going to ask you questions. I'm going to come up to you after practice because that's the position I'm in. And I know it was the opposite when I had Phillip Rivers. When he was a veteran, he would do that same stuff for us. And he would come up to us or want to get routes after practice to get on the same page. And now it's kind of the roles flipped now that I'm, going into year 8. Jaden's coming into year 1, and he'll get there as well. He's got a great mentor in Marcus Mariota in that room that's really been doing a good job. I'm super proud of him too, of how he's been, showing the ways of what a veteran quarterback does, during the off season, in season, leading the offense, the cadence, all this stuff. So Jaden's in good hands, and I'm looking forward to seeing him excel as well.
Austin Eckler on Grant and Danny here on the Fan. How do you feel about now the structure? It seems like we're eventually going to 18 games and then 2 preseason games. But right now you got the 3 exhibition games. Most teams choose 2 to let guys like you play in and then sit you for the 3rd, which you guys did games 1 and 2 on the field as a group of starters. And how does the joint practice fit into this now? Do you feel like you get more out of those? Like, could you get ready for a season as a running back, not taking on a whole lot of contact or being tackled without playing in the preseason? Or are you at a position where you kind of need that at this point?
Well, first off, I just want to say we, the PA, have not agreed to anything. So this 18 game rumor stuff is a bunch of BS. Let's just get that out of the way. I think this is a tactic, in my opinion, by the NFL side, trying to push this narrative of that's where we're going so that players start thinking about it. But no, we're smarter than that. Like, we know exactly what's going on, and we're definitely aware of what's going on with them, potentially leaking 18 games, right? Potentially, right? So here's the thing. For us,
well, hang on, before you move on to the other part of the question, I actually want to follow up on that. So do you not think it's headed in that direction? I mean, obviously you guys are going to have to agree, but you wouldn't bet on that at this point? It just seems obvious that they're going to keep.
It's what they want.
No, yeah. I mean, shoot, the ownership, these guys want 20 games. They want 30 games. They want as many games as they can get. If they get 50 out of us, they get 50 out of us. And so what do we have to do? We got to make sure that we put ourselves in a position where we can protect ourselves as players, right? And we can actually make sure that if we are going to give up some of our time and work more, then there's got to be the proper compensation and the proper things that we feel is worth that extra gain and so on and so forth. So that's where I am. Yes, obviously they want more, but is it going to be worth it to us to give them more?
I think that's well said. And then specific to the kind of the juxtaposition now of joint practice versus preseason game. I mean, the narrative has become, and I think coaches have pushed this even a little bit too. I don't know what your perspective is. Like the joint practices are as helpful and or maybe better than the preseason. The way it was explained to me by a lot of coaches over the years is they can kind of dictate situations, practice more things that they want to, get looks at guys, because you can't really do that in a game. You may not get a goal line or a short yardage or something like that. How do you feel as a player in that regard?
Look, for the last 4 years, I haven't actually played in a preseason game. And that includes the years that I led the league and, touchdowns and had 1,600 all-purpose yards those years. So we did have joint practices during those times. So that definitely that was like our game reps. Like, hey, it still wasn't live, but it's as close to live as you're going to get. You're going against someone in some other color, just not going to the ground or cutting or anything like that. So there's definitely a lot of value in those joint practices, which is why we do them. And there's not a ton of reps to go around when you have a 90-man roster to get a good evaluation on people. So you want to make sure you're maximizing the opportunities that you have. So I don't mind the preseason games. I think they're actually super beneficial for multiple reasons. Get the stadiums ready, get coaches ready, especially new coaches coming in, so they know their process and all of that. So there's value in all of it. And it just depends on how we want to balance it. Obviously we used to have 4. Now I'm thinking about 4 is like, dang, if we had a whole nother week of preseason, that would be wild. So I could definitely see it going down to 2 at some point, but not in exchange for another game. I don't know. That's a whole different conversation.
Austin Eckler with us here on G&D. All right, Austin, give me a second. All right. While you mentioned this, while you were out just in LA, minding your business, putting up 1,600 total yards and 20 touchdowns pretty much, I have long been a huge fan of yours. And what I've done is I've begged for an Austin Eckler type running back here in town. And we got the best version of that. And it turns out it's actually Austin Eckler. Years past, what would happen is a guy with your skill set that's so good out of the backfield, great in pass pro, that can do all these things. It's okay. It's 3rd and long. Let's trot that guy out there. I have been screaming at nobody because I'm just a pudgy idiot, but I'm screaming at nobody. I need my super effective playmaker, not just to be 3rd down reserved. Are we getting early down Austin Eckler, and who do I have to talk to?
If you look at my past, my past history, these past 4 years anyway, I've been on the field pretty much the entire time, unless I take a drive off. So that was the dynamic in the past. Obviously, it's a new dynamic now coming in with, Brian Robinson in the room as well. And he's a different type of back than I am. We're different types of bodies, but he's shown he can carry the load all 3 downs. So have I. And so for me, what's really great is I'm with Cliff Kingsbury, who, in my opinion, is putting us in perfect positions so that we can actually maximize our talent. And so I'm going to be on the field all over the place. And I don't think you'll have to worry about me being on the field when it's, it's a crunch time, 3rd down, things like that, because Cliff's been doing a good job making sure that, hey, we're putting our playmakers on the field so they can make plays and putting them in positions where they're best at. So, the plays will come, my friend. The plays will absolutely come.
Thank you. It makes me feel better.
We're getting lots of tweets, Austin, and also comments from our YouTube chat with people with questions for you. Just want to bang through a couple of these real quick on Grant and Danny. A lot of people are asking you about fantasy. You're kind of the player synonymous with being okay with the idea that fantasy football exists and it doesn't seem to bother you. I don't want to say it's a part of the industry that you enjoy, but I'm seeing a lot of people who are asking you questions about fantasy. How did that come about? I mean, did you just always play fantasy football? And like most players where you kind of drop it when you start playing, you continued to?
No, so my love of fantasy came from what it does for the sport. Actually, most of my fans, I would say, have come because of fantasy.
Really?
And the power of having you on someone's team that they don't even know. They might not even know that I was on the Chargers, but they're like, oh, we love this Austin Eckler guy. Who is he? They know my name because I was on their fantasy team. And now they're watching the Chargers or watching me because I'm on their fantasy football team. So the fact that it's bringing new communities into the ecosystem of players that are on different teams is what I love about it. I love how it brings people together. I'm a community builder. That's what I do in my foundation and my businesses. I build communities. And that's one of the main reasons I love fantasy. And so it's introduced me to a lot of new people
I do play. I have, a charity league that I'm a part of as well. So I'm definitely in there, and I'm definitely rooting for guys on other teams, unless we're playing them. And so it's a good time.
That's cool. So I have 2 mini fantasy questions then. The first would be, when you're in a league, do you have, is there a rule that you get yourself? Like, what if someone drafts you? And then secondly, give us a sleeper Commanders player on offense who we should be considering in fantasy that might not be obvious.
Ooh, interesting. Well, I can't give too much away on the insider stuff because we haven't got to week 1 yet. So I wanted to get to week 1 and before I start leaking stuff and get myself in trouble.
Okay, I like that.
So I'm not going to be doing that. But as far as me getting myself, I always am trying to get myself, and it's actually easy right now because people think I'm just in the trash can apparently from last year. But
ADP over 100, Austin. I think it's great value.
Yeah. So look, I'm getting. So there you go. If you need a sleeper, people thought, Austin played on 1.5 ankles last year and he wasn't very good. He only got, 8 touchdowns and 1,000 yards. He's washed up. It's like, y'all need to chill out, man. Like I was going through, so our team was, going through some stuff, had some injuries lingering around, and now I'm back and healthy. So I'm getting myself all over the place. Yeah, but I'm always trying to get myself.
We want to ask you about Experience. An app that you've got. It's a fan engagement platform you mentioned you were working on when we had you on several months ago, and I think you made a lot of progress on it now. 85 active NFL players are going to participate. Tell us about it.
Yeah, we have 94 professional football players on there right now, and actually just brought on our first school. But what's really cool, we just launched a new interaction called Fan Mail, which allows you to send in an item to get signed by that player that's offering it. And so right now you can only get it from any of the Washington players. And so that's the biggest announcement that we've had lately. So if you want to get your Austin Eckler jersey signed or a card signed by me or Jonathan Allen or Marcus Mariota, Luke McCaffrey, all these other guys that are on there, you can go and check it out. And it's actually called Experience, but spelled EKSPERIENCE. So X, like my last name, Experience. So really excited about it and loving what we've been doing so far. And the engagements have been great with the fans in the area. It's really a methodology for us to open ourselves up and give you more of a fan experience than just being in the stands.
Last one for me, Austin. As you guys get ready to, as this roster gets finalized, you can start playing games here next weekend. What's the biggest key for you guys to get off to a fast start, do you think?
But also a fat start.
A fat start.
Like
You want to get off to a fat start?
We want you guys to be lethargic and not skinny.
Yeah, go to eat fast food.
Oh, I love it. For us, man, we have a lot of moving parts and new players on this team, and players that have had a ton of success in the past as well. And when you bring a lot of people together, it comes down to how well you gelled, which comes down to one thing, the details. Like how detailed can we be in the fundamentals and getting lined up and operating? Because if we do that, we're going to be a pretty good offense. It's going to be hard to stop us. But if we're a little, lackadaisical on the communication, it's not where it needs to be, it's going to be tough for us. So that's the NFL, but especially when you have new teams, new coaches, rookie quarterback, it's especially important. And so what do you think I'm going to be, preaching the next couple of weeks is detail until I'm blue in the face, because that's what it's got to be. And that's what's going to help us win games.
Austin, you got married this off season, obviously right in time to get back to work. I don't know if you've even had time, you and Melanie, to kind of experience what there is to offer in DC yet, or find restaurants you like. I mean, has it been all work and things will slow down a little bit in season in terms of some nights off, or have you even seen the new community?
So my wife would tell me that and tell you guys that I am a workaholic and I am always trying to build. Like I am a builder at heart. I'm an entrepreneur, and football happens to be, the thing you guys know me for. But as you see, even with Experience, I'm out building apps, I'm building foundations, we're building, communities online. And so that's what I do for my fun free time. But every once in a while, make sure we get out to a date night and we'll check out DC. So we've been out around the town a little bit, meeting some new people. I'm a big networker. So there's fun in the things that we like to do, but it also sometimes looks like work to other people. So that's what we do.
I
love it.
You're always making moves. Austin, we appreciate it. We'll be pulling for you to get off to the quick start this year. And you heard it from Austin Eckler. Don't sleep. Grab him in those fantasy drafts. Thanks, man.
Good luck to you, buddy.
Appreciate it, guys. Thanks.
All right, you got it. There's Austin Eckler on Grant and Danny here on the Fan. He's always got something going on.
Just one of those little bit too perfect. You know what I mean? You just can't believe that. Like in my spare time, I start companies, right? In my spare time, I start foundations. Like, yeah, me too. As I sit down to play video games,
Incredible.
or like watch a show, just better than me.
Josh Harris spoke to the media over the weekend. What was the biggest news item that came out of that Q&A? What was the biggest development of all of the answers he provided? I want to get into that next. We'll also get you the latest on Cutdown Day, another name trickling out, having been released by Washington. We'll tell you who next on The Fan. It's cut down day around the NFL. The Commanders and 31 other teams are whittling rosters upwards of 90 players down to 53. I'll tell you what, I miss being on the beat quite a bit, fairly frequently. There were a lot of things I liked about covering the team. Just being on the inside, information, getting to know coaches and learning ball from different perspectives, having relationships at the building. Very, very cool experience that I got to have for a while. This was the worst day.
This is a tough one, yeah.
When you're on the beat, I don't envy guys like Ben Standig or reporters like Nikki Javala who look like they're grinding and working their way through cut down day. But you're texting players or their agents or folks with the team and sometimes asking people directly, hey, did the worst thing that could have possibly happened to you happen today?
Were your professional dreams crushed today? Text me back.
And
it's
someone
tough.
can make light of that it's a business, or they could say, well, they shouldn't be doing that, and you're wrong. That's the job, and people want the information, and you're trying to cover the football team. That
I mean, you're
cover.
doing what you're supposed to do, but man, that is on a human level, that's tough.
Today was the worst. It was just at the end of the day, like I've never been a guy that's like, oh, I need a beer. You know what I'm saying? But like you need to. I needed to go to a movie. Like I needed to unplug and just for a couple hours, not think about anything, and just go kind of chill out in the dark and have no one talk to me with a movie playing. But thinking about the players, their families that are getting the bad news today. Hopefully, many of them do come back on the practice squad. But with that out of the way, some of the latest cuts by the Commanders that are interesting and names that you got to know and maybe got enamored with, like I did during the preseason, Danny. Wide receiver Bryson Tremaine. I like him. I think he is a big, tall, 6'4" wide receiver who can help down the field. He made one catch after another in training camp, just vertically over people, contested, has decent speed. He kind of, I talked to him at camp and he basically said, since I was at Stanford, I think I've been able to run by people because they look at me with my size and they're like, oh, this guy's not going to be able to outrun me. And then he gets behind everyone and makes a big catch. And he did it all camp long. Preseason just didn't quite go well enough. Another guy I really, really liked was Michael Wiley, and I'm quite sure he'll stay in the building. The Arizona running back who was undrafted out of the Pac-12. He got released today as well. I guess there's a question as to whether or not they keep three running backs. I'd imagine they'll keep Jeremy McNichols. But if you kept two and Kaz Allen was still around.
Yeah, then it's sort of, he's half a running back, half a wide out, a little bit of everything.
You could also only keep two running backs now because even though you wouldn't go into a game on Sunday in week one that way, maybe it gives you a chance to keep a safety you don't want to cut and have on the waiver wire. And then you'll sort out running back when someone else gets released or maybe in the next 3 days or something. Like, remember that too. The roster they formed today can be as much strategic as anything. It doesn't mean it's what it's going to look like in week one. In fact, it's almost certainly not going to look that way.
Yeah, this is the initial 53, not the final 53. If there is such a thing. Obviously, as rosters form and injuries happen and changes happen and releases happen and everything else. But yeah, your initial homework or your first quiz, whatever you want to call it, is due this afternoon. And there'll be changes after that, right? As waivers and other things. And you may, as you said, you may not want to expose a guy to waivers right away, knowing that he might get snatched up and maybe you want to stash him or something that effect. Maybe you can do some machinations therein.
Last year's 6th round pick, Chris Rodriguez, running back out of Kentucky, has been waived by the Commanders. So too is 5th round pick out of Clemson, KJ Henry, according to multiple reports. He got bad news today, which is good news for Jamin Davis. And it would stand to reason that if KJ Henry, who a lot of people had as their 4th defensive end, didn't make the team, then all systems are go for Jamin Davis, who will not only make it as an end, but who knows? With the injury to Jordan McGee, could end up being depth at linebacker still as well.
Indeed, yeah. That the dreaded position flex from the Ron Rivera era that would certainly apply to Jamin Davis. As he learns a new spot, you can plug him in as needed on the rare occasion they're in a 3 linebacker set.
No surprise that Sam Hartman got waived. As good looking as he is and as productive at times as he was in game, first preseason game, he got to play and he looked pretty good. That was the 4th quarterback at camp. McSorley is really the 5th guy. So practice squad would be an option, I would imagine, if they want to keep a project and Hartman around. Because if they were going to keep 3 QBs, it was going to be the veterans probably.
Yep.
You could have gone with a kid in Hartman over Driscoll, but Driscoll showed enough, I think. I mean, they have a type pretty obviously. Look at the quarterbacks right now in the building. It's Jaden Daniels, who can run, Jeff Driscoll, who can run, Marcus Mariota, who can run, and Trace McSorley, who can run.
To a degree, yeah.
The only guy that isn't that is Sam Hartman. Mitch Tinsley helped himself in the final preseason game, I thought. He got cut today, despite having been heavily featured. And speaking of wide receivers on the outs, Martavis Bryant. A lot of question as to whether or not the big 6'4" wide receiver, one-time standout with the Steelers, could force his way onto the roster. That did not happen. He will not be part of the initial 53.
So as you're looking at this, on its surface, barring another move that we don't know about, aka bringing in somebody that's outside the organization, you would think it's good news for a couple guys like Jamison Crowder. It's good news for Byron Pringle, for example. Just think of the receiver spot. You already mentioned Jamin Davis. So on its surface, those guys, the longer their names aren't called, the better it is for them.
I wanted to get to Josh Harris's press conference from Sunday quickly. We talked quite a bit about this yesterday, but one thing we didn't get to was, what was the biggest development, do you think, out of everything that he addressed? Because that was as candid and just legitimate a Q&A with an owner as we've had in this market in decades, quite literally. And for 23 minutes, he sat there and he took questions from all comers and he answered them. And I thought he actually gave real context and perspective on some of the things they're doing and why they're doing them. And so with that in mind, I thought we could go through just some of the cliff notes of his press conference. And I want to know what the lead would be if you're writing a story about it. Here are some of the rapid fire, big moments. New stadium in 2030 is the realistic date. He says he's still talking to all three jurisdictions. Nothing's been decided. It did sound like DC was the priority. I'm paraphrasing. That was certainly what most of the questions were about. He is himself leading the search for the next team president. It's one of his top priorities right now. He can't go back to Redskins, and they won't go back to Redskins as a name for obvious reasons, he said. But he did not commit to Commanders long term, and they are looking into the popularity of the name, and they're doing their own research right now. The NFL draft is coming to D.C. at some point, probably a few years down the road. He admitted that he focuses heavily on the Commanders and the 76ers and is way less involved when it comes to the Devils and his other sports ownership, including soccer. He said that he expects the team to be better in a win-loss record than last year, but he did admit that this is really for him about the long-term focus, and that, I'm now, again, paraphrasing, wins and losses this year are not nearly as important to him as kind of building the foundation with this group long-term. Also acknowledged season tickets are up big, 30% year over year from last year, and that they want to bridge the gap and make sure the old fans are happy. That's why they're bringing back gold pants. He also said he wanted to get rid of the Sean Taylor installation.
Yeah, that was the last one, yeah.
Because Taylor deserves an A+ tribute, and that it's important to both their relationship with players past and current, and just the fan base that it means so much to do that in a better way. So of all that stuff, what was your lead from Harris?
I think it was all sort of name related to me, with honorable mention to, as you said, the Sean Taylor installation being removed, and then trying to do better than that, the 2030 date, etc. It's that we're not ignoring this, right? Because in the past, what he said, what members of the ownership group have said is it's not our priority right now, and they sort of dismissed it. It implied then that it's your priority at some point. It implied then that you're thinking about it, but he said, he revealed to your question, we are doing research about it. I am aware of it. And in effect, again, I'm not, what I am doing is paraphrasing. I'm aware, I care about the old one. I know the old one's not coming back. That's not possible. But I care about the tradition. I care about, the fans that have been here for a long time. We're aware that the current name hasn't stuck, isn't sticking. Maybe that changes with a bunch of winning football, but I care about the tradition. Here's your placating. Here's your small pat. Here's your olive branch in the gold pants. We know that doesn't cover all of it, but we're thinking about that. That to me was as clear a sign as any, is if they're not winning within the next couple of years, which is entirely possible, it's really hard to win in this league, that might be very much on the table to say, you know what, we can address this now.
Totally agree with that. The only thing I would say is there's still a reading between the lines and kind of a seeing whatever we want to see there. Again, if it's your opinion that they shouldn't change the name and they won't, I think you could probably read through what he said and talk yourself into there's a path to it not changing. Most of us don't see it that way. We're looking through different glasses, and I think it's very easy to see something will come down the pike. It's just not happening right now. But because there's really no shaping his answer on your own, there's no guesswork to 2030 is when the stadium is going to open at the earliest, and that's his words out of his mouth now. That's reasonable to hope for a stadium in 2030. 6 years away.
6 years.
I thought that was maybe the biggest thing that came up and that he corroborated or confirmed. The newsiest thing might be that I now fully expect a draft in Washington, D.C. to be held on the mall in the next 5 years or so. And maybe it's closer to 3, 4, 5 years away than a couple. But I now absolutely think that that is in the works, that they have a lot to iron
With
out
you.
with the park service. But it sounds like that's something he and his group are going to work really hard on. And they obviously think it could be happening. All right, next on Grant and Danny. Juan Soto back to D.C.?
Question mark?
That's what they were saying in the newspaper, right? Juan Soto, Washington, D.C. 2.0. Let's get into that. And our double play involves news on our Grant and Danny Fantasy Football Listener League. So if you want to get in, you better be listening. By the way, we got tickets to see Kevin Hart in 20 minutes right here on Grant and Danny. Double play coming up on G&D in just a couple of moments. Welcome back. We're Grant and Danny, and this is The Fan. I'm sure you saw Barry Svrluga's piece in the Washington Post yesterday about Juan Soto and the Nationals. Written, of course, the timeliness was that Soto was back at the yard. He was taking on the Nats with the Yankees. A very rare 0 for 4 yesterday for Juan Soto, but a lovely ovation. He got the biggest ovation of the night.
Yeah.
Sorry about your luck, Dylan Cruz. We're giving out Cruz t-shirts at Nats Park. But it was Soto who was taking off his helmet and doing a little curtain call moment before he got into the batter's box.
He drilled a couple balls. The ball, by the way, was not traveling to left center or center last night. There were a couple bolts that stayed in the yard. Soto hit a couple of them.
Well, partially because 10-foot-tall Aaron Judge caught them at the fence with his glove over the wall.
Well, that did happen. Ball was flying just fine to right, though, as we saw later on in the game. But, yeah, a couple balls went to die in left center and center. But, yeah, I thought that first inning was really cool. Like that to me was the whole deal. It was like this ceremony, right? Where the symmetry between Soto hitting second for New York and Cruz hitting second for Washington, old era, new era, the ovations therein. That was cool. Just really neat.
Davey knew the assignment.
Yes.
Abrams, Cruz, Wood, 1, 2, 3 in the lineup. Awesome. Well done, Davey. So that was very, very cool. I bring this up, though, because Juan Soto's returned to D.C. He'd been back with the Padres, but first time, long time. Now with the Yankees, it was a very, very cool pregame scene. He was the first guy out on the field at about 3:05 while we were doing our show live from either team. And he came over and kind of parked in front of the Nats dugout in the coach's box, first base foul territory, and just waited like with a receiving line, basically, one after another of people parade style coming up to Juan Soto. And he was talking to staffers and training people and, former players and coaches and anyone and everyone who was still with the organization. Big smiles and hugs. And I posted a video. If you guys haven't seen, you should go check it out at Grant H. Paulson on Twitter. I think you have a picture of this maybe even as well. But it was Mark Lerner and Juan Soto embracing. And I thought it was hysterical that Lerner in front of the media and everyone just walked right up and
just strutted right up there.
Gave him a big hug. That's one of those, I got a lot of money and I don't care what you think kind of things. But here's why it's funny to me. I understand they have a relationship, they have a rapport, whatever. But there's so much noise being made about Soto becoming a free agent, and would the Lerners possibly pay him, and could they bring him back to D.C.? And so I'm thinking when Mark was out there, I'm like, oh, there's no chance we'll get an interaction here. And as soon as Juan Soto was done talking to someone at one point, Lerner starts yelling, Soto, one, and he starts walking over to him, and they meet, and they get this big hug and a nice little conversation for a minute or so, just in front of everyone. It was incredible. And the jokes wrote themselves. I think I tweeted something like, clearly reminiscing about 2019. And everyone's like, talk to him about coming back, which is obviously not legal.
Yeah.
You're not allowed to do as an owner when he's under contract with the Yankees, but it's also not happening.
Right. Yeah. They also weren't like negotiating right there. Mark's like 500 and Juan's like, nope, 600. Okay, I'll see you there.
The next step in the Nationals rebuild, bring back Juan Soto. That was the headline of the Barry Svrluga column in the Post yesterday. Dylan Cruz made his debut against Juan Soto on Monday night. In 2025, they should be teammates. That was Barry's piece. And while I'd love to see it, and I echo the sentiments, and it's a really brilliant idea, I give it 0.0001% chance of happening. This ownership group over the last few years has not even shown a willingness to sign a veteran starting pitcher for $10 million a year. And I'm supposed to assume they're going to go pay $500 million to break every record for a non-pitcher hitter in free agency on Juan Soto. I just can't see it. I'm sorry. All the stories that we hear about, like counting cups and getting the napkins that are the least expensive and all the little things that are happening at that ballpark. I do not think there'll be a player with the Yankees and the Mets for Soto. I'm sorry. I just don't see it.
I don't see it either. And, there's also a legitimate reason one could make, or an argument one could make to not do that, where you have that much salary allocated to one person. Would you be better served splunking around between 5 or 6, 7 other people for a team building perspective? But the real argument against it, or not in terms of desiring it, but basically saying why it's not going to happen, is what you just said. There has been no propensity to open that checkbook at any point here in the recent past. Maybe that's different now that you've got a younger team that's almost on the verge of competing.
I think
but it wouldn't be to the tune of $600 million.
I think that's the hope or the thought, is that they're going to spend this offseason for the first time in a long time, really since the World Series. And I do think they'll spend a good bit. Like, they got more money coming off the books this
Corbin
year.
coming off the books.
Strasburg is now at least a known commodity that he's not taking up a 40-man spot. You can pay that off if you need to. But yeah, the Corbin contract specifically, it's going to be the lowest payroll they've had really at any point since they took over. They could go get a bat like Anthony Santander and right. They could get a bat like Christian Walker at first base and go get a pitcher if they want to in the middle of the rotation. I just don't think it's going to be a Soto type move.
No.
That type of contract. It is time for our double play, driven to you by your local Washington area Honda dealers. Stop in for a great deal on the rugged and capable Honda Pilot. You can contact your local Washington area Honda dealers today. And I will bring in producer Darius Dameron, who is the bad guy in the Grant and Danny Fantasy League quandary. That is everybody wanting to get in. So I said, I don't want to be involved this year. I get yelled at by too many people.
That is true.
Darius, you're going to be the villain. You will be the messenger that gets shot at with the slings and the arrows.
Make way for the bad guy.
I appreciate, first of all, you being the bad guy. Second of all, let's find out how we're going to dictate who's in the Grant and Danny listener league.
I'd like for it to not be known as the bad guy.
Bad guy.
I'm just the commissioner. There we go. That's fine.
Which
is also a bad guy, which is fine.
I remember that Roger Goodell gets cheered everywhere he goes. People just love when they see Rob
Yeah,
Manfred.
Gary Bettman's entrance is actually a chorus of boos, but that's cheering.
I'm more like Adam Silver.
Okay.
Yeah, he doesn't get
You're the
that
cool
often.
commissioner.
Yeah, I'm cool guy.
Yeah, let's do an in-season fantasy tournament. Yeah. Let's paint our courts in a weird way for fantasy football.
City jerseys.
Cool guy.
The ever popular Grant and Danny Fantasy League is officially returning.
Yeah.
It is officially returning.
That's
Yes.
big. Where's my bell? Hold on.
This is the fantasy comeback bell?
Whoa. We're back, baby.
That's the bigger bell.
2024. How many teams in the league?
There will be, this is a 14-team league.
Let's go.
We are inviting back the winner from last year.
Congratulations, winner.
Congratulations
I
to
think
the
his
winner.
name's John.
Yeah. So he'll be back with us. And then there will be 10 spots open for listeners. So for you to get your chance to get into the Grant and Danny Fantasy Football League, as you hear the bell go off, you will need to do, as last year, participate in our Grant and Danny Trivia Challenge.
Oh, the Trivia Challenge.
The Trivia Challenge is dreaded. Yeah.
You can find that link on our Facebook page. We'll also tweet it out from our individual Twitter accounts. So, yes, you will click that link. You will take the challenge. There's 10 questions on it, as well as a bonus question that gives you a chance to get more points. At the end of the week, me and Ryan will tally up all the scores, and the top 10 scores will get invites to join us for a live draft for the Grant and Danny Fantasy Football League next week. We anticipate that live draft will be at a DC or Virginia area bar or sports bar venue next Tuesday or Wednesday night. So
We'll
plan
have the details at the end of the week.
We'll have details for you.
Whoever makes the league, but you got to try to be at the draft
Mhm.
so you can clear out the schedule Tuesday or Wednesday night for an on-site draft. And we're going to try to do like the stickers on the paper this year. I think, Darius, instead of doing the internet and everyone sitting on a laptop, we're going to do an old school fantasy draft, kick it like it was 10 years ago, put the stickers up on the board, right? It's going to be like 2010 style.
That is the plan. It's going to be a blast. It's always fun. We had a great time last year. This is my third year doing it now, I guess, since I've been a part of the show. So yeah, I'm looking forward to it. It's always fun.
Very, very cool.
That is awesome. I'm very into this. The live draft is always the best, and I like it better that we're going to actually be able to do it without staring at our laptops. You know, because like you'd be mid conversation with somebody, like, dude, shut up. I'm 2 picks away. You know, like get your wing hands off me.
I love it. Yeah, there's going to be wings, and there will be wing hands.
There'll be wings.
So in the next couple of minutes, you can check out at Grant H. Paulson at Funny Danny, or right now you can go to our Facebook page, facebook.com/Grant and Danny for the link to take the quiz. Trivia on the show. The folks with the 10 highest scores will be invited into the Grant and Danny Fantasy Football League. So best of luck to everyone. All the details will be available as your grades come back in. If you score high enough as to how you can participate in the draft. Excited about that. We got tickets to see Kevin Hart in DC in September. We're giving those away right at the top of the hour. We've also got a Beltway Blitz coming your way next on the Nats, the NFL, and the Commanders. You're listening to The Fan. Caller 10, 800-636-1067 right now. Congrats, you're winning 2 tickets. You'll see Kevin Hart Acting My Age Tour, Sunday, September 15th, DAR Constitution Hall. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event information, go to thefandc.com/events. Grant and Danny, sponsored exclusively today and every day by the law firm Kondori and Murad. They guide you and your family in the right direction. They help you to draft a will, set up a trust, or create a healthcare power of attorney. Please schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys, like my parents did, at kmlawyers.com, and be sure to tell them that we sent you. I sent my parents. They got the same discount you will. Grant and Danny discount. kmlawyers.com. We told you the Beltway Blitz was going to be juicy today. We are covering the Nationals, the NFL, the Commanders. It's cut down day. We'll get some more names trickling out here at the wire as the deadline just hit to form your 53-man roster in D.C. So we'll cover that with Cakes coming up in just a few minutes on the Commanders. But let's start our Beltway Blitz. The Nats last night, with the Yankees in town, debuted Dylan Cruz. He took an 0-for-3, did draw a walk. Charlie Slows was on the call. Charlie, what'd you make of Cruz's first ever game?
I thought he was very poised. He looked very comfortable. He looked like he'd done it before. The at-bat where he walked, he looked some close pitches over. He didn't really chase anything out of the strike zone. And, it was kind of a routine night for him like he'd done it before. Batting second in the order last night. Davies dropping him down today to the number 7 spot. Maybe take a little pressure off if there's any against the right-hander he's facing tonight. But, all in all, he talked about it being a great day. The only thing he wished that would have happened is they won the game.
Charlie, you've been there for these milestone games, whether it was Strasburg getting called up or playoff games there at Nats Park, World Series games, etc. Last night didn't feel like the 132nd game of the season, right? It was more special than that, both with Soto in town and a bunch of these young Nats, sort of the new era, ushering that in, hitting at the top of the order. What did last night mean?
Oh, it's definitely you're moving forward in this rebuild with the future nucleus of this team starting to take shape. The players that you hope they're going to be part of this team for the next decade. And, as Ryan Zimmerman has said to us when he was on with us last night, the group that's going to make the next run of contention for a long time. So I think we're really just scratching the surface here so far and more to come. I think, the fact the Nationals have used only 9 starting pitchers this year, despite the injuries they've had, with Cade Cavalli not making it back, Trevor Williams getting hurt, Joe Sagray getting hurt. But the guys that they brought in have been in the rotation all year. And so I think that's a big step forward for the future. Maybe the most positive thing you take out of this season for the Nationals is how far along the starting pitching is.
Charlie, what'd you make of the response to Juan Soto returning to Nats Park? He got the largest ovation of the night in the first inning.
Yeah, there's no question. I had people from New York who cover the Yankees say, well, it's different when you return to your home stadium, your original club, home stadium. When you're in a Yankee uniform, you'll get booed. And I said, there is absolutely no chance in a million that Juan Soto would ever get booed in this park, no matter what he had done after he left the Nationals. And that was proven to be true. I mean, he is who he is, great player. One of the biggest moments in franchise history is hit off Josh Hader, 3-run score, and they win the wild card game, and the big moments he had and the home runs he hit in the World Series. He'll always be loved here. As the case with most everybody who was a part of that World Championship. They can never do wrong here. No way.
Lost in all that, sort of under the headline is Mitchell Parker's final line didn't look that unbelievable to me, Charlie, but I was encouraged by what I saw last night after a couple rough outings. What did you see from him?
Well, I thought he pitched well. I mean, the second inning jumped his pitch count up, and, the Nats had a couple of miscues in the inning, one for him when he dropped the ball covering first, but he got out of that bases loaded jam. He didn't really seem to be much affected after giving up the home run to start the game to Gleyber Torres on a 3-1 pitch. And, it's a really tough lineup to get through, to navigate through, and I thought he, did a good job. They're watching his pitch count at this point of the year, so he's over 80 in 4 innings, and they decided to go to the bullpen, but he certainly gave you a respectable performance, and he's done that a lot this year. So, again, he's one of the guys that you look at and you could say, yeah, he can be right in your rotation next year if that's what you want to do.
Charlie, I haven't seen the lineup against Garrett Cole. Is it the same as it was yesterday for Davey with Abrams, Cruz, and Wood 1, 2, 3? And then also, what can you tell
No.
us about tonight?
Well, you're gonna have Abrams and Wood at the top of the order. He dropped Cruz down to 7th. I haven't talked to Davey about that yet, but that's what he decided to do. He gets some left-hand hitters up against that tough right-hander at the start of the lineup. So we'll see how that plays out. But you're going to get Wood more at bats. I know, Grant, you want to see Wood bat as high in the order as possible
As
can
often
to get
as
him
we
more
can.
and more at bats.
Yep.
Yep. And we'll see if this is just for today that Cruz is batting 7th. And in a lineup that Davey's going with, or whether there's something he'll stay with. I still think Cruz is going to end up at the top of the order, maybe even a leadoff batter for a while. And ultimately that could be Jacob Young too. Maybe not this year, but if he progresses as a hitter with that speed, you're going to want to get him up more and more. So I mean, you're seeing the nucleus of what's to come. Now these babes just have to play and learn and get that experience.
Charlie, thank you as always, man. Have a great call tonight.
All right, guys. Talk to you soon.
Sounds good, buddy. See you soon. Hit that NFL sounder, please. Our pal Ben Brown joins us to go around the NFL on Cutdown Day. A busy one, Ben. League-wide, big picture story. Anything jump out at you today with all these roster trimmings?
I mean, obviously, there's some guys that we thought were going to pan out or do certain things at the NFL level very much falling down on the wayside. And did not really taking advantage of that new opportunity either. So I think there's a lot of moving parts. Obviously, some of the wide receiver moves. I think Kadarius Toney. Some of the Chiefs trimmings and those sorts of things. Terrace Marshall getting dropped from the Panthers. Like there are guys that are going to be on the streets that I think can run some NFL snaps. It's just as correct fit and really trying to figure things out in this next stop if it really didn't work out for some of them in the first.
Couple of big names on the PUP list to start the year for their respective teams. Odell Beckham Jr. is going to miss 4 games, it looks like, for the Dolphins. And then TJ Hawkinson with the Vikings, same situation. Any surprise on either of those two fronts?
No, I do think, just the timing of Hawkinson's injury, that was one that, seemingly was going to get, pushed back at least, the 4 weeks and then kind of figure out from there. Odell Beckham Jr., I think in a lot of ways, like just where he's been at, over the past couple of seasons, I guess, it does seem like a situation where I don't know if he's ever going to get back anywhere close to what teams are even expecting of him. I think Nick Chubb, for me, I think you saw Deonta Foreman get cut. Nick Chubb going to start on PUP as well. Like Jerome Ford is kind of the one guy in that particular backfield, and everyone else I would say is injured in a lot of ways. So I think that's an interesting one to monitor. I very much think they are a team that has to be in the veteran, running back market. And I would be shocked if they enter this season kind of, given maybe they have 1 or 2 really healthy guys on their roster at the running back position right now.
Ben, I feel like the 49ers are in this game of chicken, both with Ayuk and Trent Williams, and they're over the salary cap as of now by tens of millions of dollars. This is kind of something I feel like nobody's talking about. There's an assumption it's just going to get worked out because they're a Super Bowl contender, but is it? What do we think?
Yeah, I mean, that's the real difficulty. And, and it very much seems like that's the reason why the 49ers are kind of in this, win now mentality. Maybe they can kind of keep things, under the lockdown, for next season in 2025. But, you're starting to talk about Purdy, either an extension or, big money contract, but he's going to be a free agent in 2026 unrestricted as well. And, how many years does Trent Williams actually have left in the tank? I do think he is, out of non-quarterbacks, maybe the most important offensive player to a specific team scheme. So I think really getting Trent Williams in the fold is absolutely critical to their long-term success. And I do think if you hear of one of, Brandon Ayuk or Trent Williams actually missing games, that's when things really are going to get worrisome for the 49ers. But I think overall, they do still seem like, 1 or 2 injuries could really derail things. And I think they are a lot more vulnerable than what the betting market's kind of projecting for their outcome in 2024.
Benjamin Brown on the NFL, the Grant and Danny Beltway Blitz here. How about the NFC East, top of the division? Cowboys and Eagles seem to be the 2 teams everybody debates between. Did yesterday's CeeDee Lamb contract change how you feel about the pecking order at all?
I don't know if it changes the pecking order. I do think it at least makes me slightly more optimistic about the Cowboys not having this really downside sort of, the basement falling out sort of expectation on the 2024 season. I do think in some ways that could happen, but I think at least going into the season with one of CeeDee Lamb or Dak Prescott locked in long term answers at least some questions of where they're going to head, in the next 3 to 5 years. And I think overall that maybe speaks to a little positivity, but I don't think it closes the gap on, where they're at in relation to the Eagles. And I still very much think, the Commanders, in particular, have some exciting upside type cases where they could at least land, in the thick of things come playoff time. And I very much think that, the CeeDee Lamb extension doesn't really change that outcome either. So although the Cowboys might get a little bump on their downside expectation, I still think they are a team that really needs Dak Prescott playing at an MVP type level to kind of win one or two of these playoff games that they've not gotten to so far in the past couple seasons.
Ben, thank you as always, buddy. Talk soon.
Thanks, guys. Have a great show.
Appreciate you, pal. Hit that local 53 sounder, Darius. By God, that's Johnny Cake Allville's music from the brand new radio program debuting here in mornings on 106.7 The Fan. The Sports Junkies is the name of the program. Cakes joins us here on the Old Beltway Blitz. Cakesy, cut down day. Any surprises? Anybody you're standing on the table for to remain? Give me your thoughts.
I think KJ Henry kind of caught people by surprise. People were kind of semi-raving about him in camp. I thought he would be one of the few Ron guys to actually make it through. But I think the overarching trend is if you were picked by Ron, the new guys in charge are going to have the extra powerful microscope on you throughout. So looking like Jamin Davis is going to make it, looking like Forbes are going to make it, but I wouldn't certainly have long futures bets on either of those guys to remain past this season. I think the jury is still out to see how they perform. Forbes, clearly a disappointing rookie season. Davis, a guy who's a tweener. They're just trying to figure out the role for him going forward. So the big takeaway is if you were drafted by Ron, you got a target on your back, and you better overperform with Adam Peters in town now.
Cakes, I had talked myself into Martavis Bryant maybe being on my roster if I was the GM, Grant Peters over here, on my way home from the artist formerly known as FedEx Field on Sunday night. Now Northwest Stadium, Cakes, over there in Landover, Maryland. But were you surprised Martavis Bryant didn't make it?
Not really. I mean, the guy hasn't taken NFL meaningful snaps in 6 seasons. I like taking a flyer on a guy who's one of Danny's real weaknesses is overhyping big, tall, strong, athletic specimens of wide out. I know, Danny, that's his kryptonite.
That is correct.
I kind of fall for those guys too, especially when they're red zone targets. And, you don't have a bunch of big guys on the roster outside of Zach Ertz that are catching passes for this team. So I thought he might have had an outside shot. But the fact that he's been, let's be honest, he's been on a football odyssey, not Odyssey, the company that employs us, Odyssey.
Right,
over
but
the
is
last
it
5 or 6
audacious?
seasons.
Is it audacious, though?
Or is it an odyssey? We're on an odyssey, but it's an audacious
It's very
odyssey.
confusing for everybody.
Yes,
let's
it
be
is.
honest.
Especially when it's not a word. So, Cakesy, help me through this lens. I can't stand when things don't make sense to me. I never let it go. I'm like a dog with the mailman's tuchus here. I don't know what this local 53, led by Adam Peters, who's very handsome, he has great hair, and he's smarter than me. I don't understand what they're doing at receiver. I have basically said, hey, there's a giant 5-alarm fire here at this position. That was with Jahan Dotson. Now they're without Jahan Dotson, and there doesn't seem to be much urgency to provide Jaden Daniels with more weapons. What am I not seeing, and what don't I understand?
Danny, I think you are, as you like to term it, you're standing squarely in the circle of correctness, my friend. All you want to do is surround your young signal caller, your rookie signal caller, with as much talent as possible. I know that Olamide Zaccheaus is a feel-good story, but Danny, you and I, and Grant, we all played the fantasy footballs. I mean, the guy's, he's a 30 to 35 type of catch guy. He's not an impact player. Now, can he have a bigger role in this offense with Dotson out? Sure. Are we going to gamble on De'Ami Brown? I mean, that always seems like a thin bet. Yeah, I'm kind of with you, Danny. Underwhelmed by the wide receiver room, especially with Dotson on the move to Philadelphia.
Speaking of fantasy cakes, Mr. Allville, give me one of your sleepers that you're liking in your drafts this year.
Yes, because the draft's tomorrow night, and I need the scouting report.
Yeah, Danny has been won over. I know that years ago when he joined the Homies League, and I told him, I said, Danny, this is a no waivers league. Are you cool with that? And he was resistant at first, but now he loves the free-for-all just madness of the league. But anyway, the sleeper, this is a guy I love, especially with the news that Nick Chubb is going to start the season on the PUP list. I love me some Jerome Ford, like in the 9th or 10th round, like especially if you load up on wideouts early in your draft. Jerome Ford is going to be heavily involved. We saw what he did last year when Chubb was sidelined. I love him as like my RB2 or a sexy flex pickup. That's a big old sleeper right there from your pal Cakes.
GB, what you don't realize, you may have crossed away from your radar, but you are in the presence of the grand champion of the Homies League, defending champion.
I'm very aware. My team was a borderline juggernaut, as LeBron James likes to call it, until I ran into Danny's team in the football final last year. So
Wow.
yeah, Danny, I tip my cap to you, sir.
Is that a money league?
It is. So
It is, yeah.
I go by either your Royal Highness or your Grace is fine.
Okay.
His lordship would accept as well.
Hey, Cakesy, have you checked on Bish Bucks here over the last few minutes? Sounds like Trace McSorley just got waived.
Oh, that is tragic news, man. The show is basically forced to root for scrappy Trace McSorley.
Yeah.
Couldn't be a nicer kid. His family's very nice. I've met the parents a couple times. I hope that his performance with the Commanders against the Patriots maybe gets him a look on another team, or he winds up with the practice squad. I root for the guy, but let's be honest, he's going to be probably second or third quarterback throughout his career. But look, you can make a handsome living as a backup quarterback in the NFL. Just look at one Marcus Mariota, amongst others.
Super final thing, you may or may not be aware, but your boy, old Fanny Mouye, I built a pickleball court in my backyard. Official invitation to one Johnny Cake Softball to come over and play some pickle on the sport court.
That is look, Danny must be a baller. He's got a pickleball court in his backyard. This is news to me.
By the way, it's not a what do you want to call it? Like, it's not poorly put together.
Yeah, it ain't cheap. Sport Court of Washington, they did the work. Now, I'll tell you, Cakesy, we're not going to eat, and we're not going anywhere for a while, but we did it. We put it up. And it was under the guise if it's for the children to play on. It's not. It's for me.
Hey, look, if you're going to be house poor, you might as well be house poor with a baller pickleball court in your backyard, my friend. I'm going to look at my schedule and clear it and find a date to come out and hit the old pickleballs with one his lordship, Homies League champion, Danny Huhay.
I'm going to wear my weighted vest and my sweat-proof pickleball glove that I picked up a couple weeks ago.
Hold on, are you a rucksack guy? Are you a weighted vest guy?
Weighted vest guy.
I'm a weighted vest guy, but only during walks with my dog. I haven't done it yet on the pickleball court.
Enhance your cardio, Flakesy. Enhance your cardio with me in the backyard. No one to watch us. No one to spy on us. No paparazzi taking photos.
You know what, Danny? It's a date. It's a Cakes Danny date.
Steamed.
Sounds like a good time. All right, Cakesy, be good, bro.
Love you, buddy.
All right, boys. Homies League tomorrow night. Don't sleep, Danny.
I got it.
That is your Beltway Blitz on G&D. I want to hit two big NFL storylines. The Lamb contract in Dallas and how that alters the NFC East. Also, the Patriots apparently still don't know who their starting quarterback is, but you've heard Bill Belichick, Dan Orlovsky, and some others weigh in on this on national TV. Want to hop on that as well. And we'll get you the latest from Ashburn. Cutdown day for the Commanders. Where else would you rather be than right here with your boys, Grant and Danny? roster officially now in our hands. Welcome back to Grant and Danny on the Fan. So no more speculating, no more guessing. We now know who has made it initially and who has not for the Commanders. They issued a press release. Among the notables here in the final moments, some of these names have trickled out, but a couple of the names that I was getting a lot of questions about on Twitter, at Grant H. Paulson, Danny's at Funny Danny. We can run through these right now. So the final cut list included Kaz Allen, the wide receiver running back, who was an undrafted free agent last year. Also, Cole Turner, the tight end, who was a fifth-round pick by Ron Rivera and company last season. Both of those names were among those that people were waiting to hear results on. That means if you look at the initial 53-man roster for the Commanders, they will have 2 undrafted free agents making the team. In tight end, Colson Yankoff, who made the roster, and Tyler Owens, the safety who played so well in camp and in the preseason, who wears number 40. He's very long. He's a physical guy. And he also was one of the stars, as far as character name goes, in the new movie Twisters. He was played by Glenn Powell. If you feel it, chase it. Tyler Owens making the roster. So a couple of undrafted free agents. Now we will see as we get closer to week 1 how much the roster changes, in short order moving ahead. But we can go through the 53-man here in its entirety. But any thoughts right off the bat from you?
Yeah, Yankoff making it is surprising to me that they kept that fourth tight end, at least initially, instead of
that it wasn't Cole Turner.
And then it wasn't Cole Turner. Yeah, they brought in Yankoff, so that was that. If they're going to keep a fourth, it was going to be their guy if there was a default. But Kaz Allen not making it surprises me. I think they probably believe he can be a practice squad guy. Owens kind of forced the issue here, his way onto the team. I know it's a lot of safeties, but some of these guys are going to be safeties in name only. They'll walk into the box here and there, or maybe sometimes a slot corner or versatile type player. But that secondary, 11 defensive backs, maybe 1 or 2 more than you're used to seeing. But I think that's maybe where one of the strengths is.
It's a ton of DBs, 11. All right, let's go through it. 3 quarterbacks: Jaden Daniels, Marcus Mariota, Jeff Driscoll. All 3 are 6'4". Not a whole lot to dig into there. We kind of knew what was going to happen at the quarterback position. Running backs, they did keep 3, with it being about as chalky as it could have been. Nothing fun or surprising.
Mm-hmm.
You have Brian Robinson, Austin Eckler, who we had on the show 1 hour ago. If you missed the interview with him in the 3 o'clock hour, go grab the podcast when we're done tonight at thefandc.com. Third running back in is Jeremy McNichols, who they signed. He has been around forever. Boise State product, 8 years in the league. Long Beach, California native, 5'9", 205, packs a punch. He'll be the third running back for now. They kept 6 wide receivers. Among them, Terry McLaurin, Olamide Zaccheaus, De'Ami Brown, Luke McCaffrey, and then the last 2 in, we said there was a competition there. Veterans, Jamison Crowder and Byron Pringle. The biggest wide receiver on the team is the 6'2" rookie McCaffrey, who's not even listed at 200 pounds. The heaviest receiver on the team, believe it or not, is 210-pound Terry McLaurin. There's just not a lot of size.
No, not a lot of beef at the receiver spot. I mean, they were giving guys looks. They wanted some of that, clearly, but, they just didn't feel like Bryant was ready for it or Tremaine was up to snuff. I still expect something to happen there. Again, I don't think a star is coming. I don't think it's an Ayuk. I don't think it's a T. Higgins or any of the headliners. I do think maybe one more move happens here before Sunday.
Offensive line. The O-line, Danny, is 9 deep. The alphabetical order, or the way it's listed here, I guess, is numerical. Michael Dieter, Tyler Biotish, Nick Allegretti, Andrew Wiley, Trent Scott, Brandon Coleman, Chris Paul, Sam Cosmi, and Cornelius Lucas. So if there was a surprise or a last man in, I would say probably Paul, who can play both guard and tackle. He can play on both sides of the line. Clearly, Dieter, who can play center and some guard on the interior, is going to be a valuable backup. The starting group already, led by Sam Cosmi at right guard. Allegretti is going to be the new starting left guard. Biotish is going to be the center. And then at tackle, they're hoping eventually Coleman is ready to take over into the season for starting left tackle Cornelius Lucas. But the swing tackle is Trent Scott. I think there's still some TBD there. Like, those are the 9 guys they kept of everyone that was at camp. I would not be surprised if they didn't rearrange some deck chairs at the back of the O-line with some of the guys becoming available elsewhere.
You would think so. Any surprises in that group to you? Because none to me. That's kind of what I had. Scott was the only guy I was uncertain about, just given the health.
I guess Chris Paul maybe.
Making it? Sure, yeah.
It's not like there was anybody they cut on the offensive line that I would have kept over him. I just, for him as a 7th-round pick now to survive a regime change after he's basically been a bubble player for a couple of years, I'd say is a job well done.
Agreed. Yeah, so his competition most directly, you would say, just for a spot, Braden Daniels, Ricky Stromberg, no one to write home about there. So, yeah.
Both drafted higher than he was, for the record. Defensive line, they kept 9. Jamin Davis listed as a D lineman on the edge with Javante Jean-Baptiste, Doris Armstrong. Armstrong, of course, will be the truest thing they have to a D end 1, so to speak. They also have Clellan Farrell and Dante Fowler all on the defensive line. So that's what the group is going to look like. At defensive tackle, Fidarian Mathis, Johnny Newton, and John Allen and Deron Payne among the 9. The only guy I didn't mention there was John Ridgway. So both Ridgway and Mathis making the initial roster.
Surprising there, right?
Very surprising. We all thought they'd keep 8. They also were supposedly linked to other teams in trade conversations about John Ridgway. So this could just be hey, we're working some things out. We're still working the phones. I bet you both Ridgway and Mathis are not on the roster when they play the Bucs a week from Sunday. I think that you keep them right now because they're among your 53 best players, but that they're still ironing out that wrinkle.
Yeah, so I echo that. Just when you hear that somebody's on the block, it means that you feel like they've got a glut there. That's to me, they're one position of strength, not just strength in numbers where there's a bunch of guys that are fine, thinking secondary safety most specifically, but that's the one position group that I actually think is good. Talking about defensive tackle. With the 2 Pro Bowl headliners, guys that have not in the same year, but obviously been to the Pro Bowl, and then Ridgway is a 3rd, and newly minted Johnny Newton, hopefully, who's healthy at some point here in the not too distant future, plus former 2nd rounder for Darian Mathis.
Linebackers, they kept 5. Here's what's intriguing about that: they list Dominique Hampton as a linebacker.
Isn't that interesting?
Dominique Hampton, who was drafted by this staff very obviously as a safety out of Washington. Now, I think this could just be some window dressing. Like, do you want to list 12 DBs and basically 7 safeties? Probably not. So it's positionless football. It's 2024. It doesn't really matter if you're calling him a linebacker or safety. He's playing around the box. Probably got some linebacker responsibilities. But this could just be some bookkeeping. But at linebacker, it's Frankie Louvu. They also list Dante Fowler there, who's really an end, if we're being serious.
Edge, end, whatever you want to call it.
Not an off-the-ball guy necessarily. But he's listed there. So Louvu, Fowler, Dominique Hampton, Bobby Wagner, and then the beneficiary of the Jordan McGee injury is Michael Walker, who makes this team, who's a 6'3", 230-pound, 5th-year player at Fresno State, who they added in free agency this offseason. I believe he came over from the Detroit Lions. But 5 different players there make the roster at linebacker.
So looking at that group, just again, there's not as many. It's not the normal depth you're used to seeing at linebacker. Even when this group in the previous regime didn't really value linebacker, you'd still see 3, 4, 5, 6, a backup for everybody here. This is really 3 linebackers, 1 glorified edge rusher, and a safety in that linebacker room. Just tells you how times have changed, right? Where the base package is no longer 3, the base package is 2 with an extra cornerback or extra safety or somebody that's kind of a tweener to match what offenses are doing.
I want to get into the secondary, which is where they had some of the biggest decisions they had to make. Walker, by the way, was the Steeler last year. He's the 3-year Atlanta Falcon who played in Pittsburgh, by the way, and they brought over from the Steelers who made the roster. So he makes it in the linebacking room. Then we'll get to the defensive backs. I want to leave a little more time for this because I think this was where some of their biggest decisions got made. And a lot of guys that we thought were on the bubble battling for jobs all kind of scratched and clawed their way in. They kept 11 DBs. So we'll get to that position group next. Specialists, no surprises. Cade York's going to kick. Tressway will punt. And they signed Tyler Ott, their long snapper, the former Harvard star, who's got experience with their special teams coach and coordinator, Larry Izzo. So that there was no competition for him. You knew he would be the long snapper. But we'll get to the secondary next because there are still major questions at corner, and there's clearly a ton of talent at safety. Remember, a lot of people were upset that they didn't re-sign Cam Curl. And yet maybe the deepest in terms of quantity roster on the entire team.
I was wrong about that.
Already is safety, even with him playing with the Rams in LA under Sean McVay. We'll get to the secondary next. The 53-man roster has been formed. You'll hear from Dan Quinn on this show coming up early in the 5 o'clock hour. This is The Fan. Dan Quinn is addressing the Commanders' first 53-man roster. We'll have some of that for you coming up early in the 5 o'clock hour. I say their first roster because that's what this is. A lot of times we make so much out of who made it and who didn't. And in 24 hours, it could look different, let alone in a week when they get ready to take on the Tampa Bay Bucks. But there's a full list of players released. You're going to check it out on my Twitter account at Grant H. Paulson. We just went through almost every position group as to who made the roster. But we saved the defensive backs for last, Danny, because that was where there was great consternation and debate as to who was going to be in, who was going to be out. They ultimately kept 11 players. And one of the things that you and I kept saying was, is Derek Forrest really going to get cut? It's got to be him or Jeremy Reeves probably. Well, what if you just say, yeah, maybe it's a lot at one position, but let's keep our best football players. We'll figure the rest out later. That's what they did. So at corner, Mike Sanristil, who they just drafted in the second round. Emmanuel Forbes, last year's first-round pick, was probably going to start. Noah Igbenogany, who's going to back up Sanristil in the nickel at a great camp. Michael Davis, who they brought in, the former L.A. Charger, as a veteran who plays outside on the boundary, was graded as one of the most physical corners in the league last year, along with Benjamin St-Juste, who was also clearly kept and on the roster. Those are the 5 traditional corners that were retained. Then you've got what is basically 6 safeties, and there's some guys who are versatile and multiple, can do a couple things. But Jeremy Chin, who's going to start at safety. You've got Quan Martin, who was drafted in the second round out of Illinois last year by the Rivera Group. Derek Forrest, out of Cincinnati now in year 4, made the roster. The former All-Pro special teamer, Jeremy Chin, out of South Alabama, still on the team. Percy Butler, who was a mid-round pick out of Louisiana. I thought early in camp maybe he'd be in a little trouble, but they clearly liked what they saw with his speed and physicality.
Yep.
And then the last guy in, the 11th DB, undrafted free agent out of Texas Tech, Tyler Owens. If you can feel it, chase it.
That dude flies around the football field, and he's fun. So the minimum special teams probably is a rookie.
6'2", 210, and some of the best athletic scores and just crazy combine metrics you're ever going to find at the position. He was like an inch away from a world record in the long jump or something crazy like that.
Yeah, I would take my chances there, right, to see if I could develop somebody like that. But so just I was talking to someone just moments ago about this very thing here, GP. And this is kind of what, when you just mentioned it. We're going to keep our best football players, quote unquote, right? And that's the idea. So if you hire Dan Quinn to be your head coach and you give a lot of power to Joe Witt, you're going to see an elevated emphasis on what they've done best over the years. What's Dan Quinn known for? What's Joe Witt known for? Guys in the secondary making plays, intercepting balls, Legion of Boom. That's sort of Dan Quinn's calling card. So that stands to reason why I'm making up some numbers. If you've got a safety that's a 5 out of 10 and a lineman that's a 5 out of 10 or a receiver that's a 5 out of 10, there's an affinity extra that maybe puts the safety over the top. It's insane to keep 6 safeties, really 7 if you count Dominique Hampton, which I do. That's a lot of safeties. 2, maybe 3 on the field at once. Maybe you get crazy and go 4. I mean, who knows? But you see where the affinity lies. And again, that's not a criticism, just sort of the reality. If you hire a former wide receiver to be your head coach like Kyle Shanahan, you might see an extra receiver or 2 when it's a tie break time or something to that effect. When you give a huge seat at the table to somebody that's made their bones doing it a certain way, we shouldn't be surprised by these kind of results where there are more defensive backs than any other position on the roster.
How about 2/3 of the roster being new? You do the quick math, it's about 63%.
I came up with 33 out of 53. The number would have been higher if Jordan McGee wasn't on IR to start the season.
And we haven't even started, Danny, the season after this staff left.
Yeah.
I mean, there's times where a staff could leave and you could still have, 50 to 60% of that roster a couple years later. We are down to barely 30% of the roster being retained, maybe 20 players before the season even begins. That number could be 15 by midway through the year, which is just so staggering. I don't know that we need to spend any more time beating up on the old regime today. We've done a lot of that, deservedly so. I'm not suggesting they don't deserve it, but with the roster formed, I suppose we can look ahead. I'm noticing something, and I want to know if Darius is catching this and Ryan is catching this, if you guys don't mind. Now, you guys went and saw Twisters with me, and we ate some popcorn and had some tendy, as my kid calls candy, and we just had a good old time. We had a lot of fun. We were all sitting there, just high-fiving. I think we took our shirts off at one point. It was really, really good, right? Danny didn't come. unfortunately, which means Danny hasn't seen Twisters yet. I think every time I say if you feel it, chase it, he hates it a little
I'm
bit.
waiting for it to be over.
So,
yeah,
I mean, you despise it.
Yeah.
Because I could see it in your face. People on the 1067 The Fan YouTube stream can see the Tyler Owens bit does not play with you, and you just can't stand it.
Can't say it's strong.
You hate it.
No, I don't care for it.
It bothers you for some reason.
Not bothered. No.
You wish I would
actually,
never
yeah, a
do it
little
again?
bothered. Yeah, you know what it is? I would say bothered.
Okay.
I have no interest in it, no affinity for it, and it's just sort of like I can't
What
wait
if
for
you
it to be
saw
over so we can go
Twisters?
ahead.
Would you still hate it?
Yeah.
Okay.
I have no interest in that
It's
movie.
Glenn Powell's character.
I'm sure it is.
And it's fun in the movie. It's kind of a funny, sticky thing where they're all like scientists chasing storms. He's just a guy on YouTube who's like a storm wrangler. He just like appointed himself as a good-looking badass. And his catchphrase that dummies like love, they put on a T-shirt. You know how dumb everyone is.
Sure, of course. Yeah.
People are so stupid.
Yeah.
Everyone's so dumb. So they just see this catchphrase and it's like, if you feel it, chase it. And he's like got all these YouTube followers and subscribers. And
Yeah,
these
I
people.
believe you.
And so it's Tyler Owens.
Sure.
And now I just show up at training camp, and one of the big stories is this guy named Tyler Owens. Like 3 nights
He's a
after
Texas guy.
I saw the movie. If you feel it, chase it.
If you feel it, chase it.
What do you think?
Out, but I think, I wish it would go away, and I wish like Tyler Owens, the football player, wasn't conflated with a character in a movie.
Garris, as the season goes on, if Tyler Owens gets to play a little bit, maybe makes a play, I think we got to do if you feel it, chase it bit.
I think so too. And plus, by then, I would imagine in the next week or so, the movie's going to be out on DVD.
Won't be long.
And yeah.
DVD. Listen to this
Yeah,
guy.
DVD. That was weird. On digital and streaming. There we go. That's
I
what
actually
meant
don't
to
know
say.
if I have DVDs still at home because it's hard for me to get rid of them. Of
course you do.
I don't know if I could play them on anything.
Oh, no chance.
Like
I know
maybe
I
my
couldn't.
PS5 would do it.
Yeah,
but
your
I
PlayStation.
have the digital one.
Larry,
Oh,
have you
well,
ever owned a
damn.
DVD?
Oh, of course. Yeah, I used to have a DVD player back in the day.
Do you ever burn a DVD?
I'd never burned a DVD.
Could you watch a DVD tonight if you needed? Like if I gave you a movie and someone wanted to watch a movie with you and they said, let's watch what GP gave you. Could you even find a way to do that?
No, because I don't have like a PS4 or PS5, whatever PS is out there. I have no DVD player at the Clary household.
If you feel it,
chase it.
If you feel it, chase it.
I don't
Danny.
think Danny feels it, by the way.
I don't at all.
You know what? That's a great point.
I don't think he feels it, and that's why he can't chase it.
If you
at this
don't
point.
feel it, hate it. I think that's
Exactly.
Danny saying.
Yes, there it is. Put that on a T-shirt. 1067 The Van Shop.
Tyler Owens, bro.
That's great.
Make
I'm
the
happy.
roster.
I'm happy for Tyler Owens.
This is what we're here for. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Let's see what Dan Quinn had to say about the roster being formed. Also, some other key storylines in the NFL on Cutdown Day. Some big names now looking for work. We'll get to that on G&D.
If you feel it, chase it.
You will hear from Dan Quinn, who just addressed reporters a few minutes ago in Ashburn, coming up this segment on Grant and Danny here on The Fan. The 53-man roster for Washington is set. 2 undrafted free agents make it, one on each side of the ball. Tight end Colson Yankoff and safety Tyler Owens. As far as the positive, the who made it, the big stories, I think that would be the beginning of the list. As far as who didn't, I think the lead is KJ Henry, last year's 5th-round pick out of Clemson, who had a very good preseason and a pretty good training camp. The other maybe notable name, if you thought Martavis Bryant was going to make it after he caught a touchdown in the 3rd preseason game with the wide receiver position wide open for him, he did not make the roster. They chose Jamison Crowder and Byron Pringle over him. I thought, while both of those guys have been way more successful way more recently, they're a little bit redundant maybe. If you just wanted to go with size, you could have had Bryant make the team, but obviously it wasn't a big priority because they have the one receiver over 6 foot in rookie Luke McCaffrey. But they're going to keep working and whittling away, I'm sure. They're going to be making tweaks and changes to this thing. Adam Peters is going to talk to the media tomorrow. And who knows, by the time he steps up to the mic, he will have already had an opportunity to swing a trade or two if he wants to do that.
Indeed. Yeah. I mean, there are a couple things that sort of set up for those opportunities, right? Where you look at maybe some duplicates at safety. Maybe somebody likes someone there out of that room. You look at the defensive tackle spot and Ridgeway, Mathis. Maybe there's some value there. Maybe somebody's receiver that shakes loose. For example, Tim Patrick in Denver just was released. They couldn't come to a trade settlement.
It was funny. I retweeted a couple of the receivers that got cut. And I was just like saying, this guy's 6'2", this guy's 6'3". And someone said, are you going to do this with every receiver that gets cut all day? And he's being a smartass, but I should have said yes. But I didn't. I just said, well, if they're huge and they make sense for Washington. I've done it twice, and that might be where we stop.
You'd be all right.
Yeah. You know what they need is a receiver with size. So anytime a guy that's 6'2" or bigger, who's had recent success gets cut, I am intrigued. And that is someone that they should consider picking up. The beauty of having the second spot in the waiver wire is that only one team gets to choose someone before you. Take advantage of that. I would probably make 5 more changes to this roster, just off the top of my head, depending on who I could go get and how they fit into my scheme, to be completely honest with you. Like, I'll take the under. They're not going to do that. But I have no problem. Who's the best corner available? I just signed him. Best receiver? Signed him. Best tackle? Sorry, Trent Scott. I would just make moves like that and improve my roster.
You know, Patrick coming off 2 years, catches in the 50s for about 742 and 734 yards, 6 touchdowns, 5 touchdowns, respectively. So nobody's telling you this is the guy that's setting the world on fire. But that's better than anybody else on this roster, save Terry McLaurin. That wide receiver 2 production, there's nobody on this current group that's come close to that, either because they're a rookie or because they haven't come close to it over multiple chances. So, yeah, to me, that guy improves the room.
Some other news from around the NFL before we let you hear from Dan Quinn. Odell Beckham Jr. is going to miss the first 4 games of the season for the Dolphins. They placed him on the PUP list today. The Vikings did the same thing with TJ Hawkinson, their star tight end, who ends up every year among the top pass catchers and most targeted players at his position. So he's going to have to make up for lost time in the last 3 quarters of the year if he's going to get there this season. That's bad news for Sam Darnold. One of the big weapons for Kevin O'Connell will not be available start of the year. In terms of released players, the Chiefs parted ways with Kadarius Toney. They stood by him last year. I think a lot of people in Kansas City thought they were going to cut him a few different times as he was dropping passes and costing them with penalties. But Andy Reid was pretty reticent that he was eventually going to help them. And to his credit, as the year went on, he at least got back on the field. But the Chiefs and Kadarius Toney part ways today. They released the former top-of-the-board pick by the New York Giants. I wonder if he gets another shot. You would think he would, because there's this perception that he's dynamic. But, God, it was very publicly really ugly with the Chiefs.
If you couldn't do it there, I get not thriving in New York when they had you, me, Darius, Ryan, and like a couple other guys from the station on offense, but there's not much going on around there. And
honestly, you
it's
can
hard
make
to
the
thrive.
same case, though. Like, they had Isaiah Hodgins. They had nobody at receiver, and he couldn't do anything. And then he went to Kansas City, and the other side of if he can't do it there, it's Andy Reid, it's Pat Mahomes.
And that's my point.
And they didn't have wide receiver talent. Rashee Rice finally emerged as the year went on out of nowhere to become their best receiver. But you've been in 2 places where there's nobody on the depth chart taking food off your plate, and you still can't become a playmaker.
And that's kind of the point. So you could excuse one of them away in New York where it's like nobody did anything, right? There's no Terrell Pryor situation where they had someone that went for 75 and 1,100. Nobody did that. No one did anything. They barely had any forward progress as an offense. You couldn't do it in Kansas City with someone that clearly liked you, with Mahomes and Kelsey taking the pressure off and not much on the outside. There's just not much to it. So yeah, maybe somebody he catches on somewhere, because the idea of him is awesome, right? The idea of him, people see like a Percy Harvin kind of clone where you can line him up in 10 different places and it's this, it's that. It's not, but the idea of him is very sexy.
Other NFL news of the day that may make some headlines for those of you that have been following the league or playing fantasy for a while. The 49ers placed running back Elijah Mitchell on injured reserve. His season's over, not even designated to return. It sounds like they think he's going to be out for the remainder of the season. Tight end Robert Tonyan, remember, he was the former Green Bay Packers, bounced around a little bit. He got waived by the Minnesota Vikings. They also cut their former first-round pick at safety, Lewis Seen. They also released running back Kawhi Nwagnu, who had played a ton for them in this preseason and looked like he was going to make the roster. And then Samaje Perine, man. Somebody check on Jay Gruden. Samaje Perine. He got cut by the Denver Broncos.
That is, that is stunning. He had more catches than Jahan Dotson last year.
He's out of work right now.
He's out.
Oh, man. He is looking for a gig. So those are some of the headlines from around the NFL. All right, let's get you just moments ago. Dan Quinn meeting with the media, explaining away some of what he did with the roster with Adam Peters. You're listening to Grant and Danny.
Good afternoon, everybody. I think a lot of you probably viewed our initial 53 and actually even think of it as deeper than that, as a 70-man roster. And so there's a lot of work to get to that tomorrow. And so Adam and I, we look forward to meeting you with that tomorrow. So be glad to get started with some questions, and so we can get going.
Hey, Dan, just curious, the decisions at edge rusher, releasing KJ Henry, but keeping Jamin Davis and Jean Baptiste.
Yeah, for sure, Ben. I think, honestly, when you're going into, new programs, you're really looking at, some things that will change. And, scheme fits and what you're looking for. Sometimes when you're, going into something new, you're looking for different scheme, different fits. But I think by and large, we've really been pleased with what we've seen from Jamin, and that certainly was part of the factor.
Hey, Dan, thanks for doing this today. One of the 2023 draft class, 5 of the 7 guys were cut today, and it kind of goes to what you were just saying. What's the challenge for you when you come in, you have a class of draft picks, but you got your new guys too? How do you weigh all that into consideration? Is it just scheme fit? Is it just kind of sometimes you just move on from the past a little bit?
Yeah, I think once I took the job, they're my guys too. And so we're always going to make what we think is the best decision for the team, John. That's our obligation. So no ours or theirs or any of that kind of good stuff. Like once I was here, man, I connected with lots of players here. And so, yeah, no looking at anything other than just, what do we need to do best for the team? And really that's where it starts and ends.
Hi, Dan. Thanks for doing this. Knowing that some of these players on this initial 53-man roster could be off in as little as 36 hours when you guys start to, if you guys do make any waiver claims or whatnot, how do you frame it to these guys when you're meeting with them and letting them know that they did make it, but maybe just for now?
Yeah, that's a great question, Nikki. On a day like today, I think we made 38 transactions, but we met with the players that we had to do the transactions with, not the ones that we did not. And so as that goes, they do know, I have told them that, the first, part of the roster and likely into the first part of the season, it is fluid and it's not final and set in that space. And so that's the conversation, as a big picture wise, Nikki, that I said yesterday, but we don't meet with each player to say that they made it. That will be reiterated again tomorrow, adding, to get to that 70-man roster. And so as we meet tomorrow, we'll talk about practice squad and waiver claims and that. But it's a fair question. But I'd say in the front end, we say, it's not set here as we're starting this initial 53. So that's the marker, I guess, that we say at the beginning.
Dan, why keep 3 quarterbacks and why have that third quarterback be Jet?
Yeah, I think as you're going through it, you're just and quite honestly, we like, this quarterback room. And you just want as many guys in the building that are going through the process, understanding the system and working it out. It's such an important position. As you're going through it, you want as many guys in the building that are always developing and always pushing. So no other reason other than just, the talent of the group. And we really felt like these group was really pushing it. And so that was the reason behind it.
Coach, Martavis Bryant and Bryson Tremaine were both part of the cut casualties today. What went into the decision to let them go, and how do you approach building that wide receiver room?
Yeah, Liam, it's two different spaces really. So Martavis getting here later, obviously, that certainly had a factor. I was proud of him for learning a good bit of the system to be ready to play, especially more extended play time versus New England. And with Bryson, man, he's really putting in the work and has a bigger role on special teams, obviously, to go. And so a number of these guys, Liam, you can imagine, are right on that cusp. And so that's what you're looking to do, is give them feedback about what it'll take to take the next steps. And it's a hard day for a coach or a general manager because, real emotions for guys that are absolutely going for it, that love the game. And so, we want to make sure we spend time with each player. So it takes a long time, but it's really important, and the players deserve it to give them that feedback.
Good afternoon, Coach. A couple of undrafted guys, Tyler Owens, Colton Yankoff, and just kind of talk about what they've been able to show you this preseason training camp and the decision to keep them on the active roster.
Yep, I'd say both of them really, have the propensity to absolutely go for it. You feel their intensity. You feel their speed when they play, both on special teams and on offense and defense, respectively. So at the end of it, when you're really trying to establish an identity, David, that you've heard me use that word before, I think those examples come back up. The speed, the physicality, the effort, the straining, those are things that are commander style play, and I thought those two really represented that.
Hey, you mentioned that the roster being fluid over the next couple of days and weeks. Over the next 24 hours, the waiver wire, how much of this roster do you think is still fluid, and how active do you expect you guys to be?
I think as you're going through it, it's kind of part of where your needs are, Steve, and if there are ways that you can do things to address, some needs for the team. So I think we'll have a better understanding of that tomorrow after we go through tonight. As the wire comes back out today, obviously the scouting department, is the key part of that, of assessing a player that may be on another team that gets released and a current player on our team. So it's pretty normal around the league this year at this time that a lot of these conversations and things happen. And quite often you look at some players that never end up making it on the waiver wire. So I think we'll have a better assessment for that as we head into tomorrow afternoon and the days ahead.
Dan Quinn with reporters in Ashburn going over the roster. Anything stand out?
How fluid this is. I mean, you heard his first words were the initial. It's not like he said the initial. He emphasized, he put the emphasis on initial, right? And the theme throughout all the different questions, and some good ones in there from local folks asking the questions. Basically, all the answers reflected, hey, this can all change. Hey, this is minute to minute, hour to hour. And everything kind of goes from there, right? Where this is where we are now. This is only the first report. Nothing is due really final-wise until next week before they get ready to play.
He was asked about keeping 3 quarterbacks and why Jeff Driscoll would be the third. I don't have any problem with either of those things. Number one, I think your quarterbacks are going to run a bunch, especially Daniels, and he's very small, and there are questions about durability that he's just going to have to answer. Hopefully, he answers them resoundingly by staying healthy and playing in 17 games, but no problem with the third quarterback. And who else would you have kept? I mean, Trace McSorley over Jeff Driscoll? I guess you could do that, but Driscoll's a better thrower of the football, I'd imagine. Who else would you have kept? Would you have gone with Sam Hartman? Because you brought him in right after the draft. I think Jeff Driscoll's a better option than him, and Hartman or McSorley, for that matter, could both stay in your building on the practice squad if you want to go that route. So I was going to keep 3 on my 53, and I had Driscoll in. I think that's kind of a non-story, but I have seen that some people were surprised that they went with 2 veterans
Mhm.
instead of another younger project type, whether you view that as Hartman, who's actually a kid out of college, or McSorley, who's just younger than Driscoll would have been.
So I just view things differently in general. I would almost never keep 3 because especially if I've got somebody like Jaden Daniels, the instant he's not playing, nothing I'm doing has any meaning anyway.
I thought last week you said you'd keep 3 this year.
No, I'm not a keep 3 guy. It rarely ever would I do it. There's got to be an extreme circumstance. Like if Daniels was dealing with a nagging injury or something that could easily, tenuously have a setback or something like where he wasn't sure, wasn't full go. Maybe I considered, but in general, it's just to me the plane crashes into the mountain the instant my young quarterback can't go. If I'm good, like if I'm San Francisco, I might keep 3. Or if I'm a team that I might lose my starter for a little while or something to that effect, and I need to be competitive right now. If I'm a contender, maybe I do it, but in the developmental portion, that's not for me.
You could also almost always stash a guy on the practice squad,
Mhm.
which is like having a third in the building anyway.
Yeah, like if I lose Jeff Driscoll, I'll be fine. I will. Like if I put him on my practice squad or I try to, if someone takes him, I'll find a Jeff Driscoll. Maybe not the guy that knows my system as well, but I can't lose sleep over that.
Totally. But I do think there's a pretty sizable gap in a situation where you got to play a month of football between a Driscoll and a McSorley. Now, it may
I
not
agree.
matter
Yeah,
at
I agree.
all. It probably doesn't matter to this team if you win 5 games or 7 games or 6 games or whatever. I get that. But I'm keeping the best players. And I also think just having an extra veteran, an extra guy who can answer some questions around Jaden Daniels is not a bad thing.
Agreed.
Whether that would have been on the P squad where you can now keep veterans or on the active roster. Speaking of quarterback play in the preseason, Bill Belichick was asked how much performance of QBs in the preseason matters. And I thought his answer was really, really interesting. I want people to hear that next. We can also get into the fact that there's still a quarterback competition that doesn't have an answer, that we don't know who's going to start at quarterback for a team. We will do that on Grant and Danny as soon as we return on the Fan. Cut down day in the NFL and for the Commanders. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. Notable cuts. Defensive end KJ Henry, wide receiver Martavis Bryant, wide receiver running back Kaz Allen, and tight end Cole Turner among almost 30 players who got the axe today. Best stories of the guys who made it, I think you got to go with the undrafted free agent tight end Colson Yankoff, the undrafted safety Tyler Owens. Danny?
Tyler Owens from Texas Tech, the football player.
If you can.
Will it? It is no dream. Theodore Herzl.
Feel it. Chase it. Byron Pringle, probably a surprise. He wasn't even on the roster on day one of training camp. They signed him a couple days in. I was told, by the way, that Terry McLaurin really lobbied for him and or advocated on his behalf. Like, really liked what he did for the room last year, liked him as a player. I had someone tell me that McLaurin was a big proponent of bringing him back.
I believe that. I mean, listen, it's not sexy. It's boring even, but that's okay.
Yeah.
Right? That is a dependable. What do you need? You mean fill in here, fill in there, fill in out? Like, not going to complain. Go to work and help everybody.
One guy we haven't talked much about, Javonte Jean-Baptiste,
Mhm.
7th round pick out of Notre Dame. We had him on the show right after the draft. He was a really good guest, but he bounced in college from one elite program to another. And after playing 4 years at one of the best programs in America, he went from Ohio State to Notre Dame to finish his college career. Highly recruited guy, a lot of talent, and they obviously, we're going to prioritize their guys over Ron Rivera's guys anyway. So maybe if him and KJ Henry were in a tie, you were going to keep Baptiste. But Baptiste had some big moments in the preseason, had some decent practices along the way based on all the reporting out of training camp. So he made the roster. That was very good to see. Very notable as well. 7 safeties and 11 DBs made the team.
Hard to ignore that, man. I mean, again, this is the point I was making a little bit ago to Chris Russell, who hosts a podcast on the Deuce. You bring in a defensive head coach and empower him, and then empower his top lieutenant and Joe Witt. What are they known for? What are their calling cards? When you think of Joe Witt, you should think of a guy that leads the league in interceptions. It's a different person every year. Their secondaries pick people off. You think of Dan Quinn, what do you think of? The strongest brand association, Legion of Boom. They have worked secondaries. So you're going to see that. Like if you empower that agency of the government, you're going to see more things leaning that way. It just sort of stands to reason, right? Like if I'm the president and I have the State Department in my ear more than I do the Defense Department, I'm going to do a lot more diplomacy than I am going to drop bombs on people, or vice versa. You bring in a defensive head coach, all of a sudden, that's what happens. You end up with 6 guys, really 7 when you include Dominic Hampton.
And when you actually include Dominic Hampton and you have the 7 safeties, I should say it's 12 DBs. I said 11. That's with the 6 safeties, but they list Hampton as a linebacker. So really, they kept 12 defensive backs.
Wild, isn't it?
Which is essentially half of your defense.
Yes.
In some 53-man rosters where you might keep like 26-0, 24D or something like that. So pretty unreal to think about. All right, I wanted to get to this audio. So this was Bill Belichick on the Pat McAfee show, where he's going to be a staple on ESPN throughout the year. I've already gotten a lot out of listening to Belichick talk on different platforms in the media now this year. But you and I keep talking about the rookie quarterbacks and how well they've all played. We're impressed with Jaden Daniels in town. Bo Nix won the job in Denver. They love how he's performed, whether it's Drake May in New England or Caleb Williams in Chicago or Michael Penix in his one game with Atlanta. To a person, all of those guys shined in that limited capacity that they got on the field. J.J. McCarthy in one game. People wanted him to start over Sam Darnold because he looked good. And so the question to Belichick was basically, how do you evaluate quarterback play in the preseason? And if a guy, young guy or old guy, doesn't matter, if they look good, does that mean anything? This is what Belichick had to say about that.
Well, I mean, first of all, I don't think you really know how anybody's playing in preseason. I mean, especially at the quarterback position. The schemes are so simple from the other side of the ball. Generally speaking, you're running, for the most part, you're running very basic schemes. You're trying to evaluate your players. You're trying to get them to play the good fundamentals that they know how to play. You're not disguising things. You just want your defensive players to be, ready to react and play fast and quickly. You don't want to put in like 1,000 adjustments against a team who offensively isn't running that much anyway. So most of those games are very basic. When you watch the games, it's, 2 or 3 coverages. You see a lot of man-to-man coverage because teams like to, evaluate their players and see who can play man-to-man and who can't. And so, look, zone teams play zone. I'm not saying that, but, you do things to evaluate your players. I think to come out of preseason and say, oh, this guy's really playing good, or that guy's really playing good, I wouldn't put much stock in that at all. I put more stock in what they're doing in practice, and let's see what happens in the first 3 or 4 regular season games when the opponents specifically attack certain players based on what they think they can and can't get on them, and then let's see how they're playing then.
It's a cold bucket of water, I think, for a lot of the fan bases that are raving about how their young quarterback's playing. And I think some of that is the common parlance, or like what you hear said about the preseason. I just think it means so much more coming from him when he says these defenses are not playing any kind of confusing coverages. They're not giving you any looks that aren't elementary. They're lining up and playing football. It's a lot of man coverage. When we watched Drake May, as an example, looked excellent the other night. He was awesome, I thought.
He was, yeah.
For the Patriots. Made some ridiculous plays, and the story out of that was their media grilling Gerard Mayo that he should be the starter, and why isn't he the number one on the depth chart? Well, Bill Belichick's point, it's not just a May point, but just more largely is take all of these performances with a grain of salt. The practice is more telling than the game.
Yeah. I mean, but it's all we get. Like, we're on the outside.
I understand.
Yeah, him on the inside, we get the little trickled out things, or a beat reporter's tweet, or trying to read between the lines on the comments from a coach or position coach or an offensive coordinator or something about how someone's grasped it, or a teammate, and we're desperate for the information, and then we get either confirmation or negation of that with a quote unquote live performance. And his point, as you said, I think you're dead right. It is the giant cold bucket of water on anything that you saw.
Yeah, it's the ALS ice bucket challenge.
Seriously.
Just being dumped on your head a little bit, where you watch a lot of young QB shine in the preseason, and you're like, man, maybe this guy's really good. And the fact is, it's probably only telling if they're stinking up the joint, which isn't to say that if you're a Patriots fan watching Drake May the other night, or heck, here in DC with Jaden Daniels, or in Denver with Bo Nix, or wherever, that you shouldn't be excited. I would still rather them look really good than not. And maybe when the regular season starts, it comes easy and these guys are all really efficient. But what is the chance that they're all awesome? They've all pretty much played that way. They've all looked like they're about to have a great rookie season. Somebody's fooling everybody. I don't know who those quarterbacks are. Maybe 1 or 2 of those guys has a great year. The rest of them are going to be up and down. 1 or 2 of them might have a really bad year. Right now, they all look like they're about to go out and ball.
Yeah, even in a historic rookie year for quarterbacks, it doesn't look 6 for 6. You know what I mean? It's 2 for 6 or 3 for 6, or eventually becomes 4 or 5 for 6. But the only thing I'd push back on it, and here's me about to take on Bill Belichick in terms of a takeoff. But if I'm a fan of a team, which I happen to be here, you can still see reasons for excitement. Like, I'm not sitting here telling you that put a gold jacket on Jaden Daniels just because I saw him play well in the preseason, because he took that one shot play checking out of a run. But if his arm couldn't get the ball there, for the sake of argument, like somebody's open and it's a wet noodle, wounded duck that's been shot by buckshot that falls 5 feet short, or he's skipping the ball here, or looks lost, can't even handle the snap, and is getting confused and turtles up, you could tell something. You could also have reasons to be excited. No one's saying it's done, and no one's saying it's over. Like you and I push back. I love the guy to death, but when EB said he's bust proof, no, he's not. Nobody is at this stage. Like nothing is done, but you can be excited to say, hey, this has started. I see something that's worth developing here. I think that's a fair pushback.
Yeah, I don't think there's such a thing, certainly of a high draft pick who's got the physical traits to go in the top 5, of like not being able to look like he can walk and chew gum. I know you were being a little bit hyperbolic, but like, I don't think that's a reality for a guy that's drafted high. You might get a UDFA quarterback or something who just can't get the ball out, can't figure it out, can't get the ball on the deep out 15 yards downfield. But I think Belichick's point, and it's kind of how I've always felt, is all of the stuff that's going to determine if a young quarterback's good or not, they're really not doing yet.
Yeah.
You know, the reading of defenses and figuring out what you're disguising against me, and playing chess, and being able to get through my progressions. And we didn't see any of that yet. Doesn't mean it's not going to be all there when it needs to be in September. Right. Every report is great. So I'm excited. I'm encouraged. I'm happy. I'm optimistic. But just like in Denver, just like in New England, some other places, you're not seeing a lot of that. Speaking of New England, they still don't have a quarterback starter named, which is very odd to me. This whole thing's been strange. It's almost like Gerard Mayo who I don't think ever interviewed for head coaching jobs outside of New England and didn't even have to interview for that job, if I've got this right, because he was the coach in waiting, and who's never been a coordinator, only a position coach as a linebackers coach, is doing it in a weird way. It's almost like his lack of experience is showing. So he's had comments along the way that are very strange. He called Drake May after the game the second best quarterback on the team. Well, if that's the case, why is there an open competition and why haven't you named a starter? Then the next morning on the equivalent of the Junkies in Boston on his weekly radio show, like Mike Rizzo does with the Junks or whatever, he said Drake May has outperformed Jacoby Brissett throughout the preseason, who he had just called the second best quarterback. And his point was, I have to take into account practices all the way back to the spring or whatever. But there's been some conflicting thoughts. Nobody really knows exactly what they're doing. He said over and over again at the start of camp that Jacoby Brissett was the starting quarterback. Then halfway through camp, after a preseason game or two, it was an open competition. The whole thing's been very, very strange. I don't think they will start Drake May. I don't even think they should initially. I think that line is so terrible that I just saw in person on Sunday that I would throw Jacoby Brissett to the Wolves for a month or so and let them sort out the line and then go to the kid and try not to get his confidence rattled or him any worse off to start with bad personnel around him than he already is going to be. And I'd wait about a month with a tough schedule, but I guess it's possible he starts for them. But I just think they've handled it so badly. This was Dan Orlovsky on ESPN talking about the decision, and he thinks it would be malpractice to start May with just how bad that line is and some of the issues they've got from a personnel standpoint.
Couldn't pay me enough to start Drake May. I wouldn't do it, and I wouldn't let anybody convince me otherwise. I got a lot of love for Lewis. Here's my stance on this. If we're looking at it through the prism of Drake May, when it comes to his development, I've loved it. He's changed protections. He's controlled and owned a little bit of the line of scrimmage. He's thrown the ball very well. The big flaw coming out of school was his feet and the erratic element of his feet. That has improved so much. So from that vantage point, I get it. I understand it. Someone give me a good reason why to play Drake May. Are you serving yourself, or are you serving, what people may want, or what you think the organization wants or the fans want? There's three things that rookie quarterbacks need to have success in the NFL, let alone to make sure they don't get ruined. Good scheme and play caller, plus offensive line, plus skill. Alex Van Pelt, their offensive coordinator, I don't know a ton about. I like his scheme. I don't know a ton about him as a play caller. I think it's his first time. So I'm not making a judgment on that. They don't have plus offensive line, plus skill. They don't. There's no reason to play Drake May unless you have those three things. The Patriots have at least over 2, if not over 3.
So the problem I have with that logic, which actually is really smart in setting a guy up to succeed, they're not going to have 2 of those 3 things by the end of the year.
Right. It's not as if they're walking through the door in week 6.
No, so you just don't play them at all?
No.
Is week 4 okay? Is week 7 okay? There are teams 2 and 3 years in that don't have that. Sorry. I mean, at some point you got to play. And I really do believe if you're special, a lot of times you can overcome. Now, you're not going to overcome horrific, and maybe they're horrific. Like, I think Washington's got enough. They're in a bucket where if Jaden Daniels or Bo Nix or whoever was here, if they're really good, they'll overcome. You got McLaurin, you got Eckler, you got Ertz, you got, a decent enough offensive line that was middle of the pack via PFF last year. Like, there's some bones to work with here. New England is an abomination on the offensive line. Someone should be fired for building that group based on how they played the other night, if that's really what they are, minus their center. But it is what it is. Their outside receivers are mostly young and inexperienced. But I guess my point, Danny, is, A, I wonder what they're going to do. They're the only team where we really don't know who their quarterback is. And B, that logic of, if you don't have these 3 things, then you can't start a guy. I think that's silly because a lot of bad teams don't have those things.
So a couple things. One, this reminds me, remember those discussions we had for so many years where it was the Snyder-led group, and they would just sort of say, we were at that point, we're the Redskins. People will come to us. You know what I mean? Just because it's who we are, and we get the benefit of the doubt. When that was gone for a long time and they didn't realize it, that's how New England's behaving. We're the Patriots. You haven't really been the quote-unquote Patriots for a handful of years now, right? That 20 years of dominance is long over, and you're not the smartest guy in the room anymore. You're not the genius that sees it, where no one else sees it, but they're acting in a very arrogant way, it just seems to me, just generally. It's off-putting. But number 2, I understand the point and the sentiment, right? If it's so bad, I wouldn't want to put that challenge in front of my quarterback. I would have done a lot more in the offseason. They didn't see fit to do that. So I don't like throwing a guy to the wolves and saying, get over this and be special enough to fix
name
it.
one reason why they should start him. Well, he's the best player they have at the position. That would be one.
Well, he matters and the other guy doesn't. I mean, so that's the reason. Like his development's important, whereas Brissett's is not. So that's why you play him at some point.
Would you play him week 1?
I would, but
I have always said yes until seeing them in person and seeing how Washington's D-line destroyed that O-line. And I think they've got to just play for a couple of weeks and get that sorted out.
Mm-hmm.
Now, he didn't seem to have a problem. He was running all over the place, making throws.
Yeah, picking up broken snaps and fighting for it. Yeah.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. I had a wacky experience this weekend that I want to bounce off Danny. It was wild, and it has kind of changed how I feel about something sports-wise. We'll get to that. Also, cut down day in the NFL. The Commanders have a roster formed. We'll get into that next on the Fan. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. This past Saturday afternoon, Danny and I had an event down in Richmond. We went to the Football Fest. AWOD threw a big party, 910 the Fan. So all of our listeners down in Richmond, we were down enjoying a lovely day.
That was fun.
At a bowling alley, restaurant, bar, outdoor vibes. It was really, really cool. River City Roll, I think it was called.
That's right.
And it was a great venue, great event. Nice job by AWOD. We took part in a little Q&A on stage with Michael Phillips of the Fan in Richmond and got to hang out with Fred Smoot. And I was playing the new college football game on somebody's Xbox. And the whole thing was just a good day.
Good vibe.
In fact, AWOD's producer, Stump, and I played head-to-head, and I beat him. What was the score? Like 57-0, I think, in the new college football game.
Oh, I'm sorry about that.
Now, this is going to be a recurring theme.
Okay.
I was on easy and he wasn't. You guys may remember that from the spring training trip that we made.
Did you beat Clary or Toby that way? I can't remember.
Toby. It was like 77-3 or something crazy. So we should have restarted probably because the settings weren't right, but we played the game anyway. And what was great about it was, even though he was better than me at the game, I'm sure, because he actually plays it, and I was beating him so handily, there was a band on stage and they kept looking over at the score. And I was Virginia Tech and he was JMU. And they're like, JMU, dude. So he was like, it was so embarrassing. They kept calling him out. Every time a song would be done, they'd look back up and it'd be another touchdown or two got scored. It was rough. But we had a fun time. The reason I bring this up is I drive down to Richmond on Saturday. And I had worked from 10 to noon on BetQL and Infinity Sports on the national show that I do here on the network. And so I woke up in the morning, did the show, drove down to Richmond, hadn't had anything to eat or anything all day. And so I texted Danny. I'm like, hey, man, where'd you end up in Richmond? Because I know you got down there earlier.
Yep.
I know of one sports bar in that general vicinity that I used to go to all the time when I would go to Commanders training camp. They were then still the Redskins. I was on the beat or even after that. And not far from where they practice, there's this sports bar in downtown Richmond called Gus's that I really like. Just because good menu, it's, burgers and wings.
I mean, it is a sports bar.
Exactly. Yeah. Lots of TVs. So I walk into this bar and it is packed to the gills with Arsenal fans watching Arsenal football, we'll call it, for the sake of the story. Okay. This was the Premier League on Saturday, and they had a big game, apparently. There was another funny thing that happened, which is as soon as I sat down at a table, they put me kind of in the corner by myself at a little table. I look over at the bar and I see Danny Rouillet sitting there.
Yeah.
Which is hysterical.
On many levels.
Because, I mean, there are not enough levels to count how funny it is that we ended up at the same bar, that you're in a bar, like basically
I'm sitting at a sports bar. I'm sitting at a bar, which I don't do.
Opposite of you in every way. And I'm like, what the heck? There's Danny. That's crazy. So I tell you this story to tell you that I ended up watching, and you did as well. You were at the bar. I was sitting kind of in the corner at a table. But it was amazing to watch a game with Arsenal fans. And it made me wish that I liked soccer and went to bars on the weekend to watch soccer. The amount of chanting and singing.
How do they know all the songs?
All the things. Like one guy yells out like a cheerleader would, like, let's say a guy's name is like Grant. They're like, Grant is the best. And everyone's like, Grant goes left and he goes right.
How do
and
they
all
know
just start singing
the songs?
The whole thing was just an awesome experience. And I kind of want to be an Arsenal fan now. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing for those of you that like soccer. I don't know if that would be a worthwhile endeavor for me, but I think I need to get a kit and I need to find out where to go in DC. And I just want to chant and sing and take my son.
One, please don't get a kit. Two, I'm sure everyone will be very welcoming and not scolding you and super annoying and put up barriers and roll their eyes at you and be really, really frustrating. The other thing I would say is, so I'm with my buddy Brad. So I met up with our friends, Brad and Melinda, for lunch down there. And, she had to take the kids back home, and Brad and I had some time to kill before we had to beat River City Roll, pretty close by. I'm like, oh, you know what I want to watch? The Florida State-Georgia Tech game from Ireland. That's on. That's cool. College football. That'll be fun. Let's grab some wings. And she was like, I know there's a sports bar right on the corner in Gus's. And we walked in, and 7 people, before we could even get to the bar, with their arms wide open going, Arsenal, 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 all about time, all about leg. Awesome. I'm like, what?
So much.
The bleep is this and why? Why are you yelling and how does everyone know the songs? That's what I have for you.
I loved it. I imagine you did not.
No.
It was loud and it was energetic and there was just a lot of people having fun. all the things that you hate.
It's not the fun part. It's the where is Arsenal? If you're from there, that's really cool. You get to watch your team on television when you're like an expat watching across. Otherwise, what'd you do? Just throw a dart at a board? How'd you decide to be an Arsenal fan? Because you like the songs?
Thought the whole thing was great. I do have one buddy who's a big fan of Arsenal, who watches them every weekend or whatever. And I texted him, and he was like living so vicariously through me. He's like, dude, this is so awesome. I'm sending him all the chant videos and everything. And he said, all right, if you really want to get him going, he's like, you got to yell out. I don't remember, like, what do you think of? I think it was like Manchester United or another team. I don't remember who it was.
Okay.
But he's like, yell it out really loudly. And I just didn't have the stones to do it.
To say, what do you think of like City, Manchester City?
I think it would lead to either another chant or some type of like big thing. He's like, yell out in the bar this quote. I don't remember what it was. It was like, what do you, I'm just making this up. Like, what do you think of Man City or something? And then I guess you do that and all the Arsenal fan hates them. And so they do something in response. It was like a call and response thing. I just didn't have the
chutzpah to do it.
To pull it off. But I still had a lot of fun. And I'm jealous of soccer fans who watch games and that kind of experience. We have nothing like that. You watch a football game, you cheer when there's a big tackle.
We got one song and hail to the Commanders, and now it's the Barbershop Quartet, and we're fighting for our Commanders now.
We literally don't have that anymore. Yeah. We have nothing. We have cheering when a play happens. That is awesome. I just thought it was so cool and so fun, and that's all.
That is, look,
and the fact that you were at a bar is still comical to me.
It's so weird. But doing it there, like at whatever like Arsenal Stadium is, let's call it Northwest Stadium for Arsenal. If you're there and like the spontaneous singing and jubilance, that rules. Like watching Welcome to Wrexham when they just sort of break out into the song. I don't know how they get the songs around everybody so that every player's got a song. Every situation of the game has a song. We've got a lead. 1-0's the lead. We're up 1-0. And they all know how to do it. And it's who starts it, who's in charge of it. Just these weird things to me that are amazing.
What's our biggest disagreement with the Commanders roster decision today as they form their 53-man roster? We'll get into that next. Also, we'll get you ready for game 2 of the Dylan Cruz era and Nats baseball right here on The Fan. We're Grant and Danny, and this is The Fan. The exclusive sponsor for our show is the law firm of Condori and Murad. They'll guide you and your family in the right direction. They'll help you to draft a will, set up a trust, or create a healthcare power of attorney. Please schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys at kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them that we sent you. You'll get a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. By the way, with James Wood and Dylan Cruz, who both are in the lineup for the Nationals tonight, now in the big leagues together for the first time this week, it is time to upgrade your gear with the latest from the Fans merch store. Check out our Cruz Wood 2024 shirts. I love mine. I wear it all the time. Or you can grab a We've Got Wood hoodie for the fall if that's your thing. There's also a Cruz Missile shirt that's pretty good looking as well. Get all your gear going into the fall right now at 1067thefanshop.com. Might be time to upgrade your winning off the field tees for the Grant and Danny
sir.
program as well.
I wore the burgundy and sold shirt from the 1067 The Fan Shop to our event in Richmond on was it Sunday or Saturday?
Sunday?
No,
that would be a Saturday afternoon.
Yeah.
That was when we became Arsenal guys.
That's right.
Big Arsenal fans.
All the songs.
53 formed for the Washington Commanders. I think it'll look different tomorrow. I don't know that they're going to pull off a John Ridgway trade like they'd like to. I don't know what they're going to be able to get done at the wide receiver position. But I do know that this is not going to be put in pen or put in Sharpie. The headlines, if you're just jumping in your car, getting on the road on your way home today, as the roster was formed by Washington and Dan Quinn having addressed the media, is that they kept a boatload of safeties. If you keep Dominique Hampton at the safety position on your depth chart, 7 different safeties and 12 defensive backs, Mike Sanderstill, Jeremy Chin, Emmanuel Forbes, Noah Igbenogany, Quan Martin, Derek Forrest, Michael Davis, Ben St. Juste, Percy Butler, Jeremy Reeves, Tyler Owens, and Dominique Hampton. Now, safety, I do think they're going to be pretty good. But I think at corner, you're basically throwing bodies at a problem, right? I mean, let's be frank. I mean, there's really not anything trustworthy there on the outside. I think the inside nickel position, we are assuming Mike Sanderstill is going to be terrific, and I think he will. He had a great camp. He had a good preseason. So let's just say that last year's national championship winning captain at Michigan is awesome. They've got Igbenogany behind him who had a good camp. All right, fine. The inside, the nickel corner spot is good. Outside, it's Forbes. Who else? Michael Davis, Benjamin St. Juste. I have major questions there still.
So Ben Standig wrote this in his roster projection. Kind of the whisper quiet little thing is Sanderstill has wowed coaches so much. This is from his story. The great news is that Sanderstill wowed coaches and teammates this summer with his maturity, toughness, and coverage ability. He has been so impressive that defensive coordinator Joe Witt said the second-round pick and primary slot corner has begun playing more outside in 2 cornerback sets. Now, that's good. Hey, this kid's impressive. But it's bad because there's significant questions about the other guys at that spot.
Yeah, I was going to say, I mean, number one, you're almost never in those situations. Like, there were teams this preseason that ran 11 personnel 95% of the time. The Rams came to mind. I think Washington was in 11. And 11 personnel, by the way, is 3 wide receivers. Washington was in that almost 75 to 80% of the time from the numbers I saw Warren Sharp putting out. Now, whether you operate at that extent that way all year, I don't know. I don't know exactly what that's going to look like. But I do think that's something that if you're playing outside when 2 receiver sets and you're only doing that like 20, 30% of the time max, okay, I guess. The other problem is you move them outside, you solve that problem, as you said. It's a leaky dam.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, we're putting our finger over this hole. Water's not coming out. Wait, what's that over there? Now you got to run over and put your finger on that hole. This is like a cartoon all of a sudden. I mean, there's an explosion coming at some point. The water's about to burst.
Yeah. Where do you want the leak to be? That's the thing. I guess for me, I would rather have my leak inside than on the outside because you get beat outside, it's touchdowns. You get beat inside, it's another first down.
How about other positions of interest? Wide receiver going Crowder and Pringle at your 5th and 6th spots over any of the youth, whether that would have been Kaz Allen or Bryson Tremaine. Shouldn't have been a surprise because you can get those guys to practice squad. But I normally just like a little more, not only youth on my roster, but twitch, wiggle, speed, burst, juice, whatever you want to call it. And I think they prioritize like veterans who have been around with a young quarterback.
Indeed. Yeah. I mean, just if there were marquee names, like if they drafted a couple guys higher, maybe traded back into the first round or used one of their second-round picks on a guy like that, you could sort of see, okay, we're developing not only the quarterback, but another guy in the receiver room. Let's mentor him with a Jamison Crowder, with a Byron Pringle, etc. This is basically, Terry McLaurin and the Misfits at this stage. Plus, you hope that there's some upside with Luke McCaffrey. But to me, this is the spot where I still feel like it's most likely that's not the final group that's assembled for next weekend.
Our coverage today of Cut Down Day here at the end of training camp, presented by Paul Henry's Windows. PaulHenry'sWindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. Let's get to the Nationals as we get ready for baseball. 5 minutes from now, Charlie and Dave will have pregame. Juan Soto's in D.C., got a lovely ovation. I just got a text from our buddy Toby Altizer, who's over at the ballpark today at BP.
Mm-hmm.
He is the co-host of the very popular, beloved Bustin' Loose Baseball, one of the great Nationals podcasts in America. He texted us and said that Juan Soto signed an autograph for every person down on the field behind the rope at batting practice. They have 15, 20, 30 fans come down. He said he was over there for like 20 minutes just signing for everybody.
Awesome.
He is really soaking up his return to D.C. and all the love he's getting. Do not mistake that for me thinking he's coming back here. A day after Sverluga in the Post wrote that the Nats should sign him. I agree with Barry. They absolutely should try to. I just have no faith in this ownership group doing that, and I'm not going to spend one single second trying to convince myself that that's a possibility. I'll be pleasantly stunned if it were to happen, but I don't think that's a real thing.
So I think even if you counted it, each one of those signatures would be is the equivalent of $10 million for Juan Soto in terms of overall salary. It still wouldn't be enough. You know what I mean? Like, it's not a non-starter at this stage. I just can't see it. I would love to be wrong. I'd love to be surprised. I'm not even talking about Juan Soto. A large marquee free agent acquisition, I would be blown back. I would be knocked out of this room if that's what ended up happening.
So that is a more fun discussion.
Mm-hmm.
We'd have to describe and define what large free agent acquisition,
like somebody that other teams wanted.
Okay,
I'd be surprised at this point.
That I'll disagree with. I think they add a big bat. They'll add someone who hits 25 plus homers next year and projects to maybe give him 30. I've thrown the name Anthony Santander out a lot, the right fielder for the Orioles. I don't know if it'll be him. I think he leaves Baltimore and he goes and gets paid somewhere, but it'll be an outfielder like that. Teoscar Hernandez was with the Dodgers who won the home run derby. I could see somebody like that signing with the Nationals and playing him in a corner. Now, if they do that, you kick Dylan Cruz to center and James Wood stays in left. Then Jacob Young, who's a Gold Glove award-winning center fielder, defensively maybe a Platinum Glover this year, is out of a gig. And I know that Mike Rizzo has an affinity for Young, as he should. He's an unbelievable defender who also is going to steal 40 bases maybe this year. So there's something to be said maybe for just keeping your cheap homegrown outfield together with Wood, Young, and Cruz left to right, and then maybe spending at the corners in the infield. Maybe you go get a bopper at first. You could get someone who hits a ton of home runs who could play third until Brady House is ready, then transition to DH. You could sign two first base types if you wanted to, one to play first and one to DH, and go add, combine 50 plus home runs that way. But I do think they're going to add a big bat at least, and probably an arm for the rotation.
I hope you're right. I don't think you are. I don't think it's outside, like the Nelson Cruz tier is, I think, where they're going to spend once again.
Well, if that happens, it's time to really start crushing them. And it's time to start coming down pretty hard on the ownership group, because that would be pretty inexcusable after the Corbin money comes off the books with them showing what they did this year before they sold off at the deadline. Last few years, that made a lot of sense in the rebuild. And I think we're past that point. So
I would agree with you.
I think how we would cover that as a show, certainly, and hopefully as a market, would look very, very different this time around. Let's get to your Nats starting lineups and pitching matchups presented by the Window Man. Since 1989, the Window Man has been the educational window company. Get your free, no pressure, in-home estimate at thewindowman.com or at their Fairfax showroom.
Behind Patrick Corbin, whose ERA is south of 6.0.
Let's go.
Now it's a tough assignment. It's the Yankees,
Next
so
stop,
it might go up.
Maybe under 5.5?
Well, maybe after the next start, because that's a good lineup. Anyway, let it go. Playing shortstop. Jake Abrams batting second. The James Wood batting third. Oh, hello there. Second baseman Luis Garcia. Your cleanup hitter doing the catching, Keibert Ruiz. Your DH batting fifth, Andres Chaparro. Batting sixth, third baseman Jose Tena. Batting seventh in right field, Dylan Cruz. They're not booing, they're cruising. Batting eighth at first base, Joey Gallo. Batting ninth, your guy, my guy, our guy, Jacob Young.
Odd that Cruz hit second last night against the lefty, now all the way down to seventh against the righty. He was a lot better against righties in the minors than he was against lefties this year, for what it's worth. Nats game day weather is presented by Pepco. Storm season's here. We know a little prep makes a big difference. Get storm informed at pepco.com/stormprep. Our show meteorologist, as you all know, is Darius Dameron.
A little bit of a scorcher out there tonight. It's going to be 89 degrees at first pitch. It'll dip into the low 80s by the time the game ends, but no chance of precipitation. Have a good night at Nationals Park.
Let's go. No rain. Darius bringing the good news.
No rain. Like Blind Melon.
Weather report. Thank you, Dad.
Thank Dad. I love you, Dad.
You're the best, Dad.
I love you, Dad.
Appreciate you, Dad. Keep it right here for Nats pregame with Charlie and Dave next. We are back at it at 2 o'clock for Darius and Ryan, Grant and Danny saying so long till tomorrow, Vargas.
Thank you for coming.